television, it's game day. Time for Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
It's not just game day, it's Plaza of Honor game day at Mosaic Stadium. The BC Lions come to town with major playoff implications on the line in this one, taking on your hometown Saskatchewan Roughriders. And because the Toronto Argonauts did Rider Nation a little bit of a favor on Friday night, beating Winnipeg at their home stadium, the Riders still have a chance to get first place in the West Division. The Bombers would need to lose their final regular season game against Montreal, and then the Riders would need to win out, starting here today against the BC Lions. And that's where we start with What's Trending, brought to you by Karst Holdings, Integra Tire, Assiniboia, proudly serving Southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. Darren, Tracy, Dylan, and staff welcome you for all your automotive and ag tire needs. Karst Holdings, Integra Tire, Assiniboia, truly local. And what's trending? The return of Thor, otherwise known as AJ Ouellette, has spent the past 6 games on the injured list, working back from a hip injury and some other nicks and bruises. And Corey Mace excited to get Ouellette back in the lineup, considering it's getting a little bit chilly in the air, and some people make what he called, Wes Cates, business decisions when it gets a little colder.
Sometimes when the weather turns, he's not one of those. So I think just the kind of team that we identify that we want to be, not just AJ, but general. And just being a physical football team, he absolutely adds to that. So, that was definitely some of the thought process going into it in the free agency. I'm just happy that he's healthy and gets an opportunity to put his best foot forward.
Quarterback Trevor Harris has been playing at a high level since Week 11. He leads the CFL in passing yards, but he's excited to get AJ Ouellette back in the backfield. These two, remember, if you go all the way back to training camp, took a 23-hour drive together to get there and to get to know each other better, and that's a major reason why Harris is looking forward to having number 45 in the backfield with him again. All right, indeed, Harris is excited about having Ouellette back in the backfield. Wes, what can this mean to the offense to get number 45 back in the starting lineup?
Well, I mean, he's definitely a big back that brings a lot of energy to the team and brings a lot of energy to the game in general. So I think we have a guy that was expected to be in that role and to be a bruiser and to help this team get along back. I think it just gives you a spark mentally as a team to know you have your guy back in there. And then if he's playing at the level that we've seen him play at Dunk, it's going to be exciting to see this offense kind of pretty much at full force with AJ Ouellette, gashing them. And then we got Trevor with some time in the pocket getting it to these receivers, which it really doesn't matter which receiver it is. They seem to all be ready to step up and make some plays. So I'm excited to see this offense at its healthiest right now.
Trevor Harris has led the CFL in passing yards since coming back from that left knee injury in Week 11 with over 2,100 this stretch that he's been on. He also leads the league in this stretch with 165 completions, and overall, the entire season leads the league in quarterback rating with 106.4 so far this season. Since Week 11, he's second in touchdown passes with 11 as well. Trevor Harris has been getting it done, and it's only going to help the offense to have AJ Ouellette back in the lineup. On defense, the Riders have a legit most outstanding player candidate, Mr. Cates, in Roland Milligan Jr. And Corey Mace and Trevor Harris are out here shaking the pom-poms for Milligan Jr. to help this candidacy, become even more real. Work on those technical difficulties. Corey Mace was talking about, you couldn't hear him speaking, but nonetheless, Roland Milligan Jr. has been on an absolute tear. Wes, he could actually become the first player in CFL history to lead in a major defensive category in special teams tackles. Now, it's only been a small part of CFL history that they've tracked special teams tackles, but this guy's dominating not just one phase of Canadian football, two. How impressive is that to you?
Well, I know Dan Rasevich, the Rider all-time legend, is kind of pissed about the fact that they've only been tracking special teams for so long.
He is our MOP. He's been outstanding
for years. But he gives respect to Roland Milligan because he is. To be out there, I'm telling you guys, I've played special teams, to be out there running around, chasing some of the best athletes on the field and actually getting to the ball. You're getting blocked, and once you get to a certain level of prowess as a special teams tackler, you're getting double teamed. Guys are making, taking extra attention to make sure you're not the guy making a play. So he's still out there doing that and chasing around the best receivers and getting turnovers with picks. I mean, every time we talk about how great this guy is, that game he gets another pick and probably a couple more special teams tackles. So Roland Milligan is clearly loving the spotlight. He's playing at his best. He's flying around. He's leading his team. And that is what an MOP is all about, if you ask me.
Let's revisit what Mace and Harris had to say about Milligan Jr.
It's a passing league. What he's able to do when he's out there, I believe every quarterback probably has an idea where he's at majority of the time, and still to be able to make plays, knockdowns, interceptions, how he tackles. Nobody, I think, talks about how he tackles. Like, he's an outstanding tackler. But to me, and I think when you look at guys who've won the MOP, they've had great years, but I know it's the intangibles of all the other things that they do that nobody talks about. And I mean, how he approaches each week and his preparation is it's mind-boggling. The guy loves film. He doesn't have to say much, but he's pushed himself to talk more because he sees the game a certain way. And it's not just him. He's selfless as well. He knows that certain things have to align for him to be able to make certain plays that he does. And that's him talking and conducting a little bit back there with his DB. So, it doesn't happen often, obviously, for a defensive back to win that award. But you're talking about the most outstanding player. Boy, does he do a lot. We haven't even talked about special teams yet. So, he's an incredible player, man.
He is our MOP. He's been outstanding. And I told Roland in camp, I think it surprised him. In my 12 years up here, he's the best halfback I've ever played against. And I meant that. And I told him that in that camp, and he was kind of surprised. And he was like, man, thank you. And he's done nothing but just show that all year. And he does it every day in practice. And him and I are iron sharper than iron. If I miss a pass by a few inches, and I get away with it most of the time in games, you don't get away with it rolling. And there's been a few times where we've got him, and so it's an opportunity for us to help him get better, and he helps us get better every week too. And in terms of what his value is for the team, he can help us as an offense get better, because if we're not getting our proper depth in our route, he knows it. He shows you because he's going to get a deflection on a ball. And on obviously the plays he's making in the games, he's setting an example and a standard for guys that are superstar defensive players, even receivers, of going out there and playing on special teams and making plays and showing that every snap is important.
Some of the plays that he's made for us in games have helped seal us the game. Yeah, those games for sure. We had a game this year in Calgary where, he was with his family, and we were fortunate to come out with it. But, certainly you hope or you wish that he's still out there, to say that we would ever go into a game and just say, oh, man, no, we don't need Roe. It doesn't really come across anybody's, vocabulary, I think, in the building, just his importance being out there. And he's a captain for us, man, so his presence even from that standpoint. But I can understand the argument, but the reality is when you cut the tape and he's out there, the man consistently impacts the game.
More Roland Milligan Jr. coverage later in the show during the Rider Nation Hour, an exclusive one-on-one interview with Roland Milligan Jr. Coming up next, though, Darian Durant, the legend himself, is in the building. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Performance, quality, value. That's what you can expect from your friends at Karst Holdings in Assiniboia. They carry all the well-known tire brands in the industry for a great price. Goodyear, Titan, Michelin, see it. Don't let the name fool you. Karst Holdings in Assiniboia can handle your vehicle's mechanical needs, from automotive to heavy duty. They also have 3 service trucks. Take a drive and treat your vehicle to the best. Karst Holdings in Assiniboia, proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for 30 years. Truly local.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
At Flamin, you have room to grow and take space, just like Jerry, who's thriving in a new role.
My name is Jerry Valkamp. I was originally hired on as a parts and rentals associate, and I'm currently a part of the aftermarket support team here at Flamin. One thing I really like about this company is that there's always a wealth of opportunities to grow. There's always opportunity to move around once you're within the business, too.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and our current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Whitewood-Moosomin area, call Richard and Patsy at R. Thompson Construction or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Throughout the years, family will always be there for you. Two-Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie, has been a proud family-owned dealership for over 50 years. The secret to their success? It's simple. Treat everyone like their family. That means no pressure, fair prices, and a fantastic selection of new and used vehicles. That's the Two-Way Service difference. Whether you're shopping for your first car or your 51st, get treated like family at Two-Way Service in Southie. Online at twowayservice.com.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glassers TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glassers TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. Glassers TV.
Service Employees International Union joined the labor landscape of Saskatchewan in 1946. Since that time, our members continue to unite in a common goal to improve the lives of working people in our province. From group home workers to addictions counselors, continuing care assistants, and licensed practical nurses to paramedics and other healthcare staff, our members live and work in your communities. Our members make Saskatchewan stronger.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
How many water companies can say they've been at the new innovations and new farm inventions at two of Canada's large farm shows? Farm Fresh Water has achieved that. How do we do it? Well, we live on a farm. Kelly is a journeyman electrician, and Brian has training as a plumber and a refrigeration mechanic. Our goal was to create perfect water from your dugouts or well with the least amount of maintenance and ongoing costs. That's the way we want it on our farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
The one, the only, Darian Durant joins us live inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge for our Saskatchewan Community Focus segment, brought to you by Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism, working towards quality of life for all older adults. Learn about home supports and SSM programs at skseniorsmechanism.ca. Darian, man, you got the bling out, including the freshest of them all, your Plaza of Honor. If you hold it up, we might be able to get zoomed in on the camera there. You just got the ring. How does it feel?
It's amazing. I mean, as a player, we were always allowed to go to the Plaza ceremony to, when the former players were being inducted, and it's something you always think about. Will you have enough longevity? Will you play well enough to be one of these guys one day? And so it's just great to be able to get in with some of my former teammates, the guys I love, including the guy beside me. And man, it's just been an awesome week. And I thank the Rough Riders and SaskTel and all the other sponsors for putting together such a great week.
Let's go back to the start, because there's an interesting story to how you got here that I don't think you've ever told before.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. And then, for me to go in this weekend with Roy Shivers, who was the GM at the time. So I was on Hamilton's neg list initially, and the Ottawa Renegades folded. And, Hamilton had the number 1 pick in the dispersal draft. Well, the Riders wanted that number 1 pick so they could select Kerry Joseph. So we're in Atlanta. It's the end of my senior year of college, and we're in Atlanta. And my agent is from Atlanta as well. So he knew Roy. So
what was your agent's name?
His name is Charles Buchanan. And so I'm down in Atlanta and trying to figure out what I'm going to do, if Hamilton will give me a call or whatever. And the Riders have a free agent workout. So my agent calls Roy and is like, man, I got, Darian Durant here. He belongs to Hamilton, but I really want you to check him out. And Roy's like, bring him on out, man. Let's see what he has. So I don't know if it's illegal or not, and I don't know if I'm getting anybody in trouble here. But so I go out there and I just have a killer workout. And, Roy had, he got a chance to see me up close in person. So, a couple weeks go by, and now it's time for the dispersal draft, and now it's time for Saskatchewan to make a trade. So they trade Corey Holmes to Hamilton for, the number 1 pick in the dispersal draft and an unknown neg list player, which, just so happened to be me. So Roy had a chance to see me up close, and I think he pulled the ultimate heist on Hamilton by getting me and Kerry in the same trade. So that's how I'm here. And, I told Roy on Thursday night, and it's just crazy to be inducted with him, but I told him on Thursday night that, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't even be a Rider. So I really appreciated him for that.
The quarterback that went the other way in that negless player swap was Reggie Ball, who never played it down in the CFL.
Yeah, that's crazy, wow, man. Roy pulled off, like I said, the ultimate heist with that one. So, and I think that's one of the reasons why he's being celebrated, because he made some heck of a moves during his time, and to bring in 2 Grey Cup champions and Kerry and myself in one single trade is just amazing.
What do you remember about that workout that Roy watched?
I just remember, coming out of college, you're always in the best shape of your life, right? Like you're just fresh off of playing, and you're just in amazing shape. So I was excited about the workout, not really nervous, because I knew that I was prepared. So I remember going out there and just slinging it. And, a lot of those free agent workouts, they may pick 1 or 2 guys to come into camp, because a lot of guys haven't been working out. It's been a while since they've been doing anything. So I just remember going out there and having a great day and just putting the ball where I wanted to. It was one of those days that I felt really good about what I did.
Did Roy have to recruit you to actually get you to sign a contract up here? And I say that because a lot of guys that play at a high level in the NCAA and get a look in the NFL, to whatever degree that is, have to kind of be told about what the CFL is about.
No, you know what? I just wanted to play. Before I even left college my senior year, my wide receiver coach by the name of Gunter Brewer, he told me, he said, look, I know you have NFL aspirations, but let's be realistic here, and you may want to think about the CFL. So I had already had some pictures. I'd done some studying, been online, and done my research of the CFL. So whenever that opportunity came, I was ready to go. I just wanted to play. And, Saskatchewan and Roy gave me that opportunity, and it was an easy negotiation, man. I signed on the dotted line immediately because, I felt like once I got to camp, I could show them that I could play, and I just wanted a spot on the roster.
Darian Durant, the legend himself, joins us live on 620 CKRM. Also on our YouTube channel, we just finished rolling some of his highlights there. If you want to check us out, youtube.com/@sportscage.com. Have you heard of Saskatchewan or Regina before that trade went down?
Not at all. Not at all. Well, I heard, I knew that Roy was the GM there, and that's all I knew. I didn't know where it was or what to expect. But once I got off the plane and I felt the energy, fans are at training camp, something I never experienced. You see that, out there in jerseys and the support. So once you start feeling that, and the first preseason game was just sold out. It was crazy. So, once I felt that energy, I knew that this was a great place to play.
If it was the NFL era now, do you think you would have got more of a look?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that for what I did, I broke 64 records in college. And, I felt like, I feel like with guys like Kyler Murray and Bryce Young and some of these other guys getting, number 1 overall picks, I at least would have gotten picked by the 7th round, I feel. So it's just a different era of football. I think the spread offense has just changed the way teams play football, and you can see that being implemented in the pros as well. So, I was just 10 years too early.
So doubles, Darian, we talked about the beginning of the career. Let's talk a little bit about later on in the career, right? Obviously, things went great with Saskatchewan, but they didn't finish with Saskatchewan. Ended up going out east. Do you kind of wish things would have went a little different with Saskatchewan?
Absolutely, man. I mean, looking back, if you can play for one franchise for 4 or 5 years, let alone the 11 that I made it,
right.
You don't want to go anywhere else and finish. You pretty much, set your roots in a place. And I just bought a home here, and, for me to have to leave that home 1 year later, you look back like, man, if I could have just.
But that's a CFL curse, isn't it? They always say as soon as you buy a crib, but next thing you know.
Yeah, man. So looking back, absolutely. I mean, it wasn't worth, leaving and leaving everything behind, going out to Montreal just to try to prove a point. We're the ultimate warriors when it comes to this game, and we always want to prove people wrong when they doubt you. And, in this game, the only thing for sure is that you're going to age and you're going to lose some of your ability. And, I would rather that happen here than that bad year I had in Montreal.
Right. Well, congratulations on the Plaza. Are you in North Carolina's Hall of Fame as well, or?
No, not yet, man.
Yet?
I think, I got some calls from them last year, said that, I was on some of the last ballots and things like that. So hopefully in the near future I'll get recognized there.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
We'll get the campaign going for you, just like Roland Milligan Jr. for MLP.
Yeah.
You got to get out to the park to sign some autographs. I want to get you out on this because Wes asked an interesting question. How close were you to settling post-football in Saskatchewan?
Well, I was there. Like I said, I just bought a home, and I think my last year was 2016. I just bought the home in the beginning of the season in 2015. So I had planned on just making Saskatchewan home long term. I tried it out back when I was a younger QB in 2009 and 10. I bought a house as well, but I was just too young. I didn't understand, what it meant and, setting your roots somewhere. But towards the end of my career, I was ready to settle down here, and that move kind of just it just changed the trajectory of everything.
Rider Nation is happy to have you back, man. Enjoy the day.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for giving us some time. Up next, we'll talk to the man who brought Darian Durant to Riderville, Roy Shivers. Coming up, this is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Lots of sales in the pipe at 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head. We got a big sale coming up with farm equipment. We've got collector tractors, completely restored buggies, horse-drawn equipment, and more. We've got bales of hay. We've got bales of straw. We've got an off-site farm sale coming with a whole bunch of livestock equipment, including freestanding panels, windbreak panels, and much, much more. It's easy to register and easy to bid, and check out everything at 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
How many water companies can say they've been at the new innovations and new farm inventions at 2 of Canada's large farm shows? Farm Fresh Water has achieved that. How do we do it? Well, we live on a farm. Kelly is a journeyman electrician, and Brian has training as a plumber and a refrigeration mechanic. Our goal was to create perfect water from your dugouts or well with the least amount of maintenance and ongoing costs. That's the way we want it on our farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
It's 3rd and short. Your team is on a roll. Remote in hand, chips and dip ready. Only thing left to do is flip the handle and get those feet up. High five to Ashdowns Furniture in Moose Jaw. They have an incredible selection of Lazy Boy recliners. Recliners built for comfort, built for relaxation, built for yelling at those blind refs. Make your next game day a Lazy Boy game day. Come down, sit down, kick back, and lay around with the best recliners in town. Ashdowns Furniture, 38 High Street West in Moose Jaw. Game on.
With fall on the way, your vehicle should have a fall inspection. Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections with certified mechanics on site. They handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry's service, your car is in the right hands. And right now, quality Napa batteries are on sale. Always the best price. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Arcola Co-op has you ready for your deck renovations. Whether it be a new build or yearly maintenance, Arcola Co-op has you covered. Everything from decking boards, framing projects, hardware, cement pads, anything for your deck. Get ready for summer at home or at the cottage with a new or refreshed deck from Arcola Co-op. With delivery to Kenosee and White Bear. Open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Arcola Co-op on Highway 13 since 1916. Arcola Co-op Home Center. You're at home here.
Massey Ferguson GC 1723E and 1725M compact tractors are available at Nick's Service. These are the perfect tractors for your acreage, doing chores around the farm, or just plain old yard work. Ranging from 23 to 25 horsepower, these tractors can be outfitted with a rototiller, mid-mount mower, front-end loader, and more. With unbeatable power, smart fuel economy, and the ability to multitask almost any job, these compact tractors provide outstanding value for years to come. Learn more at nickservice.com or see the Massey Ferguson compact tractors at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Radville-Weyburn area, call Darren and Claude at South Sask Builders or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Pleased to be joined live inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge by the other Hall of Fame inductee, I should say Plaza of Honor inductee, in the 2024 class, General Manager Roy Shivers, who was with the Saskatchewan Roughriders from the year 2000 to 2006. Roy, and a major reason why you're going into the Plaza of Honor is because of this massive trade that you pulled off to get Kerry Joseph and Darian Durant in the same deal. How long was that trade in the making?
A couple of weeks. They had an abundance of quarterbacks, so they went for the deal. And we pulled it off, I guess, and that was that. It wasn't hard to make a deal back in those days. We made one. We made some with Calgary and Edmonton, but it wasn't hard. They had 4 quarterbacks, I think it was, something like that. But we were kind of desperate. I was taking so much crap for the Henry Burris thing, so I said, let me do something.
How long did it take in terms of back and forth for the deal?
About a week.
Did they take your first offer?
About a week. Yeah, it was about a week. And I think we did it on a Tuesday, and they got here that Friday or Saturday, something like that.
That Henry Burris thing, what you touched on it, so I kind of want to know what happened there.
I signed Henry up to the CFL.
Right.
And then Danny and I were in somewhere, and we were negotiating him a contract, and he said we didn't offer him nothing, but his wife didn't want to live here. That's what it was. That's the reason he went back to Calgary.
Oh, so it was the wife's fault, huh? You think everything would have worked out if it wasn't just Regina was smaller than.
And I couldn't. That's what I say. I couldn't blame her at the time. I was having difficulties and stuff. But they went back to Calgary because I had him a deal.
So it wasn't about the numbers. It was okay.
No,
all right.
No. I had the approval from the board to do this, do that. 2 cars. X number of dollars apartment,
Oh, yeah, different times. Different times back then.
Oh, yeah.
Roy, I thought I heard you the other day talking about Nealon Green. What was your take on him?
Nealon was a good football player, but, we made that trade because we were desperate. We didn't have a quarterback then. And we made the deal with Campbell, and we gave up Comiskey. And that was the biggest mistake I made here when I traded him, because he was an all-Canadian offensive lineman, and we could have had a pretty good offensive line with stacked with Canadians and played other places and stuff. That's the reason I had to go get Fred Childress, somebody to solidify the line. Yeah, but that was the worst mistake I made.
Roy Shivers joins us, and it's for the Extra Point, brought to you by Fraser Tolney, Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw, Lake Center, Lanigan, fighting for Saskatchewan in Ottawa. I wanted to talk about with you as well the Darian Durant workout, because Darian just explained to us that actually at the time he was on Hamilton's neg list. So you bent the rules a little bit, but it seemed to work out.
Hey, I learned from the best. I learned from Ray Newman over at Edmonton, and the other knuckleheads they had in the personnel around here. They were entirely different then. They'd see somebody they like, and then they'd sneak off to the phone, and make a phone call and put them on their neg list. So I found out how to play the game, and that's how that went down. I like Darren. We were down at Georgia Tech University, and he threw the heck out of the ball. And but then I found out he was on, who was it?
Hamilton.
Hamilton's neg list. So I had to do a lot of fadangling and stuff, as Kingfish says. I had to do a lot of fadangling. And that's how we pulled that one. But it was a different recruiting thing then, We'd go to camps, and the other personnel directors, they had all been in the business for a while. And so I'd see them sneaking away to the phone and stuff, and I didn't know what they were doing, but they're going to call the officers and put the guy on the neg list. So then I learned how to play the game. That's how I got Alan Pitts. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were at a workout, Newman, the guy from Hamilton, the guy from Ottawa, and the guy from Edmonton. And so Alan was at this workout. That's the first time anybody had seen Alan in about 5 years, because he played on the same team that, what's his name, the quarterback, Damon Allen played on. And another receiver named Pruitt. And everybody was wondering what happened to him, because it was 5 years before he emerged again. So we were at the workout, and Alan's 6'6", and he ran a 4.7 or something like that. But I remembered him in college and everything, so I sneak over to the phone and make the phone call and put him on the neg list. And I badmouthed him too. He can't play, he's slow, he can't run and stuff, So I called in on the neg list, and then I said, Wally, get him up there as soon as you can. And that's how that transpired.
What do you remember about Wes Cates as a player from a general manager standpoint?
He's a good football player.
You know what I did? I wanted to ask you about this. So I got traded here at the beginning of 07, so right after you. And people are always like, oh, you're a Shivers guy. And I'm like, nah, but I wish I was, because when I came to that team, I loved all the players I played with. Do you feel like that 07 team was your team? Like that was your Grey Cup?
I never felt like that, but I knew it, you know what I mean? Because, like I said the other day, we were in a situation. And I told Daddy and those guys, we had a good football team in 06, but we kept jacking around or something. I kept telling them, I said, hey, man, you got to win this thing because something's going to happen if we don't. You know what I mean? Because I was protecting people and stuff, So, anyway, the week before I left here, I think Ken Keefe had run for 200 and some yards on Hamilton or something and scored 3 touchdowns and stuff, And then everything started happening and stuff. And so I told him, I said, hey, you got to do something because it's going to be some crap going down around here. We coming back from a golf course, and that's when we got into the altercation, myself and the 2 board members, So, boom. And I hated I did it after the fact, because I think if I'd have been here, I would have made a difference. Because, I knew who was going to help out on offense, defense, and stuff like that. Because, see, I signed Fred Childress to handle Big Boy over at BC, the big old defensive tackle he had, name was Williams or something like that, but he used to destroy us,
Yeah.
So I got Fred to come because I had Fred down in Birmingham. And I knew he could play.
I know Aaron Hunt was over there, too.
Yeah, but Aaron didn't hurt us that much.
Okay.
This other big kid named Williams nose over the nose most of the time.
Yeah.
Roy, how did you feel when you see Kerry Joseph win a Grey Cup with the Riders and then ultimately Darian Durant, plus the career that Durant had?
I'm loving it. I don't wish bad on anybody. And I was happy when they won it. You know what I mean? It was like ironic, because I knew it was going to happen. And the only one I was disappointed in was Eric Tillman.
That's a story for another day. You're going to get out to the park and sign some autographs. Yeah. Roy, thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy the day.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Roy.
Congratulations, Roy. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Farm equipment keeps getting bigger and bigger, so the doors on your farm buildings have to keep up. Hi, I'm Terry from Zipperlock Building Company. At Zipperlock, our buildings can accommodate up to a 24-foot high door without expensive changes to the building's steel arch design. So when it comes to farm equipment storage, Zipperlock is head and shoulders above the competition. Zipperlock Building Company, built in hours to last a lifetime. See us in Raymore or call 1-888-692-5515.
Flamin is all about our people, our staff, customers, community, because we know people are what make a difference. Here's Landon's story.
Hey everyone, my name is Landon Parrington. I'm a trailer sales representative out of Saskatoon. Been with Flamin for about 4.5 years now. The thing I love most about Flamin is the opportunity they provide. Started in the yard, worked up into sales. They give excellent room for growth. Amazing company to work for.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Fort Capella area, call Calvin at 99 Builders or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glasser's TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glassers TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Need new batteries around the house? Is your vehicle battery starting to struggle? Prairie Battery has options for your everyday battery needs. Whether it's alkaline or lithium batteries for around the house or a new starting battery for your car. They also have chargers and boosters to help keep you going. Prairie Battery has options to fit every budget, so when there's something you need, see Prairie Battery. 646 Henderson Drive in Regina. Or call to find a community dealer near you.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions.
Service Employees International Union joined the labor landscape of Saskatchewan in 1946. Since that time, our members continue to unite in a common goal to improve the lives of working people in our province. From group home workers to addictions counselors, continuing care assistants, and licensed practical nurses to paramedics and other healthcare staff, our members live and work in your communities. Our members make Saskatchewan stronger.
Souris Valley Industries, your CPC QA certified manufacturer of bridge components and structural precast. They also manufacture CSA approved septic, holding, and cistern tanks, city manholes, concrete pipes, box culverts, barriers, and more. SVI is a family owned and operated precast concrete manufacturing plant. They've supplied Saskatchewan with quality precast concrete products for over 40 years. Souris Valley Industries, your solid choice. 306-842-5854, sviprecast.com.
Looking for agricultural equipment from the most trusted brands? Redverse Ag Supply has got you covered. They proudly carry a wide range of products from Kubota, Versatile, Degelman, Seedmaster, and MacDon. From seeding to harvest and everywhere in between, Redverse Ag has the right equipment to tackle any job. Discover the quality and performance of these brands by visiting redverseagsupply.ca. Browse their extensive selection and find the perfect fit for your farm, season after season. Redverse Ag Supply, your destination for top-notch agricultural brands.
You know something? It's like selling a six-pack with only 5 beers in it. Wood Country Woody here, reminding you that unlike some other places, Wood Country Garage Packages contains everything you need, right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. Built in a garage? It's one and done with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperator's Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders at home in a big-time game against the BC Lions that has home playoff implications in not just Western semifinal implications. West final hopes are alive and well in Saskatchewan with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers losing to the Toronto Argonauts on Friday night at Princess Auto Stadium. We have some fans already inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge giving the old thumbs up when they hear about the Bombers' loss. I'm sure Jeff Fairholm, our next guest, is doing the same thing, and he's been talking about aiming for that top spot. Jeff's segment brought to you by Zipperlock Building Company and Powerlift Doors. See them in Raymore or call 888-692-5515. Jeff will be with us in just a second, but Wes, that's still alive, man. As a player, what are you thinking knowing that the Bombers lost, and if they lose one more with the Riders winning out, that you could get that top spot?
Man, this feels like a meal at your favorite restaurant these last few weeks. It's like, the keg appetizer with getting Calgary and then Winnipeg all of a sudden losing. You're like, oh, shoot, now here's the main course sitting here right in front of you, fellas. All you got to do is go beat BC, and you get a home playoff game for sure. And then the dessert could be a Calgary team that doesn't know what the heck they're doing, and Winnipeg may be blowing it last week of the season. We're partying in first place. I'm loving it. I feel, if I'm a player, I'm feeling real good right now. I'm giddy. I want to get out there and play some ball, baby. Let's go.
Well, it's got the energy going. You got to love it. And if you tune into our YouTube channel at sportscage.com, we just had the West Division standings up. The Riders with a chance today to clinch a home playoff game, but also an opportunity to potentially get first place in the West Division. Jeff, how does that sound to you?
You know, it's amazing. I mean, that's what I've been saying all year. You know, all we got to do is get hot at the right time, and you know, we could end up with a home playoff game, and you know, that's what we should be shooting for right now. And until and if we get kicked out of home field, then you know, play for second. But right now, keep going, man. Keep winning games and see what happens.
So you're saying there is a chance that famous Jim Carrey meme from Dumb and Dumber has been making its rounds around the interwebs. Jeff, I want to start with the Riders' win over the Elks, and I want to go to that Keyshawn Johnson head-top catch. Absolutely unbelievable stuff. As a receiver, how can he make plays like that?
Well, when was the last time we saw that from a Rider team? No, I'm going back 3-4 years from the last time we saw something over the top like that and run into the end zone. And you know, how do we make that happen? You know, you just got to keep working it, and you got a quarterback that throws on time. And hey, you know, it's not hard to do. You're seeing it in the league, and it's just a matter of, you know, reading the right coverage at the right time and throwing the ball as hard as you can. And that's what Trevor did. He read it. Keyshawn went and got it, and it's a touchdown. I mean, it's not hard. I've been complaining about this for 3 years, and it's finally happened. I'm so excited about it.
Jeff, did you know that Keyshawn Johnson had more catches and receiving yards than one Davante Adams at Fresno State? Mr. Adams had more touchdowns, but Keyshawn Johnson had more receptions and receiving yards. Do we need to do a better job of hyping up the talent that's in the Canadian Football League when we're talking about Keyshawn Johnson in the same breath as a Davante Adams, who's a superstar receiver in the NFL?
I think anybody that's honest with themselves, if they have gone to the NFL and played and come back and even seen anything in Canada, would admit that our league has some amazing players. It's a lot of times it's all about luck, and you know, it's just a thing where you have to get into the right system at the right time. Maybe someone has to get injured, but if you can get in there at the right time, we have most of our players in the CFL are as good as the players in the NFL by and large. They just need a chance and a break, and that's what happens.
Jeff, this is the first time I feel like the offensive line is healthy enough that we have options. And then, are you excited about AJ Ouellette getting back into the lineup?
Yes and no. I hope he's not pushing himself back. I'm hoping that he's doing well enough that he's well enough and he can play up to his level. But I'm a little concerned that he's coming back a little bit early. I hope he can hit the holes and do what he needs to do. And I have a funny feeling that he is trying to get back a little early because of the playoffs now. And I kind of wish he would wait one more day. But this is a big game, so I understand what he's doing.
AJ Ouellette has been out for 6 weeks with that hip injury, to the point that Jeff is making. Do you think that the Riders feel more confident putting AJ Ouellette out there in whatever shape he's in because there is a bye week between this game and the one to finish the regular season against Calgary?
I do think so. It's hard to say. I don't know what they're thinking. I think it's probably AJ's call. And you know, with Armstead, you know, very close to being back and everything like that, I just don't know. You know, I just don't know the ins and outs of it. But we got 3 good running backs, and with Armstead having that good game against Calgary, you know, I'm sure AJ is looking back, going, you know, I need to get back in here, else I might not have a job when I get healthy.
Raquel Armstead out of this game at least with a shoulder injury that he's been dealing with now for 2 straight weeks. Suffered it after he rushed for 207 yards against the Calgary Stampeders in the first win of this 3-game winning streak. Wes Cates mentioned having options along the offensive line, and that's because Jacob Brammer is healthy once again, back in there at right guard, although Nick Jones has done yeoman's work when he's been called upon. But the other major addition, I think we can call it, for the offense is Mitch Picton back into the lineup. How critical is it for the Riders to get number 81 back on the field?
Well, I think he's been a great addition to the team, especially when we need a first down late in the game. He seems to come up big all the time in the last few years. But we've got a lot of good Canadian receivers too, right? I mean, there's another guy that needs to get back, or else he might find himself without a spot. And these are all good problems to have if you're a coach. It's just one of those things that, yeah, and the offensive line, I don't know if I answered your question properly before, but, this offensive line is fantastic. And, I think the most MOP, aside from Milligan, is our offensive line coach. And now we have options. Man, oh, man. We can just rotate guys in there if we have to, and they're all playing great. And Jones was great. He was the leader when Armstead had all those yards. And I think I'm excited. If you can't tell from my voice, man, it's we're getting healthy at just the right time. We have a chance at home to have a home playoff berth or very close to it. And who can't get excited for this? If it's not sold out tonight, there's a problem. And this is great football right now, and I'm excited for it.
It seems like it's getting close to it in terms of a sellout. On the other side of that offensive line, it bears mentioning Zach Fry back at that left guard position. And if you're out there in Rider Nation, you should get down here, because this is as big as they get, to Jeff's point, in terms of regular season games. The Riders have a chance to lock in a home playoff game here against the BC Lions and one Canadian quarterback, Nathan Rourke, who usually draws attention even from opposing fan bases. Jeff, the Riders can win today, finish my sentence, if they do what?
We have to stop McInnes. He killed us last time. He's a really good zone player, and I'm really concerned. Well, we saw what happened last time. He killed us in the zones, and he was just wide open. Hopefully we've closed down those windows and we've figured some things out. So I'm really concerned about that. So I think if we can shut down McInnes, I think Nathan's going to have a tough time. And you know what else I want to see? I want to see CJ Rivas continue to lead that defense with his hits. Man, was he hitting last week against Edmonton. I've been against an Edmonton team that played really well, but man, CJ was hitting. He came out to play, and that's what we need from everybody, especially our free safety. Make them scared to go into the middle.
Justin McInnes in that Week 6 matchup at BC Place, 14 targets, 14 receptions for 243 yards and a touchdown. So, Jeff, you're bang on with that. McInnes needs to be minimized as much as possible for the Riders to have success. Are there any other keys to the game from your perspective, Jeff, for the Riders to get a win over the Lions?
It's usually the same thing for me. It's about getting pressure from our front four, make Nathan really, really uncomfortable in the pocket, make him run, and then come up and make the tackle. We've got to tackle well. To me, it's about defense. We're built around this defense. Our offense are going to do things. We're going to score points. We're going to play well. It's around our defense. They've sort of been up and down this year, and I think it starts up front. We need to get pressure and shut down those holes.
Thanks for the time, Jeff, and enjoy the game.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you next time.
Coming up next, you'll hear from the aforementioned Nathan Rourke, the star Canadian quarterback, about his quick turnaround from coming back after being cut by the Atlanta Falcons to the CFL very quickly, and his renewed commitment to the Canadian Football League. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
TNT Gunworks in Regina, your trusted source in Saskatchewan for guns, ammunition, hunting supplies, plus an on-site gunsmith that can handle any issue that you have. Long-standing and knowledgeable staff that live and breathe hunting and the great outdoors. If you want the biggest selection of new and used rifles and shotguns with staff that know their stuff and at the best prices around, stop in at TNT Gunworks, just off Albert on 4th Avenue, North Regina.
Lots of sales in the pipe at 2sauctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head. We got a big sale coming up with farm equipment. We've got collector tractors, completely restored buggies, horse-drawn equipment, and more. We've got bales of hay. We've got bales of straw. We've got an off-site farm sale coming with a whole bunch of livestock equipment, including freestanding panels, windbreak panels, and much, much more. It's easy to register and easy to bid, and check out everything at 2sauctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head.
The Red Zone is a good place to be if you're playing on a Saskatchewan field. If your water's in the Red Zone, you need a good defense. At farmfreshwater.ca, we specialize in rural water. Our company lives and breathes in the Saskatchewan fields, and rural water is all we do. Our playbook is to design water treatment systems for wells or dugouts that require the least amount of maintenance possible. We live and breathe in the fields. Remember, we're not city people trying to solve a rural problem.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca.
Our Cola Co-op has you ready for your deck renovations. Whether it be a new build or yearly maintenance, our Cola Co-op has you covered. Everything from decking boards, framing projects, hardware, cement pads, anything for your deck. Get ready for summer at home or at the cottage with a new or refreshed deck from our Cola Co-op. With delivery to Kenosee and White Bear. Open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Our Cola Co-op on Highway 13 since 1916. Our Cola Co-op Home Center. You're at home here.
Flamin is all about our people, our staff, customers, community, because we know people are what make a difference. Here's Landon's story.
Hey everyone, my name is Landon Parrington. I'm a trailer sales representative out of Saskatoon. Been with Flamin for about 4.5 years now. The thing I love most about Flamin is the opportunity they provide. Started in the yard, worked up into sales. They give excellent room for growth. Amazing company to work for.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
It's third and short. Your team is on a roll. Remote in hand, chips and dip ready. Only thing left to do is flip the handle and get those feet up. High five to Ashdowns Furniture in Moose Jaw. They have an incredible selection of Lazy Boy recliners. Recliners built for comfort, built for relaxation, built for yelling at those blind refs. Make your next game day a Lazy Boy game day. Come down, sit down, kick back, and lay around with the best recliners in town. Ashdowns Furniture, 38 High Street West in Moose Jaw. Game on.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota. committed to doing it right.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
The 620 CKRM Pep Band have made their way inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge, playing us into this big-time matchup. BC Lions, Saskatchewan Roughriders at Mosaic Stadium. Feels like football when the Pep Band is around. The fans who are inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge dancing. Wes Cates even finding a beat on this one. There's a little taste of the 620 CKRM Pep Band doing their thing. Just feels like football when they're in and around the building. And today, the Saskatchewan Roughriders are going to have to contend with Canadian quarterback Nathan Rourke, who has had an absolute whirlwind year. He's learning his fifth offense with the BC Lions, even though he was in Jordan Maximic's offense before he went to the NFL. It's been quite a tale for Rourke to come back to Canada and play for the BC Lions. It's our homegrown feature brought to you by 2S Auctioneers. Brought to you by 2S Auctioneers Online Auction House. Start bidding today at 2sauctioneers.ca.
And so that was a new system, but they had been at it with that group since April. And by the time they got to I got there, I think, second week of training camp. And they were already had a whole bunch of stuff in. They were running the offense with Kirk Cousins, who's a ton of experience. He'd run the system before and a couple different iterations. So the verbiage, again, was a lot of verbiage, new system, new tree that I had been in. I hadn't been in that tree, which was a Sean McVay kind of tree. Things were moving very fast. And a bit of an interesting situation. I thought it was a good spot to be in. I knew that they were going to possibly make some moves at who their number 3 was going to be in that year. And so I was hopeful, but obviously didn't expect to be thrown in as early as I did.
That was surprising. You get there for just, what was it, a handful of practices? 2 or 3?
I was there in total 8 days.
8 days, and then all of a sudden you're playing the entire fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Was that scripted? Did you know you were going to go in?
I was told at the beginning of the game or the day before in the walkthrough that I wasn't going to go. So the fact that
that you weren't going to go?
I wasn't going to go, yeah, correct. So
what changed?
I'm not sure. That's not a question I can answer. But I was doing everything I could to learn the system. But you kind of, when you've gone through as many changes as I had, you kind of forget just how to do those simple things. Sometimes you're overthinking things, and the game comes at you a little bit quicker when you haven't. Because at that point, I hadn't got any practice reps either. They were a system that they only got the 1s and the 2s were the only people that got any reps, and so I had just been relying on mental reps for a while and got thrown in there and in a system that I didn't know and had to call the plays from sometimes I didn't really know what the words meant, but I had to call it, and I was doing my best out there, and would have loved an opportunity to be able to show the front office and the coaching staff that how well I could improve from week to week, but obviously that didn't happen, and it gave me the chance to be able to come back here, which I'm very happy with.
That decision for the Falcons to waive you, did it come faster than you thought?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Were you hoping for more time to pick the system up and actually practice with those guys before you go into a game?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that it was a surprise to all of us, and it wasn't. It certainly wasn't expecting them to release the player that they had prior, who was there for, pick me up, and then release me and then pick that dude back up. Like I felt for him a little bit, like why didn't they do that? But that's the nature of the league. That's the nature of the business. And, certainly first year front office and coaching staff trying to figure things out. And so that's what I kind of chalk it down to.
Can you take us through your decision, because it seemed like it happened fast, to go back to the BC Lions? Were there other NFL options that you entertained? Was coming back to the BC Lions about actually playing football on the field? What all went into it?
Yeah, at that point, the frustration had been building. Obviously being in many different rooms, but essentially being in the same situation, right? I've been on 3 teams that this year that I was really like the lowest priority. And I felt like everything I could to get better and to try to improve, but I just wasn't in a situation where I could do that. I felt like I had the support or the belief from other people, and that's what you really need, I feel like. So it was in the back of my mind, obviously keeping tabs on the Lions and been watching their season, and knew that Vernon had an injury, and it was more of after the Falcons went down and we went out and claimed in the NFL. I just told my agent to maybe to schedule a call and see if they were open to it and start there, because I think at the end of the day it was important to me to be in a place where I was playing and developing, and I was really discouraged with the fact that I had given something up to be able to go and chase a dream that really wasn't going the way that I thought it should. And there's been opportunity here. The people in the organization do believe in me and have given me an opportunity to succeed. And again, those are all ingredients that I don't feel like I ever had in the NFL. So I think it came down to really just me missing the game and trying to go back to a situation where I could go and continue to play.
Did you have calls from NFL teams, but you're just like, nah, I don't want to be the lowest priority anymore?
Yeah, well, when I got released from New York, I had to go and work out for Atlanta. And I just didn't want to have to go through that process anymore. So when we went unclaimed from Atlanta, at that point I said I don't want to go through that process anymore. Let's start looking and seeing what the Lions are doing and kind of go from there.
The next question out there about you is, are you done with the NFL? Amar Doman has made a massive financial commitment to you, not only this season, but for 2 other seasons, made you by far the highest paid quarterback in the Canadian Football League. So are you CFL only, or are you seeing what this future might hold?
My intention is to play out my contract here in the CFL with the Lions. Obviously, there's a lot of things that go into that. I hope to continue and be able to prove, my worth in terms of that contract. I've never been a guy about numbers, and I want to be able for it to show up in Grey Cups and be able to consistent playoff performances. And obviously with time that I came in mid-season, that's always tricky, but I think that's the faith that they have placed in me, and I take tremendous pride and honor in that. And obviously who knows, but at the end of the day, I understand this time what's on the other side of the fence. It's not always greener, and I'm extremely appreciative of this organization. I love playing for the Lions, and so my intention is to play out this finish this season and play the next 2 seasons and see where we're at after that.
Did you at any time when you were in the NFL feel like there was a CFL or Canadian bias that was held against you?
I certainly felt that what I had done in the CFL, or the experience that I had in the CFL, was not valued. I was treated, obviously I was still a rookie in the NFL. So I went through the rookie stuff in the CFL, and then I did it again in the NFL. So that in itself, but I was still treated as the young guy, even though I was older, some of those players that they had drafted. That experience of leading locker rooms, being a captain at a professional league, that never carried any weight. Playing in or creating your own routine and having a way of taking care of yourself as a professional, being a pro, I didn't feel like that was given any credence. And so I feel like it's there were certainly things that I thought that maybe they'd have a little more respect for the league, and and the players that come out of it, because there's a ton, and there's a ton of talent up here, but there wasn't, and I certainly felt like, you know, there was aspects of it that, you know, going into maybe I believed in or leaned into a little bit too much. Maybe I was a little bit naive, but I think that, again, I don't regret that decision of going in and doing it and seeing what was out there, and because I think it will help inform my decision if there's a next time.
Do you think, and I don't want to blanket all of them, but that the Americans maybe don't understand how good the talent is in the CFL?
Yeah, absolutely. I also think that the games are different. I think that there's a lot of players that the game it is better suited for them one way or another. There's some people that are better suited for the American game, and there's some people that are better suited for the CFL game. And I think that sometimes people are just able to perform better. Simply put, they're just better at one. I think other times they're not given that opportunity, you know. And I think a lot of times with guys coming from the CFL, without that financial investment, people aren't going to be able to see that opportunity through. In contrast to a draft pick where they give them a ton of money up front, you know, they're going to give them a chance to be able to prove themselves right, rather than maybe this underdog guy coming from Canada or the CFL or whatever. So I definitely felt like that was one of the overpowering, blatant lessons that I think I learned from the business of the NFL.
You can watch that entire interview with Nathan Rourke. That was just a segment of it on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@sportscage.com. Nathan Rourke went into detail about his time with the Jaguars, the New England Patriots. On his first day with New England, he had a meeting with Bill Belichick. Unbelievable stuff that Nathan Rourke went into detail on that he hasn't talked about yet. Went into his time with the New York Giants, Atlanta Falcons, and then you heard there his process to come back up to the Canadian Football League, and also talked about his brother, Curtis Rourke, who is having an absolutely unbelievable season right now with Indiana University, as the Hoosiers are ranked number 23 in the AP Top 25 poll. His brother, Curtis Rourke, has a chance to get a real live look in the NFL, and if that doesn't happen, of course, he would be welcomed in the Canadian Football League. Up next, another NFL connection. Matthew Betts talks about Motor City, Dan Campbell, and the Detroit Lions. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Looking for agricultural equipment from the most trusted brands? Redverse Ag Supply has got you covered. They proudly carry a wide range of products from Kubota, Versatile, Degelman, Seedmaster, and MacDon. From seeding to harvest and everywhere in between, Redverse Ag has the right equipment to tackle any job. Discover the quality and performance of these brands by visiting redverseagsupply.ca. Browse their extensive selection and find the perfect fit for your farm, season after season. Redverse Ag Supply, your destination for top-notch agricultural brands.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glassers TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glassers TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
The Massey Ferguson 4700 series was designed for smart, ergonomic, and long-lasting operation. Heavier than the competition, a Massey Ferguson 4700 series tractor won't flinch when it comes to pulling larger implements and balers. Tested in the harshest conditions across the globe, these tractors can handle all the tough jobs you throw at them. Stop by Nick's Service in Emerald Park today or visit nickservice.com to learn more about the Massey Ferguson 4700 series.
For the ultimates in ease during the busy spraying season, your friends at Spray Test Controls have the solution. Comatra Blue LED lights are easily mounted on the wing booms, close to the pivot, shining out to the end of the boom. The bright blue LED lights illuminate the nozzle pattern, and they only draw 1.5 amps each, so you can connect them to the light circuit or use a separate power supply. Learn more about Comatra Blue LED lights. See spraytest.com or call 1-855-859-1200.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions.
It's third and short. Your team is on a roll. Remote in hand, chips and dip ready. Only thing left to do is flip the handle and get those feet up. High five to Ashdowns Furniture in Moose Jaw. They have an incredible selection of Lazy Boy recliners. Recliners built for comfort, built for relaxation, built for yelling at those blind refs. Make your next game day a Lazy Boy game day. Come down, sit down, kick back, and lay around with the best recliners in town. Ashdowns Furniture, 38 High Street West in Moose Jaw. Game on.
Service Employees International Union joined the labor landscape of Saskatchewan in 1946. Since that time, our members continue to unite in a common goal to improve the lives of working people in our province. From group home workers to addictions counselors, continuing care assistants, and licensed practical nurses to paramedics and other healthcare staff, our members live and work in your communities. Our members make Saskatchewan stronger.
Throughout the years, family will always be there for you. Two-Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie, has been a proud family-owned dealership for over 50 years. The secret to their success? It's simple. Treat everyone like their family. That means no pressure, fair prices, and a fantastic selection of new and used vehicles. That's the Two-Way Service difference. Whether you're shopping for your first car or your 51st, get treated like family at Two-Way Service in Southie. Online at twowayservice.com.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Strasbourg, Last Mountain Lake area, call Dean at Solid Works Carpentry or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders take on the BC Lions at Mosaic Stadium today. Home playoff game implications on the line. And if the Riders want to have a chance to beat the Lions, they'll have to block up Canadian defensive end Matthew Betts, who is the reigning CFL's most outstanding defensive player. Actually spent training camp with the Detroit Lions before coming back to the CFL. For the other side, I went one-on-one with Betts at Hotel Saskatchewan.
Yeah, you know what? It was a great time in Detroit with the Lions for the time that I've been there. And I mean, when they let me go at the end, I sat with Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell when they gave me the news, and I only had good words for them, and it was the same thing on my part. So, I mean, it was a great experience, and I'm happy that I got the chance to show out what I could do on the field with playing time in the training camp inside the building, but also the preseason games. So, no, I was happy with the way I played there, and I mean, obviously didn't end it the way I wanted it to. My objective to go there was to make the team, to make the roster in Detroit. Didn't work out that way for me there, but back with the BC Lions. So, and it was when I left BC, it was like a bittersweet feeling where I wanted to be part of that 2024 team with the whole Grey Cup at the BC Place thing. And I mean, it's been my team, and I've had so much fun here in the past couple of years, but at the same time, I had this opportunity with Detroit that presented itself. So it was like a win-lose situation for me where I really wanted that to happen, but at the same time, I'm happy to be back.
You mentioned playing in the NFL preseason. One of those games in particular, you go to Kansas City Arrowhead Stadium. Patrick Mahomes actually started the game, but you went viral blowing up Carson Wentz for a sack. What was that game day like, and then also to get a sack in the NFL?
Yeah, that was really fun. It's just a preseason game, so I mean, it's hard to be that excited about it because, I mean, for me, it was mainly about showing out and trying to make the team. In order to do that, you need to play well, but it was still the reigning Super Bowl champs and Patrick Mahomes being who he is, the best player in the NFL now. So it was fun to go up against these guys. The Arrowhead was packed because they had their starters playing. So it was really, really fun to be part of that environment. Maybe I didn't enjoy it as much as I should have just because I was just locked in on doing what I had to do, but it was really, really positive. And yeah, had the chance to get a couple of good rushes on the quarterbacks and got Carson Wentz at the end of the first half. So yeah, that was fun. And he's another former NFL MVP, so that was pretty cool. And my phone was blowing up after that game for sure. So it was a really, really cool time for me.
The Lions moved you around a little bit, and I'm curious what that conversation was like with Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes when they tell you they're going to waive you, because it seemed like they really liked you. Did they explain how close it was in that competition?
Not how close it was. Talking about moving me, I mean, they signed me to play at defensive end, and I mean, they figured out really quick that I could do that for them, so they moved me to linebacker, where I played pretty much most of my time there in the meeting room and all that stuff. I was spending most of my times with the linebacker, which was new to me. Did it a little bit in 19 in Chicago, so I mean, it was hard for me because my mission was to make that team as a linebacker, which is not my natural position. But I mean, that's the situation where I was in. So I wasn't about to feel down on myself or whatever. I was just trying to improve and get better to be able to make that team and having more roster flexibility because they knew I could play defensive end. But no, they went in different ways. And I mean, I talked to the coaches, my position coaches afterwards, the defensive coordinator, and I mean, they liked me there. And I mean, some of them were surprised, some of them weren't surprised that they didn't keep me around. But I mean, I'm happy with the way I showed out there, and I'm happy with the training camp I had and the way I played. Wasn't enough since they didn't keep me, but I mean, for me, the most I can do is to do my best, and that's what I did there, and I'm happy with the way I showed out there.
Did the Detroit Lions explain why they didn't keep you on the practice squad? Because I thought that would have been a really great place for you to develop in that new position and continue with them.
No, not I didn't have an explanation that was crystal clear. I mean, there were some of the guys that were on the practice squad the previous year, so maybe it was just more so to keep guys that were around the team and that I have experience with that team before that, or maybe younger guys. I mean, I can only speculate about that, but no, it didn't happen for me, and I don't have necessarily an explanation, but I mean, the way I say it most of the time is the only way you can make a team or stay on a team or win some games is to play good football. So I mean, it was probably on my part to just play better ball, and no, that's what I came to do now with BC, and that's the only thing on my mind day in and day out is just to play good football.
You played pretty well with Detroit, but you came back to the CFL really fast. Were there other NFL teams that reached out? Did you consider any other opportunities before coming back to Canada?
Yeah, well, it happened quickly. Got released on Monday afternoon, and then I had kind of a 48-hour to get picked up by another team. When they do cut down day and they cut down to a 53-man roster, I mean, teams are looking to get rid of players more than to get players to come in. So, I mean, teams are not necessarily looking to bring in players. My agent spoke to a lot of the NFL teams that's been keeping track with me for the last couple of years, and a lot of them liked my film and didn't necessarily want me to get in there or get in their building right away, but there was some maybes. I mean, nothing that was really like precisely with a time frame. So I mean, for me, it was important to play football this year. So when I saw that it wasn't going to move well or move fast, I didn't want to sit out and wait a couple of weeks, a couple of months, or maybe just the phone would have never rang. So I mean, for me, it was a logical decision to try to make that team in the training camp, and if it didn't work out at that point, you know, if no other team was going to pick me up, I was going to come back here.
There have been Saskatchewan Roughriders fans call into our postgame show and say, why didn't the Riders go out and spend money to get Matthew Betts here after the NFL? Was it always going to be the BC Lions for you? Did you entertain other possible CFL teams?
I wouldn't say I didn't entertain it, but with how things moved for me in 2024, with all the the newer things with Detroit and a new team, a new league, new rules, a new system, a new playbook, new locker room, new teammates. A lot of things were new for me with Detroit, which is normal when you switch teams, even more so when you switch leagues. I mean, I felt that for me, in order to play good football, like we just talked about, the best fit for me was to come back in BC with BC this year, just because it's the continuity of what we've been doing for the past 2 years. Knew most of the players, knew everybody on the coaching staff, felt comfortable with the way they were going to use me, just because I know what's expected out of me here. So it was just logical for me here. And I mean, I love this team, and I like the players in here. I love the fans. I love the city of Vancouver. So no, this is my football home. So when they told me they wanted me back, it wasn't that hard of a decision for me to just hop back on board and try to win some football games.
Did you hear from Amar Doman at all?
I didn't talk to him after I got released by Detroit. Heard about a lot of guys in the organization with BC, but funny enough, when I was, I spent maybe 2 days back home after I got released from Detroit and Montreal, and then I flew to Victoria because it was the Victoria game against Ottawa, and I was just walking downtown. It was actually my first time in Victoria, and ran into Amar, so that was funny a little bit. We catch up a little bit there. So I just ran into him randomly in downtown Victoria, so that was funny a little bit. He was wearing his suit and his bright orange tie, so he's hard to miss for sure. But so I had the chance to catch up with him a little bit there.
What's he like as an owner? Because it seems like you talk to anybody around the CFL, he's literally put his money where his mouth is. Plus, he's passionate about the league.
Well, listen, I mean, I'm not into the whole marketing and administrative aspect of football, but I think it's easy to see looking from the outside, or from me looking from the inside in. What he did for that team is spectacular for the past 3 or 4 years now. I mean, everything with the opening kickoff concert, to bring in people with the stadium, to bring in younger fans at BC Place. When you walk downtown Vancouver, you see all these posters in the city in bright orange from the BC Lions. So you really feel like he cares about this football team. We see the results on the field, we see the results off the field, and I mean, probably be the first to tell you that it's a teamwork where the players need to perform on the field. But I mean, we have so many people on the team with Baker and Nick Kowalski, Liam, and I mean, all the people that in marketing and ticket sales, and just do a great job at bringing people and bringing passion around this BC Lions football team. So no, it's been a really, really fun time for me to be part of this team with the new ownership. So no, it's been a good time, and he's definitely somebody who's good for the CFL and the BC Lions.
98 Plaza of Honor inductee Glenn Suter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Fraser Tolmney, your Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan. Saskatchewan is my home, and representing our province in Ottawa is my top priority. That's why I'm working hard to bring home lower prices for you and your family, fighting to axe the carbon tax, standing up for our farmers, and so much more. Canadian football is such an important part of our over 60 communities I serve in Ottawa, and brings so many different people together in a positive way. Let's unite and bring it home for Saskatchewan.
At Flamin, you have room to grow and take space, just like Jerry, who's thriving in a new role.
My name is Jerry Valkamp. I was originally hired on as a parts and rentals associate, and I'm currently a part of the aftermarket support team here at Flamin. One thing I really like about this company is that there's always a wealth of opportunities to grow. There's always opportunity to move around once you're within the business too.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and our current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Fort Capella area, call Calvin at 99 Builders or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
How many water companies can say they've been at the new innovations and new farm inventions at 2 of Canada's large farm shows? Farm Fresh Water has achieved that. How do we do it? Well, we live on a farm. Kelly is a journeyman electrician, and Brian has training as a plumber and a refrigeration mechanic. Our goal was to create perfect water from your dugouts or well with the least amount of maintenance and ongoing costs. That's the way we want it on our farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
Lots of sales in the pipe at 2sauctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head. We got a big sale coming up with farm equipment. We've got collector tractors, completely restored buggies, horse-drawn equipment, and more. We've got bales of hay. We've got bales of straw. We've got an off-site farm sale coming with a whole bunch of livestock equipment, including freestanding panels, windbreak panels, and much, much more. It's easy to register and easy to bid, and check out everything at 2sauctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glassers TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glassers TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Rev Auto Group in Regina is focused on transforming the business of automotive retail and establishing a new standard for excellence in sales and service. They're proud to educate and supply their clients with various electric, hybrid, and gas vehicles, plus pre-owned EVs and Bike Tricks e-bikes. Their in-person and online shopping experience is top-notch, and they support a continuing shift to a greener, eco-friendly environment for future generations. Financing is available. Rev Auto Group, the future of auto.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
Well, howdy! Wood Country Woody here. Now, you already know Vic West Metal Cladding's the very best cladding for your outbuildings, but did you know Vic West also makes for superior roofs and fences? Yes, sir. Durable hardware and comes in abundance of great colors and really just takes the whole darn cake. If it needs metal cladding, make it Vic West from Wood Country in McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale.
Your home is your castle.
Shop online, wood-country.com.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Justin Dunk with you inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge. Honored to be joined by 1998 Plaza of Honor inductee Glenn Suter and 2017 Plaza of Honor inductee Wes Cates. He's my pal, so it's just a regular day. Wes Cates and I kicking it on a game day, but it's not just any game day because it's Plaza of Honor game day. Yeah. What was it like for you going into the Plaza, Glenn?
Oh, just unbelievable honor. And, whenever these kind of things happen, and you don't ever expect them, I don't think. I mean, that's not why you start playing. You play because you love the game. When you feel like you have a chance to maybe actually make a living doing it, that's another whole level. And then the first thing that comes to mind in all of these type of things is that it's the ultimate team game. And I think about my teammates throughout the entire journey, whether that's high school football, college football, or here in Saskatchewan. So, that's the first thing that always comes to mind. But it was a great night to honor Darian, who I think is one of the greatest quarterbacks to play here. And I don't know about you, Wes, but when they were showing the video, and of course Roy Shivers, but when they were showing the video of Darian's career and that playoff run in 2013, I could see that look in his eye, and it gave me goosebumps again. Like, it was just, he wasn't losing that Grey Cup game in 13, and I don't care what team. You could have put an all-star team on the other side in every position, starting with Warren Moon or Ricky Ray or any of them, and Darian Durant was winning that game in 2013. I could see it in his eye in the video, and I said to him after the ceremony, I said, hey, nice job in the speech. I could see that, Glenn. He goes, it's that level of focus that is necessary at the highest levels, and Darian certainly accomplished that. And he got them there a couple of times. Of course, we know about 09 and 10 and didn't finish that. But that 13 run was something special.
If you're watching live on our YouTube channel, you can see some of Darian Durant's career highlights with the Saskatchewan Roughriders. YouTube.com/@sportscage.com. Glenn's segment brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows. Where do you feel Roy Shivers' place is in Rider history?
Well, he set the groundwork for, a whole nother generation of, when you talk about Warren Moon and guys like that, to open the door in the eyes of people in the NFL and CFL to hiring a black general manager or having a black quarterback be your starting quarterback, and not bringing guys that played the position in college and bringing them into the pro level as a receiver, just because of the color of their skin. And I think Roy Shivers was one of the guys that paved the way and, really was a trailblazer in saying that you can be, you can be a black guy in this business and be the GM of a football team. He was the first, and in pro football. So there's that stands out in a big way to me. But talking to Roy Shivers, and I don't know if you guys have had this, but don't you feel like there's always something he has under his sleeve that it's like he has the caramel secret, and he's not going to tell you, but he's going to talk to you as if you know that he knows this secret, and he's not going to give it to you. He's just gonna show it when he needs to win a game or whatever. But whenever I talk to him, I feel like you've got a secret in there. Tell me your secret. What is your secret? It's just this, and plus he will corner you. And the stories that start to fly, I mean, you better put some time aside if you run into Roy Shivers. But congratulations to both, because both have really made their mark.
You were there on that night, and I know you wanted to talk about them raising money for schools as well.
Well, there was $170,000 raised, and this is not just, thrown at sports in school or anything like that. This is where, guys from the Riders that are professional football players will go into a school and they'll talk about mental health and how that a football player, even though it's his profession, will still feel self-doubt at times, will still wonder if he's good enough at times, will still have times when he feels depressed or frustrated. And that the best way to get through those times is to lean on your teammates. Again, the ultimate team game. Lean on your teammate. Lean on the people that you trust. Lean into your parents and the people that, have guided you to this point. And that's what these guys do in the schools, and that's what this money is raised for. And, if it saves one life because a kid is feeling like he's at the end of his rope, I mean, it's so important and so valuable, and $170,000 is nice, and that's what that night was all about.
It goes to a lot of good stuff for sure. They talked about mental health, some equipment, and we're talking about mental health in general of athletes, and they talked about some of the statistics behind. Despite all that, there's still some kids that struggle and decide to do things that. What was the quote? Basically, make a permanent solution to a short-term problem.
Right.
But we talk about mental health. What do you think Nathan Rourke's mental health is so far with his performance in the season and going up against his Riders defense, which shuts down the run? So he knows he's going to have to be a big part of the win.
Folks, that's what you call a segue right there. Go from the mental health I think Nathan is going to find that form again. It's not a matter of if he will, that we saw in back in 22. And remember, he played 10 games in 2022 and was on pace at that time to throw for 6,000 yards.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's Doug Flutie numbers. That's Kent Austin numbers. There's been, I think, 8 or 9 quarterbacks that have thrown for 6,000 yards in the league.
It might be less than that.
It might be less. And he was on pace for 6,000 when he was injured right here at Mosaic Stadium. So, I think he's going to find that form again. It's a matter of when. And right now, I think he's under different pressure. To get to your question, Wes, he's under different pressure because in 22 we were just sort of marveling at his skill set. No one really knew much about him. He was coming from Ohio, and he's a Canadian kid though. And when Rick Campbell said, "We believe in this guy," everyone asked Rick Campbell, "What? You're starting a Canadian quarterback? That doesn't. No, you can't be." And he goes, "No, I believe in him," and he let him go. He was on pace for 6,000. He gets hurt. Now it's a different pressure. Now he goes down the NFL. We all saw what he did down there in the preseason in a few games. I still can't believe he didn't. He's not making big money. That's just another topic for another time. But he is going to find that form. And right now the pressure is not to let down his head coach, who still believes him. Because remember, VA was slinging it in the first 6-7 years weeks of the season.
Only 4 quarterbacks in CFL history have passed for 6,000 yards.
Yeah.
Doug Flutie's done it twice. Ken Austin, Anthony Calvillo, and David Archer is the other one. Doug Flutie almost did it again, 5,945 in 1992. But you're right, it's rarefied air. Let's talk about the Riders.
Yeah.
AJ Ouellette comes back. A lot of talk in Rider Nation, though, about the backfield, and if indeed the Riders are better with number 45 back there, considering what Raekwon Armstead did in Calgary. What say you, Glenn Suter?
Well, first of all, Armstead had a big game, and he's a valuable asset to the team. I mean, when he is fully healthy and there's a choice to maybe even use both of them, that could really open things up in a different way. But, that was one game against the Calgary Stampeders. There was a lot of things that lined up nicely. They weren't great against the run, haven't been all year. I'm not taking anything away from Armstead's performance, but here's why this is great to get AJ Ouellette back to me. The first thing I said when I asked him, "What's your priority coming back?" he said, "To protect Trevor, number one." So I think of all those guys, including Hickson, you have the best pass protector at tailback in AJ Ouellette. So that's number one, because if you give Trevor Harris time to throw the ball, he will dissect any defense in the league. He's maybe the best pocket passer in the game right now, with all due respect to Bo. I think he is on a roll, 3 games that he looks like he's dissecting defenses. So protect him. That's number one. And I also asked AJ, what did you learn from watching when you were out on the injured list? And he said, I learned that I'm going to be more patient. I'm going to get the ball, press the line of scrimmage, and wait for my blocks to develop a little bit, not just slam into the line of scrimmage and hope that something happens there. Mm-hmm. And he mentioned Andrew Harris and how they talked about that when he was in Toronto together with Andrew. So I'm really excited to see him apply that to this game. Get back healthy, first of all, 100% healthy, and protect Trevor first, most importantly. And then let's see if he is patient and if he can and put together that game. Because you remember back in Toronto, I mean, the guy's a 1,000-yard running back.
Glenn Suter joins us live inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. You mentioned AJ Ouellette and his pass protecting. Trevor Harris agrees with you. He said AJ Ouellette's the best pass protector he's ever had in his career. And on the defensive side of the football, he paid Roland Milligan Jr. a high compliment, saying that he's the best halfback that Trevor Harris has seen in his time in the CFL. Do you agree with that?
The best halfback in the CFL. Well, I'd have to go back and think of all the halfbacks to give him that. But I think he's having the best year. He's having an MOP year. He's having a year where I hope that he is considered for MOP, with all due respect to Brady Oliveira in Winnipeg or some other guys that are having big years. To me, I'll say it right now, my vote's going to go to Roland when he comes out of Saskatchewan. I don't vote on the team ones, but I vote in the next round. And Roland's going to be my guy, and it's partly because of what he does on defense, but it's also the special teams contribution. I mean, we've got to start looking at the guys that are covering the kicks, not just the guys returning it, when we're talking about great special teams players. Because, you know, I think of a former teammate of mine in Dan Razovich, who is one of the best.
Dan up.
One of the
Gates brought him up earlier.
He'd be number one if they were counting from the beginning of his career.
Yeah,
guaranteed.
and one of the best cover guys ever to play the game. And you know, Dan didn't really get any recognition because they didn't count them back then. But it's equally as important, because that punt or that kickoff after a score, when you have momentum and then you pin the next offense deep because your guy goes down and makes a tackle, and for Roland to cover a kick for 45 yards on a punt, make the tackle, then go and line up at halfback in the short side of the field against the best receiver the other team has, and catch his wind in that 15 seconds in between plays. You have to be a great athlete, and that's what Roland is, with tremendous instincts. Just, he trusts his instincts. He reminds me of maybe, well, he and TJ Lee are similar players. You remember that play that TJ Lee made last week where he knocked down a swing pass, scooped it up and ran? That's what Roland can do. People have said he might as well put on a Superman cape, because
one great halfback. He didn't play special teams, I don't think. Eddie Davis.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Ryder great.
Trevor Harris might not have played against him, though. He said in the last 12 years that he's been in the league. But Eddie Davis was really good.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Real quick, I know you want to talk about Deontay Williams being back in the lineup after serving his one-game suspension for dropping Khalil Pimpleton on his head.
Yeah, I asked Coach about that, and I said, have you turned the corner in the discipline area? Because if you don't, at this time of year, you're not going to make it. You're not going to get to the final. You're not going to get to the championship. If you're an undisciplined team at this time of year, it's just not going to happen for you. So I asked him if he turned the corner, and Coach said we're getting there. He's still working on it. He's still sending that message. And then we talked about Williams and that play. And maybe that was the one that the rest of the guys in the room looked and went, okay, there's a line here, guys. Yes, you want to play physical, but if you cross over, and most importantly, you've hurt your teammates because you've let them down because he wasn't available for the next game. Yeah. That's letting down your teammates. So you don't want to be a bad teammate in this game, and that's what you learn from that message, looking at him go through that. Secondly, you lose a paycheck, so that affects your family.
About $4,000.
There you go. Yeah. And third, you put your team on the field back 15. Now, in that case, it didn't matter. It was at the end of the game. But it could matter and will matter in the playoffs if you're not undisciplined. So he said it's a work in progress. They feel like it's getting closer, and they feel like the Williams play maybe sent more of a message to the team than anything that the coach could say.
Glenn, have a great call. This is a big one, about as big as they get in the regular season.
I love it. It's playoff game number 1. Home field on the line, guys.
There you
go. On the other side, we're talking head-top catches, specifically by Keyshawn Johnson. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, and the home of Rider Nation, as Rider Nation has filled up the Harvard Studio 620 Lounge, streaming live on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
You've heard of Flamin and what we do, but why work here? Here's Melissa, a member of our team for 7 years.
I love working at Flamin. It's just got a little bit of everything that I look for in a job. The people here are great, the employees, customers, suppliers. It's a great teamwork environment. It's just got a good work-life balance, good flexibility, which is important to me as well.
Our people are what make us great. You fit at Flamin. To learn more, visit flamin.com/careers.
Visit your local Integra Tire dealer for all of your car's mechanical service needs. One of the most important safety aspects for your vehicle are tires. Get new tires for your vehicle to keep you and your family safe on the road. Their team is also there for all of your mechanical services and will keep your vehicle running in top condition. They can even tow you and get you fixed up if your vehicle is stopped somewhere. Your locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersections of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
Looking for agricultural equipment from the most trusted brands? Redverse Ag Supply has got you covered. They proudly carry a wide range of products from Kubota, Versatile, Degelman, Seedmaster, and MacDon. From seeding to harvest and everywhere in between, Redverse Ag has the right equipment to tackle any job. Discover the quality and performance of these brands by visiting redverseagsupply.ca. Browse their extensive selection and find the perfect fit for your farm, season after season. Redverse Ag Supply, your destination for top-notch agricultural brands.
Nelson GM in Assiniboia and Avonlea is proud to salute the agriculture producers. If you're looking for that perfect vehicle to fit your ag lifestyle, check out their new and used lineup at either location. With lots on the lot to choose from, they've got tons of new and used trucks now in stock. And if they don't have it, they'll get it for you. That's small town service with a long-standing reputation of one of the province's premier GM dealers. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for 65 years. NelsonGM.com.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions. Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. UncommonDevelopments.ca.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
It's packed inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge, as it should be. Big-time matchup. BC Lions in town to take on your Saskatchewan Roughriders. Home playoff game implications on the line. And a major reason why is because Keyshawn Johnson made an unbelievable head-top catch against the Edmonton Elks last week. It caught the attention of Corey Mace.
Riddled throughout his career in college, smooth route runner as well. You love to see that. You look at you jump out and you think about the receiver that come out of that school and the records that he's broken from Devontae Adams. You got to be pretty good to do that. We knew that there was potential there, that we'd have a special player. Certainly, I think, there was a couple games early where, he maybe wasn't on the roster. And when he's got an opportunity, he's made the best of it. And it's not just catching the ball. We ask so much of these receivers. We try to push them to be selfless, and when they don't have the ball, what do you look like? What are you doing for your teammates? And he's bought in on that stuff too. So composure, no moment's too big for the guy. He's just a pro's pro. Special teams play, if we need it, he's down to do it. So selfless guy that's really talented. We like those kind of players.
This is Thoughts with JD, brought to you by Redvers Agricultural Supply, your Kubota, Versatile, and Degelman dealer in Redvers. Visit redversag.ca. Johnson has 5 touchdown catches in his last 7 games, all of them coming from Trevor Harris. But when you see a player making catches like that and doing what Johnson did last week, how much does that boost the confidence of the offense?
I mean, jacks it up a bunch. You're talking about a guy that just got here. You know, he doesn't necessarily have that great a rapport, but obviously we're well into the season. But he just comes in and, like Coach said, every time he gets a chance on the field, he kind of bides his time. And then when he got his opportunities, he's out there making plays. And what impresses me is his route running, the way he actually gets separation, and then the way he attacks the ball. And then he's done some stuff with the ball after he's caught it. So it's not like he's just one of these guys. He kind of has the full package. And I've always been a fan of the Keyshawn Johnson Sr. because my high school was mimicked after USC's uniform. So he was always one of my favorite receivers. And I noticed that this Keyshawn has the same number. So I wonder if he was inspired by the namesake, but just a dominant receiver and somebody that Trevor Harris and the Riders can rely on week in and week out.
You mentioned yards after the catch. Keyshawn Johnson has 243 of them this season so far. When you hear that he has more receptions and yards in Fresno State history than a Devontae Adams, what do you think?
How did he get to the CFL? I'm like, okay, Devontae Adams is like arguably the best receiver in the NFL, and this guy broke all his collegiate records. So I think it's just a blessing. And it speaks to Jeremy O'Day and Coach Mason and finding this guy, getting him here, and giving him his opportunities. I mean, like, sometimes you just need a chance. And clearly this is a guy that knows how to play football, can catch the ball. I mean, we talked about him dunking on the DB last week, going up and making a big catch. And like we said, what is he, 7 touchdowns you said? He's like
5 touchdowns in his last 7 games.
Yeah, 5 in his last 7. I mean, we're talking about half the season. Anytime you're on that 10 touchdown pace, you're good to go as an offensive weapon.
Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder are good to go for the Rider Nation Hour here inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge. That and more coming up next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Haley Rickenizer here, and very proud to be from Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. Also very proud to be a champion of the Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism, a group that's raising awareness around home supports for aging gracefully and well at home, keeping people out of the medical system, which reduces the burden on our medical system, at home with their family and loved ones, and in a place where they feel comfortable and secure.
Find out more about home supports and all SSM programs at skseniorsmechanism.ca.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. I gotta tell you, when I first learned TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that pretty much sealed the deal right there. I'd rather sit on my deck than sand it, tell you what. But TimberTech composite decking material also comes with tons of pretty colors and features a sweet little hidden fastener system. When you need pretty and pretty easy to build with, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale.
Meet your new favorite shade of green. At Nick's Service, we offer the Fendt 500 Vario Series tractor that's tailor-made for your farm. Get better stability, ease of use, and comfort with one tractor. Whether you're feeding, tilling, baling, or hauling, this series is built for your farm. Experience up to 163 horsepower with this multi-purpose tractor. Visit Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nicksservice.com to get a quote on the Fendt 500 Vario Series.
This football season, Positively Perfect will be introducing their MVP, Most Valuable Pups. They understand that your furry friends are all your most valuable players, and that's why they carry the best pet food in town. They offer a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Go long with their full line of grooming services that they also have available. Score all the pet touchdowns and get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect, 4637 Ray Street, and visit their Facebook page.
Lots of sales in the pipe at 2sauctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head. We got a big sale coming up with farm equipment. We've got collector tractors, completely restored buggies, horse-drawn equipment, and more. We've got bales of hay. We've got bales of straw. We've got an off-site farm sale coming with a whole bunch of livestock equipment, including freestanding panels, windbreak panels, and much, much more. It's easy to register and easy to bid, and check out everything at 2sauctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Strasbourg, Last Mountain Lake area, call Dean at Solid Works Carpentry or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
You've heard of Flamin and what we do, but why work here? Here's Melissa, a member of our team for 7 years.
I love working at Flamin. It's just got a little bit of everything that I look for in a job. The people here are great. The employees, customers, suppliers. It's a great teamwork environment. It's just got a good work-life balance, good flexibility, which is important to me as well.
Our people are what make us great. You fit at Flamin. To learn more, visit flamin.com/careers.
It's 3rd and short. Your team is on a roll. Remote in hand, chips and dip ready. Only thing left to do is flip the handle and get those feet up. High five to Ashdowns Furniture in Moose Jaw. They have an incredible selection of Lazy Boy recliners. Recliners built for comfort, built for relaxation, built for yelling at those blind refs. Make your next game day a Lazy Boy game day. Come down, sit down, kick back, and lay around with the best recliners in town. Ashdowns Furniture, 38 High Street West in Moose Jaw. Game on.
For the ultimates in ease during the busy spraying season, your friends at Spray Test Controls have the solution. Comatra Blue LED lights are easily mounted on the wing booms, close to the pivot, shining out to the end of the boom. The bright blue LED lights illuminate the nozzle pattern, and they only draw 1.5 amps each, so you can connect them to the light circuit or use a separate power supply. Learn more about Comatra Blue LED lights. See spraytest.com or call 1-855-859-1200.
Harvard Media has been the flagship radio partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders for over 4 decades. The rich tradition with the green and white continues. This is the Rider Nation Pre-Game Show, brought to you by the Cooperators, Western Ag Professional Agronomy, AgCo, Sask Lotteries, Johnston's Grain, SaskTel, Bayer Crop Science, Capital Auto Group, your Sask Party Caucus, Connexus Credit Union. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
It's game day, Rider Nation, and all kinds of green and white fans have assembled inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge. It is packed in here, and rightfully so. Big-time football game going down. BC Lions and Saskatchewan Roughriders. Playoff implications on the line. Home playoff game implications on the line, I should say. Let's get to it, fellas. Setting the stage, brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows or call 1-866-362-6525.
8-7-1 Saskatchewan Roughriders hosting the 8-8 BC Lions. Pretty simple. Home playoff game is on the line. I don't know that there's been a bigger game in a long time in Rider Nation, Luke.
Yeah, it feels good to be here, quite frankly. I mean, this fan base has gone through a lot of drama over the last few seasons, and I think that to be in this position, it's nice. When you have a team also that really looks to focus in on just going 1-0 every single week, you feel like you're guarded against the narratives that are flying around. And that's probably the key thing, is not to listen to the narratives. I thought that the Saskatchewan Roughriders did a really good job last week. All right, there was a ton of scenarios that everybody was talking about. If this, if that, if that. No. Go win the football game. Right? Focus on the things that you can control. Go win the football game, and they did that. And I think that you got to have that same energy and same enthusiasm here in front of your fan base. There's a bunch of scenarios, but none of those scenarios are going to matter if we lose. So let's go out, focus on the things that we can control. This is a team that we can beat. They're not as good as they were when we first saw them, and let's go out and get this win, and then let everything fall into place.
You might hate this, Luke, but the scenario that's still out there,
right?
Even though the players didn't.
No, I don't hate it. I'm in
first place in the West Division. division.
I'm on the media side now, so I like the scenario thing. I'm just saying, I'm speaking from the locker room experience that I have, right, is that you get, yeah, you're right? That's for us, right? So let us worry about the first base game. And quite frankly, and I know I'm going to get, I think if you finish in first place, awesome. You finish in first place, you won the West. But from a player's point of view, I don't mind this team finishing in second and not having that additional bye. And the reason why is next week they have a bye, right? And then they're going up against the Calgary Stampeders. It'll be a nothing game. It'll have that exhibition game feel, especially if they take care of business today, right? But what I'm saying is that's a lot of rest, right? You're going to already have an organic bye that's built into your schedule. It's not a bad thing to finish second in the West, come out here in front of your fans and go and ball out. You don't want too much time. I mean, it'll help you get healthier, but at the same time, it takes the momentum, it takes the repetitions away from the things that you're doing well. And I think that this team has battled so hard to start doing certain things well that you don't want too much downtime because you don't want to risk that momentum falling off.
You know what I think is funny when you talk about momentum, right? So week 6 of the season, we went into Vancouver to play the BC Lions, we being the Saskatchewan Roughriders. And it was a first-place showdown at the time. And if you said in week 6 that, hey, coming up when these two teams meet again together in October, that they're going to be playing for a home playoff game, I don't think anybody would have been surprised.
Right.
However, I think you got to be shocked that it's for the West semifinal, as the Riders, since that Week 6 game, have gone 4-7-1. The BC Lions have gone 3-7-0. So the Riders, fortunately, have won 3 in a row coming into this. Now they've got an opportunity, in my eyes, to go ahead and say, okay, this is who we are. We're getting healthy. We've gone ahead and we've lost by so many small ways, and we've figured out a way to go ahead and turn this around. Whereas I think the BC Lions have got a lot of questions to answer before they get to that point. Am I wrong?
Well, I think you're right because I think the BC Lions don't have the healthy thing to use as an excuse, right? Like, they're healthy. They're just bad. They're a bad football team. They're not solid up front right now, especially offensive line-wise. They're struggling a lot there. I think there's a huge opportunity for the Saskatchewan Roughriders to put something good on tape against their offensive line today. And, again, I think that if you ask anybody in a locker room, this team reminds me a lot. This BC Lions team, in some ways, reminds me of our 2008 team. And the reason why I say that is because in 2008, if you asked anybody in the Saskatchewan Roughriders, especially on the defensive side of the ball, who we wanted at quarterback, every one of us would have said Darian Durant. Every one of us. Instead, what they did was they put Michael Bishop in there, who couldn't read a defense, who was athletic, but again, couldn't read a defense, right? And it went south. I think the BC Lions are going through that too. I think that there's a ton of players in that locker room that really think VA should be the quarterback of this team. I mean, you look at a guy, Nathan Rourke, since he's come back into this league, he's thrown 7 interceptions. He's only thrown 4 touchdowns, right? You get all of that hoopla and stuff. You got to put that aside. I think that in the locker room, if you let them tell it, and if they were being honest with themselves, I feel like there's a little bit of divide in that locker room because VA was playing outstanding before he got hurt.
Let me throw this one other scenario at you because let's say the Saskatchewan Roughriders win today. Lock up a home playoff game. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers and the Riders both have bye weeks after this week. That would set up Saturday, October 26th. The Bombers play in Montreal against the Alouettes at 1 p.m. local time here before the Riders play the Stampeders. So the Riders would know going into that game what is potentially at play in terms of first place in the West Division. But let's get to the weather, brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca.
Well, being new to Saskatchewan, Dunk, I know you're not familiar with the saying, but if you don't like the weather, wait 10 minutes. That's what we do here in Saskatchewan. And it's 6 o'clock this morning. It looked like we were going to have a double-digit temperature come halftime today. Come noon, it was looking like about 9 degrees. Now it looks like we're going to be in for partly cloudy skies and about 6 degrees. Come halftime, the wind should settle down, so the wind should not be a factor in the second half.
Wanted.
Absolutely.
About 5-10 degrees colder.
And that's exactly what he's going to get today.
Football weather.
Yep.
I love the weather here in Saskatchewan. Again, these big fellas, as a former big fella, you get to run around a whole lot easier. You don't get as tired in the cold. It's when it's hot out, that's when you start getting tired.
What about the wind? Do we think it's going to play a factor?
Wind may be a bit of a factor coming out of the northwest early in this football game, but it looks like it is going to settle down from the forecasting models that I've seen. It looks like it is going to settle down come the second half. Fingers crossed, but we are also inside the bowl, so we should be all right.
All right, on the other side, we'll have betting the odds. We'll get Luke's picks against the spread and the over-under, plus his keys to the game. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with playnow.com/green200. Playnow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit playnow.com/green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Your Cooperators advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
For decades, the Case IH Patriot Sprayer has put every drop of product exactly where you want it. Today, it takes more than timely, accurate spraying to drive profitability. You need complete vehicle control, comfortable cab with built-in luxuries, remote management capabilities, and even more precise spraying technology. The Case IH Patriot 50 Series sprayer delivers all that, plus a bold look that you expect from Case IH. Welcome to the future. To learn more about the Patriot 50 Series sprayer, contact Young's Equipment.
The Saskatchewan Cancer Agency invites you to join Healthy Future Sask, Saskatchewan's largest health research project. If you're between 30 and 74, you can help us uncover the causes of cancer and chronic diseases. We're recruiting Saskatchewan residents to complete a health and lifestyle questionnaire with an optional visit to our study center. Your participation can have a lasting impact on tomorrow's health. For more information, sign up today at visthealthyfuturesask.ca. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Saskatchewan, we have come so far together. More people, more jobs, and a government that invests in hospitals, schools, and highways to meet the challenges of growth. We can keep our economy strong and our future bright with the Saskatchewan Party, or we can turn back to the NDP, who will crash our economy and drive away people, jobs, and opportunity, just like they did before. We've come too far to let that happen. Let's keep our economy strong and our future bright.
Authorized by the financial agents for all provincial Saskatchewan Party candidates.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
There's a chill in the air around Regina and Mosaic Stadium. Where did I say cozy inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge, though? But that means playoff-type football, and that's exactly what this one is today, as your Saskatchewan Roughriders can clinch a home playoff game and stay in the race for first place in the West Division with a win over the visiting BC Lions. It's time for betting the odds, and at the start of the week, the Lions were favored depending on which sports book you looked at. But I wonder if Luc Mullinder took his mortgage payment and put some money down, because it swung to the Saskatchewan Roughriders, who now are, depending where you look, 1.5 point, 1 point, 2 point favorites in this football game with a total of around 50.5.
Now, let's say I had a betting account. I would probably open that betting account. I would take the Riders with that spread, and I would go under 51. That's what I would do. All right? And you know what? I am willing to put a little bit of that mortgage on there today. Yeah, I'm willing to put some mortgage money on that one today. Wow. Let's roll. Let's roll. I think that, again, when you look at these two teams, I think that momentum is on the side of the Riders. Now, that doesn't mean much if you don't come in prepared today to go, but I definitely think momentum is on our side.
Wow. Luke feeling confident. What about you, Dave?
I can see this being a lower scoring game, even though I respect the two offenses completely. I think it's going to be a defensive battle in the colder weather. So I'm with you on the under. The game result is going to be real tight, though, I think. There's so much at stake. This is a playoff game, the third playoff game. And to me, Nathan Rourke had a real good showing the last time he was here in Regina, although he did leave with that turf or that toe injury. Remember that kept him out? Yeah. So I think he's got something to show, something to prove, not only to his teammates in the CFL, but to himself. So I think it's going to be very interesting and an intriguing battle. So is that good enough for sitting on the fence?
That's good enough.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, you sure did plant yourself on that fence.
I really did.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Sure did.
I sure am not. I got a new mortgage.
You like a mailbox. I'm going to call you Mailbox Thomas. Sitting right on that fence.
You usually want to be where the sharp money is flowing, and I feel like the sharp money is on the Riders today. So I'll let that speak for itself. Let's get to Luke's 3 keys to the game for Pattison Liquid Systems. Experts in liquid fertilizer distribution. Fertilizer's just better when it's wetter. Pattison Liquid Systems, expect the best.
Again, we talked about the fact that the Saskatchewan Roughriders, they're starting to put a little bit more things on tape that are positive that you want to build on. So I think that today, the keys to the game are just to continue building on the things that you did really well against Edmonton and really well the game before that. So the first thing is you need to approach first down on defense aggressively, right? So I think that that doesn't mean you have to be pressure heavy, but that just means you need to be playing on the other side of the line of scrimmage. And I think that this defensive line is capable of doing that. Again, for whatever reason, BC Lions, their offensive front just hasn't been good, right? And they've got some names back there like Suk Chung. So take advantage of that, but continue to be aggressive on first down defensively. STFB, sprint to the football. STFB, sprint to the football. That that singular game characteristic from the last two, it's looked impressive defensively. And when you talk about winning championships, one of the things that you see on championship teams is effort to the football. And that has been present over the last few games for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, specifically defensively. So when you see the ball is in it, sprint to it, get to it. There is clips that we can upload where you'll see five, 6 jerseys getting up from the pile, and you'll see one opponent ball carrier, right? Those are the looks and the film cuts that you need to have as you continue to go into this playoff scenario. And the other one is the third key is I really like, especially in Edmonton, I noticed it. It was a little bit more noticeable, maybe because it was a little bit more successful, but first down quick game. Right? You're going to get AJ Ouellette back here today, right? He's going to be good for 4 or 5 yards of carry. But again, I think that you offset it first down. You look to get the ball out of Trevor Harris's hands really quickly. I'm not sure that you need to get it wide. I think you just need to get it out. So look to those slot backs. We went to a lot. You saw we were heavy wide receiver screens. Those take a little bit longer to develop, right? This is a defense that tackles well when they have the opportunity. But I think you just go with the quick game offensively on first down. I think if you mix that up with the AJ Ouellette, I think that you're going to put yourselves in favorable situations there on second down.
I like it.
And I think that that's where the opportunities are going to come. I think the opportunities come against the BC Lions when you're in second down and you're not in a long situation. They don't have a ton of sacks. Sione Tuema's playing good. Christian Covington has 6 QB sacks as well. But the rest of them, right, Matthew Betts, he's got an interception for a touchdown. He hasn't really moved the needle in any way, shape, or form since he's been back. So I think that you can take advantage of that.
All right, stick with us to hear about the injury report, starting lineup, and your quarterback comparison. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Take care of your crops with the Fendt Rogator 900 Series sprayer. It's the industry's only rear boom sprayer with 2 height adjustable clearance for late season protection. Go from standard clearance to high clearance in less than 45 seconds and liquid to dry application in under 2 hours for maximum productivity. Your crops depend on spot-on placement, and this is the sprayer to get the job done. See the Fendt Rogator at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
There is nothing quite like the friendly competition that football season can bring among family and friends. Lucky for you, SaskTel makes it easy to get in the game. Of savings, that is. Introducing our newest rate plan, VIP 70. Get 70 gigabytes of data and more for just $75 a month. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or sastel.com/VIP70. Conditions apply.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Discounts apply for new acres.
The Massey Ferguson 4700 series was designed for smart, ergonomic, and long-lasting operation. Heavier than the competition, a Massey Ferguson 4700 series tractor won't flinch when it comes to pulling larger implements and balers. Tested in the harshest conditions across the globe, these tractors can handle all the tough jobs you throw at them. Stop by Nick's Service in Emerald Park today or visit nickservice.com to learn more about the Massey Ferguson 4700 series.
Saskatchewan, we have come so far together. More people, more jobs, and more opportunities. Vibrant communities and a growing province. Soon, you will have a choice to make. Which party will keep our economy strong and our future bright? The Saskatchewan Party has a strong record of building and growth, while the NDP's record is one of decline, loss, and closures. Let's never go back to that. Let's keep our economy strong and our future bright.
Authorized by the financial agents for all provincial Saskatchewan Party candidates.
For all your grain brokerage needs, call Johnston's Grain. They're hyper-focused on finding growers the best price in the market. Johnston's will deliver the best bids in Western Canada on special crops, milling oats, malt barley, feed grains, damaged grains, and much more. When you think about marketing, think Johnston's. Their expertise helps farmers secure the highest prices while avoiding risky buyers. They'll help you structure your contracts in a way that is good for your farm. Call 844-324-7778.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders host the BC Lions. Winner moves closer to a home playoff game in the postseason. The Riders win. They stay in contention for first place in the West Division. Let's get to your pregame injury report, brought to you by the Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association, which provides cost-effective and convenient training courses online, in person, or on demand anywhere in the province.
Well, injury report is good news, bad news. The good news is this team is getting a whole heck of a lot healthier when you are able to insert Deontay Williams back from the suspension list. You've got AJ Ouellette that returns from the 6-game injured list. You've got Jacob Brammer and Zach Fry returning on the offensive line, and you've got Mitchell Picton coming back. The bad news is, you see Adam Auclair, if you're watching on our stream at sportscage.com, Adam Auclair was a game-time decision. He is out with a knee injury that he suffered in Edmonton last week, as is Lake Corte Moore, also out. So those two nationals are added to that list, but that list, as you can see, is slowly but surely starting to get healthier, and that's a great thing. Is, again, the long-term injuries on the offensive line are kind of starting to resolve themselves. Peter Godber is getting close. Christian Albright was practicing a little bit this week, or at least trying it out a little bit. So there's some great news on that injury front for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. It's not today, but it does look promising in the weeks to come.
They've done well to get to this point with that offensive line. I think that one of the things that the staff isn't getting enough credit for is inserting Trayvon Tate at the right tackle spot. I think that things could have got a lot more anxious if they didn't solidify one of those, because everything was just sort of moving in and out, in and out. I know that when Brammer got inserted into the lineup, everybody was like, okay, this is a guy you can build around, and he went down. So it's nice. You're right, Dave. They're getting healthy at the right time.
How about Edwin Harrison, the job that he's done on the offensive line with these rotating pieces?
Yeah, I think that if there was an Assistant Coach of the Year award across the CFL, Edwin Harrison would be up for it for sure. He's done a fantastic job, man. All these guys, they coach their tail off. And when you look at them, when you see their approach, when they're on the practice fields, you look at the way they interact with their players, they're very much like this is a coaching staff that is very much on the same page, right? Like they all sort of feed off of Coach Mace. They're all cut from that same cloth. They understand what it's like to be a player in the locker room. But I think that this coaching staff has done a good job of actually really focusing in on the coaching aspect as well. You know, you run the risk of going too far into the former player mode as a coach, right? You don't want to get too far over that threshold. You still have to have, you still have to hold guys accountable. You still have to maintain a perspective or a position of authority. And I think that this team has managed to balance that well in their first year, and I think it only gets better from here.
Let's get to the starting lineup, brought to you by Visit Minot in North Dakota. Only 4 hours away, it's your easy getaway to family fun. With a zoo, new children's museum, and more, plan your trip at visitminot.org.
Okay, offensively, let's start. The big one, the insertion of AJ Ouellette. Remarkably, he's missed so much time this season that he's still the team's leading rusher, though. So that speaks to what he can bring coming back into this lineup, let alone in the pass protection game, which Corey Mace talks a lot about with him and his ability to read, understand, and react to what's happening on the football field. So we get a look at AJ Ouellette. I know we're all excited about that. Del Duncan Busby going to get his second start at wide receiver, but let's look up front. You get Zach Fry coming in at left guard, Jacob Brammer coming in at right guard. So for the first time in seemingly forever, this team is going ahead and getting healthy up along that offensive line with those two players inserted. Logan Ferland is going to play at center once again today. So Logan will stay there for now. But like I say, Peter Godber is extremely close, and I would be surprised if we don't see him, if not against Calgary, for sure in that playoff game. For the defensive side of the football, well, there's where some shuffling has to happen. First and foremost on the boundary corner spot, the weak side. That's where Deontay Williams returns from his suspension. That's where he's going to take up shop on that secondary, working alongside with Roland Milligan Jr. And the work the two of them do is really incredible. And I know that Roland Milligan Jr., again, gets all the accolades, but Deontay Williams is doing his part over on that side as well. Adam O'Clair is out. That means AJ Allen is going to start on that weak linebacker spot in his place. Again, it's all part of the ratio. So you got Thurman and Rivas that are also going to be there. And then along the defensive line, no Lake Corte Moore to rotate in. So you bring Marion in, who was just recently signed, along with Lanier, Johnson, Brown, and Cox Jr. up front. So a formidable defense for sure. Unfortunately, took a couple of hits and a big nick with Adam O'Clair. Hopefully it's not something really serious that bye week will help him heal up and get ready to go against Calgary in a couple of weeks.
And my guy, AJ Allen, can get it done now.
Oh,
Those
yeah,
University
yeah.
of Guelph Griffins can play.
Wow, yeah. I've heard that
Did you
before.
hear Corey Mace? Well, he said the other day.
Yeah.
Go Griffins. His
Go
brother
Griffins,
playing for the
yeah.
University of Guelph. Javon Jacobson.
He's had a good year. He's been effective when he's been on the defense, and more importantly, he's been one of their best special teams players.
That's
so
right.
I'm glad to see a guy like that get some playing time. I know you never want to see guys get shine off an injury, but again, this is a business, and I felt like guys have inserted themselves and done well. Like, we never really see a drop-off this year, especially on the defensive side of the ball.
Coach says the standard is the standard. Whoever's playing it, that's the standard, and so far the standard's been met.
Let's see what the standard is with the quarterback comparison, brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca.
This is the 12th start of the season for Trevor Harris, but this is his 8th game back since returning from the 6-game injured list. And just looking at that small sample size on the screen again at sportscage.com, you're going to see his entire year's worth of work. But a 71% completion percentage since he's been back, 2,121 yards, 11 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. He's 1 or 2 in most leading quarterback categories statistically since returning. It has been an impressive showing for the 38-year-old who is, you see those numbers there? That's something else, right? So Trevor Harris has handled business. Nathan Rourke, this is interesting. It's going to be his 8th start of the year, 3-4 on the campaign. He's completed 65% of his passes for 1,500 yards. But Luke, you alluded to it. He's only thrown 4 touchdown passes to 7 interceptions.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. You know, you can't turn the ball over. If you're the franchise quarterback, don't turn the football over. Then you got the other side of the fence where you see Vernon Adams, 14 touchdowns to 7 interceptions. Again, I think that there is probably a lot of guys in that locker room that are if they could, would push for VA to be that starting quarterback. And again, you don't want your locker room off kilter, especially in this time of the year.
Yeah. To be fair to Nathan Rourke, this is his 5th offense of the year. Was learning under Bill O'Brien in New England, Alex Van Pelt. Then he went to New York with Brian Dable and Atlanta.
Yeah.
So
I totally get that. But
5th.
I totally get that. But you signed up for it, right? So, like, that was your journey. You did that. It's not our journey, right? B, you came back and you got paid here. There's no, like, this is a business. And if you're the guy, you need to play like the guy. So I get that, yeah, this is his 5th offense. It's not like Jordan McSimic and him didn't have a relationship, right? I mean, it's not like, the reason why he was in the NFL was because he played so well with Jordan McSimic. So when you get back, it's not like you're meeting the guy for the first time. It's more of like, hey, man, good to see you. I've been so excited to get you back in this offense. So I get it. It's your 5th offense. But at the same time, you signed up for it. This is pro football. You want to be the guy. This is what the guy is expected of. Like Dave said, it's the standard. And Jordan McSimic and you guys have plenty of history. So I get that, but man, right now, and that's the other thing too, you got to remember the locker room, right? The defensive side of the ball. Every time that ball gets turned over, right, you get that grumbling. Guys drop their head and be like, man, we need to put VA in there, right? So they're in a tough spot.
If I'm the mailman, or no, the mailbox, right?
You're the mailbox.
I'm the mailbox. You're the Luc No Love Lost Mullender. Like, wow.
He's right. Nathan Rourke would agree with you. He would say flat out that he needs to play better.
Oh, for sure.
Considering the money that he got this season, $250,000, $150,000 of that in marketing, so it's off the cap. And the money that he's going to get in 2025 and 2026, over $750,000 in 2026, pushing $800,000. We haven't seen money in
you can't have like 7 interceptions
for a long time.
You can't be throwing 65% with that. You're Justin, you're the best at that. You're literally the best at that. Being like, hey man, setting the expectation. All that stuff you just said, you can't have it reading 7 INTs and 4 TDs on your if Justin Dunk is saying that about your salary. It just doesn't vibe. You look on the other side, man, Trevor Harris, we're good. Right? So I don't know, man. And the other guy I think is getting off scot-free here, by the way, is Matthew Betts. That guy came back, and everybody was like, oh, man, we got Matthew Betts back. Here he comes. He hasn't done anything. He's got 1 interception for a touchdown, and they came on the same play in the same game, all right? And that was good. But, I mean, he hasn't done much either. So, again, I think that BC, once you see guys come in, especially guys coming in from the NFL, and the guys that get that big money right off the top, there's expectations there, and the locker room watches it.
Matthew Betts has played in 5 games since coming back from the Detroit Lions, played with the BC Lions, 11 tackles, 1 sack, and as you referenced, that pick 6. Luke, what's it like, though, when players come back from the NFL and get that big money as a player who's been with the team since training camp?
Well, that's what I'm glad you said that, because if I'm Josh Archibald, right, and I'm over here and I'm saying, man, I can barely afford the trip in from Surrey. I got to stop and get myself a Tim Hortons bagel and a coffee. Meantime, here comes Matthew Betts getting shuttled in via limo. You know what I mean? And he's got the same sacks I do? No, that's not cool. You know what I mean? So I'm telling you guys, people know, they take note of that stuff, right? When you're a guy that gets paid. I remember talking to the Hamilton Tiger Cats when Stevie Baggs came back into this league. Everybody in Rider Nation thought we would get him back here. He elected to go to Hamilton, and I knew guys in Hamilton, and it's the same thing when he got there. He got paid big money, right? He made a couple of plays, but it drove. There was certain guys in that locker room that they were not happy with the fact that, hey, man, this guy came in. He should be performing if he's coming in at this pay. So I'm glad we're not in that situation. Just put it that way.
It's about time for you guys to perform. You got a game to call. We'll let you do that. On the other side, one-on-one with the MOP candidate, Roland Milligan Jr. You don't want to miss it. Stick with us. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
At Redhead Equipment, we know that long hauls can take a toll on both trucks and their drivers. That's why we want to make your drive a little easier with the Mack M-Drive automated manual transmission. It detects changes in grade, torque demand, and vehicle weight to change gears and optimize performance and fuel economy. The smooth and accurate shifting maximizes comfort and minimizes driver fatigue. Let Mack's M-Drive work for you so you can stay focused on the road ahead. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Hey, want to grab a burger?
A what?
A burger.
What's that?
A hamburger.
Sorry, I'm a little lost.
A hamburger.
Maybe if I saw one?
Bread with meat in the middle.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Like a souvlaki pita wrap.
No. Win free OPA for a year and you might just forget what other food is. You could win one of 3 grand prizes of OPA for a year or instantly win wraps, fries, and more. Enter on the OPA app or at opaofgreece.com.
Hi, this is Riley McChesney with McDougall Auctioneers, the largest privately owned auction company with the most locations across Canada, specializing in agriculture and heavy equipment. For over 4 decades, we've set the standard in asset auctions, appraisals, and consulting services. Our experience and commitment to innovation and transparency have made us the first choice for customers across the nation. Our expert team of over 90 staff is ready to serve you, and we ensure every auction is a success. McDougall Auctioneers, where every bid counts.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
The Fendt 500 Vario is the right fit for your farm. Whether you have a large cattle or dairy operation, mid-sized grain farm, or hay production that defines your operation, the Fendt 500 has the ability to adapt to meet the needs of your farm to increase the bottom line. And that means more money in your pocket. See the Fendt 500 Vario at Ag World Equipment in Canistino.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Justin Dunk alongside with you, Rider Nation, inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge, as the Saskatchewan Roughriders welcome in the BC Lions. And with a Riders win, a home playoff game can be guaranteed. It's worth noting that after the Toronto Argonauts upset the Winnipeg Blue Bombers at Princess Auto Stadium on Friday night, that the Riders' hopes for first place in the West Division is still alive. What would have to happen? Well, the Bombers would have to lose in the final week of the season to the Montreal Alouettes, and the Riders would have to beat the Lions and the Calgary Stampeders to finish the regular season. Roland Milligan Jr. could have a big hand in that, and he's a major reason why the Riders have already locked up a postseason position. His candidacy for MOP continues to grow as Rider Nation has gotten out and helped him on that path to entice voters to vote for him. I talked to Roland Milligan Jr. about him being an MOP candidate, but also went all the way back to when he first started playing football. You'll never guess what position he lined up first.
I think fullback.
Fullback?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
I can't even remember, to be honest. I was only 4 years old when I started. So, my dad, he took me out to go play, and I don't know, man. That's just where I ended up at.
When did you make the shift to playing defense?
Well, I didn't start playing DB until high school, but growing up, I was always a middle linebacker.
Middle linebacker because you were the fastest, meanest dude on the field, or what?
Basically, yeah. So I can just run sideline to sideline, make all the tackles.
Now, I heard you actually played quarterback in high school. Is that right?
Yeah, my senior year I played quarterback.
Did you want to do that?
Not at all.
Why not?
I played it a little bit when I was younger, but, I wanted to play receiver mostly. And then I was already playing good at DB, so it was just like, I don't really care to play quarterback. And we had other guys who were able to do it. Like, the guy who played behind me, he was a sophomore. He was like 6'4", strong arm and all of that, but I guess the coach didn't really trust me yet because he was younger, so he trusted me. And my teammates, they trust me, so I was like, I'll do it.
Was that partly because you were the best athlete on the field as well?
Partially. So one day, it was in the off season, but we were in school. And, we were out there just playing football, just throwing around, and I was throwing the ball. And the coach just happened to walk out there, and he was like, I didn't know you could throw the ball like that. I'm like, I'm decent. And then I think probably a week or two before spring ball started, he was like, yeah, I want you to play quarterback this year for your last year. I was like, why? I was like, if you wanted me to do that, like, you should have told me this a couple years ago. But I ain't had no problem doing it after he convinced me.
Do you think that helped in terms of schools looking at you during the recruiting process?
Not at all.
No? Why not?
Because I didn't really do much. I only threw for about 500 yards maybe, handed the ball off most of the time. And I had interest from, I think, the Citadel. But other than that, nobody really was looking at me to play quarterback. And then our offense was simple, so it didn't really help me with reading coverages or when I'm on defense, being able to decipher offenses and stuff like that.
What was your recruiting process like then as a defensive back?
It's slow, honestly. I didn't have any major D1 offers, no mid-majors. I had a few FCS offers and a couple D2s, but nothing crazy. I ended up going to Jacksonville University, FCS non-scholarship school.
And just worked your way up?
Yeah, from there I went to junior college and then earned a scholarship, went to UAB, and then they shut the program down at UAB in 2014. And then from there I went to Toledo for my senior year.
You're going all over the place. What was that like for you during your career in college or university?
It was tough. Everybody knows I love being home. That was part of the reason why I went to Jacksonville, just because it was closer to home. And then, after I made the choice to leave, it was like, all right, where do I want to go next? And I was going to walk on to a school in Florida, either like USF or UCF, just because it was close to home. And then one of my teammates from my school, he was like, hey, man, I got a friend of mine that plays at a junior college, but it's in California. And I was like, I don't know if I want to go that far. And, I just felt like I needed to do something different, step outside of my comfort zone. So once I went there, it was like, all right, I know once I get here, it's going to be tough, just new experience for me personally, being away from all my family and friends. So I think my first day there, I called my dad as soon as I got there. He was like, I want to go home. I told him I don't want to be here no more. I want to go home. Like, as soon as I got in my room, put my bags down, I called him. I was like, I don't want to go back home. And then it was kind of the same thing, just jumping around, just being the new guy everywhere, having to work from the bottom up everywhere. It was always a tough situation, but, it kind of helped me get to where I'm at now, building that resiliency and, just being able to adapt in a lot of numerous situations.
What was it like for you to then go from college, university ball, NCAA, and get even a little bit of a look in the NFL?
My biggest thing, making all those jumps from school to school was still trying to get to the NFL. So all those decisions when I was making them, that was at the forefront of my mind. And I knew that was still my goal. And, I knew it made it a little bit tougher just because, you can get, stigmas of, well, he doesn't fit anywhere, so he keeps jumping around, or he's unhappy, so he leaves the situation, whatever the case may be. So, but, I just trusted myself, trusted the process, and just kept working and grinding. And, getting the opportunity was, it was the dream that I wanted. So it worked out.
How would you describe your NFL experience?
Up and down, for sure. I had a lingering injury from college when I first went to Dallas, so, it kind of flared back up, and I ended up getting cut from there. And then working out throughout the fall with about 6 or 7 different teams, not getting signed anywhere. Ended up getting signed in February to Detroit, and then, went through that first year with them on practice squad most of the time, never dressed for a game. And then the next season, I ended up getting cut right after camp, brought back on P squad and cut again. So, just being there, it was like, oh my gosh, like it's just a lot back and forth. And then I think October that year was when I had a trial with Indy, ended up being signed to Indy. I was on practice squad most of that year. And I dressed for one game that year maybe, but didn't play that year. So kind of the same, frustrating feelings, just like, when am I going to really get the opportunity to go play? And then that next year was the year I finally ended up playing. I think I played in 10 or 11 games, had some good plays on special teams, a couple good plays on defense. And, it was tough. I felt like, coming in from college, I didn't really have anyone kind of helping me get through it, guiding me, So I felt like just learning through experience was the biggest thing for me in the NFL. And it kind of prepared me for, where I'm at now. And I just tried to take as much information from a bunch of different guys that I was on teams with, the coaches that I, were being coached by, and try to keep it with me as I've been traveling through my journey.
Do you remember the first time that you heard from the Saskatchewan Roughriders?
Yeah, so it was August of 21 when I got cut from Indy. And then about a month later, when I got healthy, my agent called me and he said, and it's a CFL team, they said they're interested in you. I'm going to email you some information, this and that. And that's when I ended up talking to Kyle, probably a day or two after that. And he was like, no pressure. You don't have to make a decision right now, but just know the interest is there and just let me know what you think. And we'll go from there.
You come up to the CFL, show your potential, and in 2022 limited to 4 games because you tore a ligament in your big toe. What was the recovery process like from that injury, and how did you use it to springboard yourself to this next level Roland Milligan Jr. that we're talking about? Milligan for MOP that we're talking about.
I think, I didn't even want to get the surgery at first, but, they said it can be complications down the road and, bad arthritis and all type of stuff, So once I decided to get the surgery, I think those first 2 weeks were probably one of the hardest times of my career, just not being able to do anything because, all I had to do was sit, I had elevated, with the swelling and still a little bit of bleeding and all type of stuff like that. So those first 2 weeks probably were the toughest part of it. And then after that, I got my stitches out. And once I was able to see my foot and the rest of my leg from inside of the cast, it kind of got me down a little bit just because, it was smaller than my other leg because I couldn't do anything with it at all. So, but I think it was right around Labor Day when I was able to put my foot on the ground, like with some pressure for the first time. And I was like, all right, I know I'll be fine. And it was now just getting through each step of the recovery process. So from putting my foot on the ground to walking, to jogging, to actively moving and cutting, changing direction and all of that stuff. And then once I was able to move, I knew I was gonna be fine and just was ready to work in the off season with my trainer.
How do you feel when you see the campaigns out there from Rider Nation, Milligan for MOP, billboards, the hashtag, all that stuff?
It's fun, man. It's different. I never had a goal personally of being, MOP. So just seeing people, vouch for me, try to campaign for me, just to push the envelope for me, I appreciate it a lot, man. It's different, and I feel the love.
Do you think that this is now possible?
I do, yeah. I think it was CJ Reeves. He told me that there's never been a defensive player that led in special teams tackles in a major defensive category. So I was like, all right, if I can do that, I know that can give me a chance because it's never been done before. But just seeing what other guys are doing and wanting to compete and be better just because I know I'm competing with a lot of good guys for awards and stuff, that helps push me.
It's usually a quarterback, running back, receiver award.
All right.
Why should a defensive back win it, considering there's never been a full-time defensive back to ever win the CFL's most outstanding player award before?
I just feel like I do a lot, other than just play defense. I play on special teams. I play on punt and I lead the CFL in special teams tackles. I'm not playing on punt and kickoff. So, it's less opportunity the other guys are getting to go make tackles on special teams. And then on defense, I'm playing, the best ball I've ever played in my life. And I think just being consistent and keeping that going is, it's helping give me a chance.
You're dominating 2 of the 3 phases of the game. A lot of times when we look at the offensive players, that's why I wanted to mention it, the quarterbacks, running backs, and receivers. But Roland Milligan Jr. out here dominating 2 of the 3 phases, not just 1. How do you do that game in and game out?
Preparation. From the off season, get my body right, get in shape, being able to sustain throughout games and play a lot of snaps. And then, just throughout the week during practice, just making sure I'm running in practice, running to the ball so I keep my conditioning where it needs to be at. And then, getting in the game, just don't take plays off. Like, you get an opportunity. A lot of guys don't get the opportunity to play, you know, so I've been in that situation before, so now I'm just grateful that I get the opportunity. I don't want to waste that opportunity.
There it is. Hashtag Milligan for MLB. Thanks, Roland.
Appreciate it.
Find out who won in a game of Madden, 7-year-old TJ Harris or AJ Ouellette. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Hi folks, Tim from Young's Equipment, your genuine Case IH parts and service dealer. Harvest is moving fast, so let's plan for next year. There has never been a more critical time to have your equipment ready. Book winter inspections on Case IH combines, tractors, and sprayers. Take advantage of our reduced inspection pricing, 10% off all genuine Case IH parts installed with the inspection. Special trucking rates and Young's loyalty program. Slots are filling fast. Contact Young's Equipment to avoid disappointment. Check youngs.ca today. Conditions apply.
There is nothing quite like the friendly competition that football season can bring among family and friends. Lucky for you, SaskTel makes it easy to get in the game. Of savings, that is. Introducing our newest rate plan, VIP 70. Get 70 gigabytes of data and more for just $75 a month. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or sastel.com/VIP70. Conditions apply.
Crisp, cool, defined. That's the fall season. And that's Colin O'Brien. It's time to layer up this autumn with darker, richer colors that shut out the elements without compromising your style. Sweaters by brands like Bugatti, Patrick Azaraf, Paul & Shark, crafted with the highest quality materials for functionality that matches their appeal. Meet fall with confidence. Colin O'Brien Man's Shop. Contemporary, urban, defined. 1825 Hamilton. ColinO'Brien.com.
Hey, it's Trevor Harris from your Saskatchewan Roughriders. You know what I love as much as throwing touchdowns? Driving a great truck from Capital GMC. They have a huge inventory of trucks, SUVs, luxury cars, and more. You'll find something that suits your style and budget. They're also big supporters of the riders and our communities. So, whether you're a diehard Riders fan or just looking for a great deal, check out Capital GMC today. They'll make you feel like an MVP.
Capital GMC Buick Cadillac in Regina. We drive Rider Nation.
Saskatchewan, we have come so far together. More people, more jobs. And a government that invests in hospitals, schools, and highways to meet the challenges of growth. We can keep our economy strong and our future bright with the Saskatchewan Party, or we can turn back to the NDP, who will crash our economy and drive away people, jobs, and opportunity, just like they did before. We've come too far to let that happen. Let's keep our economy strong and our future bright.
Authorized by the financial agents for all provincial Saskatchewan Party candidates.
Your Cooperators advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
It's game day, Rider Nation. BC Lions, Saskatchewan Roughriders in a big one at Mosaic Stadium. And Trevor Harris has his buddy back in the backfield, AJ Ouellette, and their relationship continues to grow.
For my first 8 weeks, 10 weeks of me having my leg injury last year, I have my leg propped up, and I'm just hearing my son running through the house, AJ Ouellette, run. I'm like, can you stop being a stinking Argonaut? And so like this offseason when I knew we had a chance to get AJ, I was like, okay, this guy might actually be my teammate. Maybe TJ was onto something. And so it was one of those situations where my son like loved him as a player. And he was like, Dad, I know we're supposed to root for the Riders, but can I root for AJ too? And I was like, yeah, he's an Ohio guy. Go ahead. And so he rooted for him individually. And so now it's worked out that he's gotten to, see one of his favorite players and played Madden against him, and he played against Rockwell last night, and so he does a good job of being a big CFL fan, and he's pretty cool because he gets to meet his superhero, my teammates that are superheroes to him.
How old is TJ?
7.
It's
even worse for AJ.
Yeah.
On the other side, hear from Corey Mason what his defense needs to do to slow down Nathan Rourke enough to get a win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
From minor repairs to complete rebuilds, Golden West Trailer and Equipment has been your #1 repair shop since 1979. Saskatchewan owned and operated, they have dealerships in Moose Jaw, Saskatoon, and Winkler. They're Canada's only full-line Wilson trailer dealer and the biggest move-all trailer dealer in the country. Be sure to also check out their parts and service section. For your heavy truck and trailer service and parts, all SGI accredited, visit Golden West Trailer and Equipment today.
The Saskatchewan Cancer Agency invites you to join Healthy Future Sask, Saskatchewan's largest health research project. If you're between 30 and 74, you can help us uncover the causes of cancer and chronic diseases. We're recruiting Saskatchewan residents to complete a health and lifestyle questionnaire with an optional visit to our study center. Your participation can have a lasting impact on tomorrow's health. For more information, sign up today at visithealthyfuturesask.ca. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
For all your grain brokerage needs, call Johnston's Grain. They're hyper-focused on finding growers the best price in the market. Johnston's will deliver the best bids in Western Canada on special crops, milling oats, malt barley, feed grains, damaged grains, and much more. When you think about marketing, think Johnston's. Their expertise helps farmers secure the highest prices while avoiding risky buyers. They'll help you structure your contracts in a way that is good for your farm. Call 844-324-7778.
Revolutionize your operation and get more power with a Fendt 1100 Vario MT. The Fendt 1100 Vario MT not only touts the highest horsepower in the industry, but is the only tractor of this size to feature the revolutionary Vario CVT transmission. Get uncompromising performance and reliability with Fendt. See the Fendt 1100 track tractors at Owens & Schweitzer in Eston.
Fall is here, and your friends at Windsor Plywood in Regina, Yorkton, Prince Albert, and Saskatoon are here to help beautify your homes. From the elegance and durability of Winchester vinyl flooring to fully customizable interior and exterior doors, right to their massive selection of live edge and unique pieces for any project. Windsor Plywood has what you need to get your projects, builds, or renos complete. For your next job, trust the experts. Windsor Plywood, Regina, Yorkton, Prince Albert, and Saskatoon.
I'm Carla Beck, leader of the Saskatchewan NDP. Right now, life is just too damn expensive. That's why, as Premier, I won't raise your taxes. In fact, I'll cut taxes, making it cheaper to gas up your vehicle and buy winter clothes for the kids. And I'm the only leader in this campaign who can say that. It's time for a change in Saskatchewan. I'm Carla Beck, and I approve this message.
Authorized by the Chief Official Agent for the Sask NDP.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
It's buzzing at Mosaic Stadium, moments away from kickoff, and despite the fact that Canadian quarterback Nathan Rourke has thrown for more interceptions than touchdowns since coming back to the Canadian Football League, Corey Mace is wary of his playmaking ability. His commentary brought to you by Saloon Tire. Cars, trucks, or SUVs, Saloon Tire has you covered like a championship-winning defense, league-leading value, and performance you can count on.
Details, man. Details. You got to be on top of everything. He is a very bright mind. He's very comfortable with who I would say is a really good offensive coordinator and Jordan Maximic. Everything's built off of timing. You got to get them off schedule, and you got to be clamped on the back end and trying to make him uncomfortable in the pocket. So, there's been some games where teams try to force their hand a little bit and try to force them into turning the ball over, which we pride ourselves on defensively here. So it's going to come down to the details and possession. If we don't have it, go get it. And when we do have it, keep it.
It's game time, Rider Nation. That's how Corey Mace believes his defense can stop Nathan Rourke and help the Riders get a critical win today. If Saskatchewan wins, they are guaranteed to host a home playoff game and, perhaps more importantly, stay alive and in contention for first place in the West Division, because the Winnipeg Blue Bombers lost on Friday night to the Toronto Argonauts. If the Riders want to get first place, it starts now. Beat the BC Lions, as Luc Mullinder would say, win the game in front of you. On the other side, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder with the call of the biggest game of the regular season to date. BC Lions, Saskatchewan Roughriders next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Complete your application field goals with the new AB640 90-foot air boom applicator from Salford. The AB640 is 28% more coverage per pass, getting you to the goal faster. Spend more time on the drive and less time on the sidelines with double the capacity of most floaters. Check out the new AB640 at your local Salford dealer or online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and Eberassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn.
Hey, want to grab a burger?
A what?
A burger.
What's that?
A hamburger.
Sorry, I'm a little lost.
A hamburger.
Maybe if I saw one?
Bread with meat in the middle.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Like a souvlaki pita wrap.
No.
Win free OPA for a year and you might just forget what other food is. You could win one of 3 grand prizes of OPA for a year or instantly win wraps, fries, and more. Enter on the OPA app or at opaofgreece.com.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Discounts apply for new acres.
Attention farmers, DeKalb is hitting the field with high-performing canola hybrids, like the new 400 series, which delivers high yield potential, improved pod shatter genetics, club root resistance, and powerful herbicide flexibility, all in one bag. Looks like Saskatchewan isn't the only team you should be keeping an eye on this season. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK. Always read and follow label directions.
The fields are being harvested. The work is almost done. Before you store your equipment after another busy year, take it to Redhead Equipment for a winter works inspection with genuine Case IH parts and service. Book now and take advantage of free trucking. Also, ask about our block labor promotion. Act fast. Seating will be here before you know it. Winter works inspections and genuine Case IH parts and service at Redhead Equipment. Making tracks since 1948.
Rider Nation, it's game day. Saskatchewan Roughrider football is brought to you by Bayer Crop Science, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, Salford Equipment, SegaPlayNow.com, Quality Tire, Redhead Equipment, McDougall Auctioneers, Claws of America. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Time now for the first quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network. Riders play here. This is the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network. Welcoming affiliate stations GX94 Yorkton, 96.3 Cruise FM Saskatoon, Beach Radio 750 Melfort, and Saskatchewan Country CKBI Prince Albert, CJNB North Battleford, and CJNS Meadow Lake. Riders play here. This is the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network. Welcoming affiliate stations GX94 Yorkton, 96.3 Cruise FM Saskatoon, Beach Radio 750 Melfort, and Saskatchewan Country CKBI Prince Albert, CJNB North Battleford, and CJNS Meadow Lake.
Offense with a running attack that is gaining momentum. Defensively, Roland Milligan Jr. is a game changer. Kind of like the Wicked Witch of the West. He's scary all over the field and isn't afraid to take the ball away.
Here's a coin for today's game. The CFL logo is heads. The Riders
today, which could pour water and melt away the defensive hopes. For BC, the Grey Cup hosts, they're hoping that they can click their heels a couple of times and find the magic that they have had at the start of the season. At the time, it seemed like a scarecrow move. You know, a no-brainer that Vernon Adams Jr. would be the league MOP. However, the return to the league by the Wizard, quarterback Nathan Rourke, has been inconsistent and a little underwhelming at times. He's looking to find his groove and get this team headed in the right direction after alternating 2-game win and 2-game losing streaks the last third of the season. Trust me, this team, they're not a group of cowardly lions, and they're ready to spoil the party in front of all of the munchkins at Mosaic Stadium. The Quality Tire coin toss. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan has just happened with the captains at midfield. Did you see what happened, Luke?
I actually didn't see what happened. I'm sorry. I was sitting there focused on the flag bearers and stuff. But hold on, I'm going to give you
the Riders won and deferred. So there
we go, John. I'm glad one guy's doing his job up in the booth, Dave. John's on top of things, saving us. Good move to defer, though. I know that we talked about it with our other producer, Pat Janix, today about potentially the wind maybe playing a factor later on tonight. Nothing doing right now as far as impact.
Well, we're going to get set for kickoff. The Saskatchewan Roughriders are wearing their green jerseys with the white numbers, green pants. Of course, the familiar S emblazoned on either side of their helmets. The BC Lions wearing their road uniforms, the white jerseys with the silver pants, black socks, and, of course, that black helmet with the orange logo on either side. The Saskatchewan Roughriders will be defending the south end zone. That is to our broadcast right. Brett Lawther, who's playing game 101 of his CFL career, will march his troops out onto the field as the BC Lions will get set to return this opening kickoff, as they move the pyrotechnics off the field and get set for kickoff here at Mosaic Stadium on a beautiful October night. I know some fans are a little cold, but you know what? It's October, it's football, and I don't think anybody would want it any differently.
Yeah, this is a great day for football. Perfect atmosphere. Rider Nation is buzzing, and so much on the line. But again, we talked about this in the pregame show. It's real easy to ignore the narratives when you are a team that has approached every single game as a 1-0 situation going back to training camp. So I think that this team hears less of it. It's out there nonetheless, and it will definitely be out there if Saskatchewan does what they need to do and win this game against a good BC Lions squad that is struggling, though.
So Brett Lother will kick this one into the evening's breeze, if you will, as there's a little one here at field level. It's more of a gusty northerly breeze outside of the stadium. Back to return is Terry Williams for the BC Lions. He'll await this kickoff standing at about his 13-yard line in front of the 13th man here at Mosaic. So Lother getting set to put that ball in the tee, and we're getting set to go in a game that very well is going to determine a home playoff opportunity for the victor. The Quality Tire kickoff. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. See them at qualitytire.ca. Brett Lother hops to get the blood flowing in the legs. Marches off his 8-yard approach. Takes a couple of steps towards the near sideline. Getting set to put his arm in the air is Justin McInnes, today's head referee. Puts whistle to mouth. Foot to ball. We're underway. It's football night now at Mosaic Stadium. Williams going to take the opening kickoff at his 22 for BC. He'll elude the first group of tacklers and then be brought down around the 40-yard line. And that's where Nathan Rourke, making his 8th start since returning to the Canadian Football League from a National Football League opportunity. And he'll take to the field after a 58-yard kick and an 18-yard return.
Hey, listen, it's an interesting first play here on the kickoff. You have AJ Ouellette, who's making his first start of the season, and he has an easy tackle on this return, and he misses it. Might have been thinking about this first rep defensively.
1st and 10 for Nathan Rourke and the BC Lions offense on the left-hand hash. Just underway at Mosaic. Handoff on first down goes to Stanbeck. He's going to try to move the pile as a helmet comes flying out. Fans thought it was a football, and instead it's just a helmet. Stanbeck is going to be wrapped up after a gain about 5.
Yeah, Anthony Lanier came back in from his defensive end spot. Made the tackle a little bit high. That's why the helmet comes off. Stanbeck's having a good year. 2 touchdowns through the air, 3 touchdowns on the ground, 44 receptions. 217 carries, so they've used him in a number of situations.
1,100 yards running the football as well. It's 2nd and medium for the BC Lions offense. Receivers in motion, far side for Rourke. That's where he looks. Going to swing it out. That is in and out of the arms of the intended receiver, and it's picked up by the Riders. They're bringing it back the other way to the 15, 10, 5, touchdown, Riders! Welcome to the starting lineup, AJ Ouellette.
Oh, this is fantastic.
The previous play is being automatically reviewed by Command Center.
We always talk about this ball and this defense being around the football, sprinting to the football. It was one of our keys to the game. Here, the receiver bobbles it for BC, and there's 4 guys, including AJ Ouellette, around the ball when it is fumbled. He grabs it, and what a start. He misses a tackle on the opening kickoff, comes out, gets a pick 6. That's a great reaction. And again, there's 4 green jerseys around this football. And when you talk about that keys to the game, you need to continue putting that on film. This is a great start for Saskatchewan.
AJ Ouellette on the interception return for touchdown for the Riders. Going to put them on the boards first. A 48-yard interception return for AJ Ouellette. And if you were to give assists, you could give one to Thurman, to Milligan Jr., who also had the ball go off their hands before Allen squeezed it.
Well, I'm going to give the first assist to number 31, William Stanback, who we just finished complimenting on his year. Goes and bobbles it. That's great. We'll take it. 6-zip.
Point after attempt to come from Brett Lother. Clean snap. Kick is up and into the wind. It'll sail through the uprights. And the Saskatchewan Roughriders take an early 7-0 lead. Just a minute and 26 seconds into the football game here at Mosaic Stadium, as we've got some conversations occurring right at the line of scrimmage following the point after, but nothing more is going to come of it aside from the Riders taking an early lead.
Tips and overthrows. That's the key to tracking turnovers down. We used to talk about it in the defensive meeting room all the time. Here, a tip ball leads to an interception, leads to the first score of the game. And for a team that wants to lock this up and get back here come the playoff, that is probably the best start you could ask for.
I don't think you can ask for much better. Coach Mace wants his team to start fast. They do.
Yeah.
A minute 26 in, they grab 7-0 lead in this critical matchup with the BC Lions. AJ Allen's first interception of the season for the 3-year pro to Guelph.
Well, more importantly, too, that's the 8th interception that's going to be charged to Nathan Rourke's account. 8 of those compared to 4 touchdowns. He's going to have to get that better. And I'm going to be honest with you, the BC sidelines doesn't look like there's a ton of energy on it. I noticed that in the warm-up, but didn't think much of it.
So Lawther is going to use another quality tire kickoff to Terry Williams, and he'll accept it as 22. He'll stutter step, going to get outside, be forced out of bounds right at the Lions bench, then takes a late hit. There's no flags down, but he steps out of bounds around the 48-yard line. So good field position for Nathan Rourke and the BC Lions and their second offensive possession.
Yeah, I'm actually going to throw a caution flag into the wind here for you, Dave. That's the second return we've seen where guys have been flopping around, missing tackles. For one of the more consistent units on this team this year, they're going to want to shore that up.
58 on the kickoff, 25 on the return for Williams, and Nathan Rourke of the offense will go back to work. Williams stand back in the gun beside him. Man in motion in the backfield is David Mackey, the fullback. Rourke back to pass on first down. Looks to the near side. That's going to be complete near side right at the Rider bench, as hauling it in is number 19, Aiden Eberhardt. That's his 34th reception of the season, and it looks like it'll be the first down of the game.
Yeah, Eberhardt hasn't gotten himself too many footballs, but another one of these receivers on this BC Lions squad that, again, offensively, they got a ton of potential. They just got to put it together.
So Rourke in the BC offense go into tempo mode, extra body on the offensive line. Fake a handoff to Stanbeck. Rourke with time over the middle, and it's intercepted! His second of the game, and the Riders have it! It's Deontay Williams, his third pick of the season, and it's 2 turnovers for the Saskatchewan Roughriders in 2 possessions.
Well, you're 2 for 2 here. Nathan Rourke starts with the play-action fake. And this is on him. He doesn't have much pressure in his face. He just throws a dart over the middle. He's trying to get the football to Keon Hatcher. And Deontay Williams, who's had a really good season, but we haven't talked about him as much because of Roland Milligan Jr.'s outstanding year. He's been a refreshing rookie in that secondary for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. 2 for 2 in turnovers.
Absolutely. Olympic RTM's turnovers, 2-0 in favor of the Riders. The scoreboard, 7-0 in favor of the green and white. We'll be back with more in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Your Cooperators advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Jeremy Saxby in Regina a call at 306-359-2699 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
For 65 years, we've sown the seeds of Saskatchewan's innovative nature. We have supported farmers here at home and around the world and helped feed the future together. Today, Nutrien is the province's largest private sector employer and the largest producer of potash in the world. Join us as we celebrate 65 years of potash production, as well as the hard work and dedication of the people of Saskatchewan. From Saskatchewan to the world for 65 years. Nutrien.com/celebrating65.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Derek Bidwell, and about 27,000 of our friends here at Mosaic Stadium tonight have liked what they've seen so far. The Riders leading 7-0 as the Rider offense is making their way towards the sideline again, led by Trevor Harris.
So they might be replaying this here, and obviously every turnover is reviewed, but you're right, the offense for the BC Lions starts warming back up.
After automatic review by the command center, the ruling on the field has been overturned to an incomplete pass. 2nd down.
So there's a huge change of events as the command center weighs in once again. So Nathan Rourke and the offense will come back out as we're going to get a look at it on the Maxtron here in the stadium, and we're not going to get a very good view from that angle, but it looks like Williams had his hand under the ball, but that's going to be either here or there.
I'll tell you what, it was a spectacular play either way. Deontay Williams is trailing in his man position. He dove. Either way, 2nd and 10. The Riders can get off the field here.
BC has the ball in the Saskatchewan 52 as they resume their drive. 5 receivers set for Rourke. Back to pass. He's got time once again. Going to flip it far side. That's complete. Big hit, though, as Marcus Sales comes up to make the hit on the receiver, Keon Hatcher. Hatcher's going to be a good 5 yards shy of the first down, but the Rider physical defense, they're flying around.
Yeah, Marcus Sales, again, we've said so many positive things about him since he got to Saskatchewan. Here he's playing off coverage. The reason why he can do this is because it's 2nd and 10, right? So you can give the receiver some space. Recognizes the action down in front of him. He's got a jump start and almost knocks Stanley Berryhill into the AGT sign.
Stefan Flintoff, who turned 28 back on Wednesday, kicks this one into the air, and it's going to take a bounce for BC and into the Saskatchewan end zone. Mario Alford will pick it up 10 yards deep. Will concede the Rouge, and with 11:33 to go, here comes Trevor Harris and the Rider offense for the first time.
Seems like it's been forever since the start of this game that we've seen an offensive snap of the ball, obviously with the defense keeping the BC Lions on the field.
56-yard punt single for the Lions. And the Riders will go to work with the offense, and Trevor Harris out onto the field, and AJ Ouellette back into the ball game. After sitting out on the 6-game injured list with an injured hip, he's back to block on first down. Harris going to fling it far side. That's complete to Del Duncan Busby. He'll get up to his 52-yard line, and that'll be good for the first Bazendelski Agency's first down of the night.
Our third key to the game today was first down, quick game on offense. And we talked about it can be quick, but let's not try to force them to the sideline. Let's just get the ball out of their hands, maybe between the numbers. And here they get Del Duncan Busby into the flat, and he does the rest with his arm. That's where I think, because now what the team's going to have to start doing is respecting everything, and you can let a guy like AJ Ouellette just pound the ball away when the game gets into that waning hours of the night.
1st and 10 for the Riders at their 53. Ball right-hand hash. Fake the handoff. Harris to pass. Flings it far side for Ouellette, but he's met immediately. Coming up to make the play for the BC Lions was Ben Hladek, the UBC grad, and he'll stop that right at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, this is a really good job by Hladek. He just understands who he has in the scheme, which is man here defensively. Hladek's playing the weak side spot these days for the Lions, and he just tracks AJ Ouellette coming out of the backfield, makes an easy tackle, puts the Riders in their first 2nd and 10 situation of the game.
Ball on their own 53-yard line. There's 10:20 to go in the opening quarter. Saskatchewan in front of BC 7-1. Harris in the gun. 3 receivers to this near side. BC rushes 5. Harris is going to scramble out of the pocket. Now he'll dump it to Del Duncan Busby once again. And it's another first down for the Rider receiver who's been targeted 15 times this season. And he's made 15 catches. And this time, another first down.
Del Duncan Busby's catching on to professional football exceptionally well. And what I mean by that is here, he's starting to learn where the spots and the zones and the schemes are going to be for him to just settle down. And Trevor Harris here adjusts the pocket when he feels a little bit of pressure, makes a on-the-dot throw, and they proceed to just rack up these first downs. This is a good start.
16 on the gain. 1st and 10 for the Riders on the BC 39. Handoff goes to Ouellette on first down. He'll crash up to the left, cut back to the right before Ben Hladek grabs him around the hips and tries to pull him back. It'll be a gain of a couple, 2nd and long for Saskatchewan.
Got to give credit to the defensive front here for the Lions. I mean, you just got a knockback here at the tight end spot, and it kind of bubbles AJ Ouellette a lot earlier than he wants to make any type of cut. And there, BC rallies to the ball. They got 4 jerseys on AJ Ouellette. 2nd and 7+ being 2nd and 8 now.
TJ Lead comes in for the tackle on that for the Lions as well. His 57th defensive tackle of the season. 2nd and long, Saskatchewan 5 receiver set. BC Bluffs blitz, only going to run 3. Harris over the middle, has it batted down. Intended for Jarrett Stearns, cutting across the middle, but it's knocked away neatly by BC. And a kicking situation coming up for Saskatchewan.
Yeah, I think so. A little bit of a surprise this year in the CFL is Ryder Vargas play for the BC Lions. Here, he's in coverage, knocks it down. He's got 63 defensive tackles. got a few special teams tackles, got a sack. He's been playing well for the Lions, and I think that was probably not in their plan when they started training camp this year.
45-yard attempt coming up for Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals, off the foot of Brett Lothar. Ball's on the far hash. Lothar, head down, gets lots of leg and sends it through the uprights. And the Riders extend their lead 10-1 with 8:28 to go in the opening quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
There is nothing quite like the friendly competition that football season can bring among family and friends. Lucky for you, SaskTel makes it easy to get in the game. Of savings, that is. Introducing our newest rate plan, VIP 70. Get 70 gigabytes of data and more for just $75 a month. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or sasktel.com/VIP70. Conditions apply.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with playnow.com/green200. Playnow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a Playnow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right, visit playnow.com/green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Derek Bidwell's on the sidelines for Ritchie Brothers. We love CFL football. Enjoy the games. Call Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers for all your buying and selling needs. Visit RBauction.com. Let's try to go downstairs to Derek Bidwell. Bidsy.
Hey, Dave. Yeah, you're talking at the start of the game, the energy that would be on the Riders sideline with AJ Ouellette back. Of course, he's a fired-up guy, a feisty guy. And you know the saying, chomping at the bit. You're excited to do something, you're chomping at the bit. Well, I was talking to referee Troy Semenchuk, who I know back from my day playing on the Hilltops. We were teammates way back when. And he said, you think this is going to be a good game? I said, yeah. And then AJ came right by us with a towel in his teeth, and he was trying to rip the towel in half. He was so excited, so fired up to get out there to play. And Troy said, you think he's ready? I said, yeah, I think he's ready to go.
Thanks, Bidsy. 1st and 10 for BC, who've decided to scrimmage from their own 40 following that Brett Lothar 45-yard field goal, his 15th field goal in a row. Rourke going to hand the ball off to Stanbeck. He'll cut to the left, back to the right. Going to get up near the 45-yard line for a gain of 5 before Micah Johnson falls on him. It'll be 2nd and medium for the Lions.
Yeah, Micah Johnson does a good job of shedding Suk Chung, their right guard. Unfortunately, when he does shed him, he loses a little bit of ground, and it's the reason that allows the running back for the BC Lions to gather a little bit of steam. 2nd and 5 here. I'm wondering if Saskatchewan looks at this as a situation where they want to throw some pressure at it. Neither of these defensive have blitzed as yet.
2nd and 5 for the Lions. At their own 45-yard line, 5-receiver package for Nathan Rourke. He's to pass near side. That's complete up to the midfield stripe and into Saskatchewan territory. Down to the 51 is Stanley Berryhill III. The rookie out of Arizona is going to get a big first down for the Lions into Rider territory.
We talked about maybe seeing a blitz. We did see a blitz. They sent a 5-man pressure. They had a stunt with the defensive front, but Rourke does a good job of finding this quick slant to the right side.
1st and 10 now for BC at the Saskatchewan 52. Rourke's back to pass. Lots of time. Here comes the pressure, and he's wrapped up. Who's sitting in lots of time? Not Haba Baldonado or Caleb Sanders. They get home. Big sack. It is a Quill Plains sack attack for the Riders.
Caleb Sanders has been getting more and more reps as he's gotten comfortable in this defense. And here, it's just a fantastic pass rush move against one of the better guards in this league, Suk Chung. Goes to the inside after bull rushing. That's going to end up being some clinic film on some teach tape here at a defensive line camp one of these days. That was a beautiful move. Good job by the youngster.
Saunders' 3rd sack of the season cost BC 8 yards. It's 2nd and 18 for the Lions at their own 50, ball in the middle of the field. Rourke back to pass again. He's got time. He'll have to dump it off underneath to Stanbeck. He'll make the first man stand up and get it back into Saskatchewan territory, but well shy of the first down as he gets it at the 50-yard line. It'll be 3rd and 8.
Yeah, and as good as the BC Lions have been with Sean White kicking 94%, this is definitely out of his range. As a kicker, it would end up being probably a 56-yarder, so they're going to send out Flintoff, try to back the Riders up on their own goal line.
Well, back for an Ibarasa and Sons. Punt return is Mario Alford standing back at his 10-yard line. Flintoff stands at his 46. Here comes the heat from the Riders. Flintoff gets it away. A high kick, though, that's just going to dangle up near the 20. That's where Alford has it. Steps out of bounds at the 25. And here comes Trevor Harrison, the Saskatchewan Roughrider offense, leading 10-1 with 6:09 to go in the opening quarter. We'll take a break and come back with more from Mosaic in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
When you think about it, Connexus is exactly like the Roughriders. We both have a fearsome lineup, a solid game plan, and deep pride in Saskatchewan. Okay, maybe we're not exactly alike, but with Connexus, you've got a team behind you committed to your success and the success of everyone in Rider Nation. So whether you're saving for season tickets on the 50-yard line or saving for your retirement, visit Connexus.ca to get a real home field advantage today. Now, can somebody help me up? I think I sprained my ACL.
Saskatchewan, we have come so far together. More people, more jobs, and more opportunities. Vibrant communities and a growing province. Soon, you will have a choice to make. Which party will keep our economy strong and our future bright? The Saskatchewan Party has a strong record of building and growth, while the NDP's record is one of decline, loss, and closures. Let's never go back to that. Let's keep our economy strong and our future bright.
Authorized by the financial agents for all provincial Saskatchewan Party candidates.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
30-yard punt, 6 yards on the Ibarasa and Sons punt return from Mario Alford. Ibarasa and Sons proudly serving you and your family for over 100 years. Ibarasa and Sons is your local trusted New Holland ag dealers. See ibarasa.com. Today, the Riders are going to set up 1st and 10 at their own 26 with 6:09 to go in the opening quarter, out in front 10-1. Moving into the wind, Luke. Albeit not a real strong wind, as down at field level it's all but dissipated.
Yeah, no, and I wonder how the BC Lions come out of this and are thinking about this possession. I mean, you're down 10-1. You've seen Trevor Harris move the launch point successfully a couple of times. Do you bring something off the edge? Force him to stay in that pocket around that pressure if they can develop some?
Did you ever think back in training camp that you would be worried about teams needing to force Trevor Harris to stay in the pocket?
Yeah, no, I mean, he's 158 years old, right? So you want, it's a miracle.
1st and 10 for the Riders at their own 26. He'll let the lone back in the backfield. He'll get the carry on 1st down, and his room to run. Crosses across the 35 down to the 39. Gain of 13 on the carry, and a big 1st down for AJ Ouellette.
Well, this is a great combo block here from Trayvon Tate, the right tackle, and Jacob Brammer. They pick off the defensive end, and then what it allows Tate to do is just sort of gradually get up to the second level, and when he does, he gets his hat on the middle linebacker, and AJ Ouellette takes advantage, then lowers his head to finish the run strong.
14-run carry for a 1st down for Ouellette. It's 1st and 10 for the Riders on their 40. 5:28 to go in the opening quarter. Harris hands it off again. Not much room this time for Ouellette. Gets across the 40 up near the 42 for a gain of a couple. It'll be 2nd and 8.
Yeah, this is in the category of they get paid too, right? So defensive lineman Pete Robertson, who spent a couple of years here in Rider Nation, you send a bomber receiver from right to left. They try to cut Pete Robertson out of the play. He does a good job of absorbing the block, getting back up, and getting a hat on AJ Ouellette as the rest of his teammates come in. They're going to keep the Riders to 2nd and 8. So this will be interesting. Do the Lions blitz here, or do they just rely on that front 4?
4 down linemen to start. Riders in a 5-receiver package, 3 receivers far side. Del Duncan Busby in motion pre-snap. Harris to pass. Far side, that is complete up across the 50. That'll be good for another Rider 1st down. Is hauling it in just across the 51-yard line with Jareth Stearns.
Yeah, and this is a concept that is perfect against this defense. You got the linebackers dropping into coverage at about 10 yards, it seems. You got a receiver running in front of those linebackers who are dropping, and then you get a receiver running underneath that receiver, and it's Jareth Stearns in the slot, and it's an easy 1st down here for Saskatchewan.
Ball on the right-hand hash for the Riders at their 52 with 4:19 and counting to go in the first quarter. Saskatchewan in front of BC 10-1. There's 4 receivers near side for Harris. Tight end moves to the far side as Ouellette gets the carry. Going to stiff arm 1, stiff arm 2, dive ahead into BC territory up near the BC 51-yard line.
You know, we're not used to seeing this running style from AJ Ouellette. He cuts to the outside on the left side. Saskatchewan's got their big team in, so it's definitely a run. But normally, AJ Ouellette's look to get back up the field. Here, he allows himself to just stiff arm his way to the sideline, ends up picking 8 yards. A really manageable 2nd and 2 here on the Rider 50.
Ball on the left-hand hash for the Riders. 3:37 and counting in the opening quarter. 3 receivers near side, 5 receivers set for these Riders. Here comes the blitz from BC. Handoff once again to Ouellette. He'll get out across the 50, looks near the 49, going to be about a yard shy.
Yeah, BC does a good job here. They attack from the right. They're collapsing the right side, but they're all slanting, so they're moving to the strong side of the field, which ends up being on their left side and doing a good job of getting off blocks. AJ Ouellette gets 1 yard, 3rd and 1 here. Shea Patterson, who's got his little baby and his wife here at the game, first run in front of the little one.
Moose Creek Red Angus 3rd down gamble coming up for the Riders at the BC 49. They need to get down to the 48. Patterson right in under the center, Logan Furlan. Pre-snap movement. Patterson going to try the outside. He's got the first down. Gets the corner, and he'll move the sticks for a big Bazandowski Agency's first down.
It's a good job, and especially against a BC Lion front. Jonah Tavai, actually collapses the Rider right side here, and it bubbles Patterson, so he does a good job using his speed to get to that edge, and the Riders another first down here in this drive. 2:23 left in the first quarter.
You know, Coach Mace talked about his receivers needing to be physical. Lead blocker on that was Samuel Emelis.
Yeah.
Enters the night 30 away from 1,000.
They've been playing so well as blockers, this whole receiving corps.
1st and 10 for the Riders at the BC 47. Lots of pre-snap movement. No flags due. Now they do as the ball's complete near side to Keyshawn Johnson. He'll get it up near the 35, but the Riders were well offside on that.
Yeah, Samuel Emelis heard us talking about him and got him so excited that he was about 9 yards offside there. He was considerably over the line of scrimmage when Trevor Harris snapped the ball.
So he makes his way slowly back to the huddles. We'll hear from...
Offside, Saskatchewan, number 19. 5-yard penalty. We'll repeat first down.
Justin McInnes, today's referee, makes the call, and the Riders will be 1st and 15 now.
You know what? It's Justin McInnes?
Yes.
I thought that was you just getting the name wrong when they first started. So there's 2 Justin McInneses out here today.
Yeah, the referee and the receiver. Huh. Both are great athletes in their own minds.
Yeah, in their own minds, I'm sure. Let's hope the referee has a better game than the player.
1st and 15 for the Riders. They back the ball up to the BC 52. It's on the right-hand hash. 3 receivers break the huddle on this near side. Now a 4th for the Riders. Harris is back to pass. Looks to flip it underneath. Finds Ouellette. Bobbles once. Makes the catch. And then he'll get it up to the 45-yard line of the BC Lions. So a play that could have been a disastrous end shows the athleticism of Ouellette. And he'll make it into 2nd and manageable.
Yeah, you know, you generally want a lot more out of a screenplay here, especially when you get the defensive front upfield. But because of the way BC's playing, they're dropping their linebackers bunt. So the linebackers were in a really good position when they recognized that to actually defend this screen. They get off the blocks here, and it could have been a lot worse if these linebackers were involved in a blitz situation, but they haven't done it yet, and now they're in 2nd and 9.
1:07 to go in the first quarter. BC going to run 3 at Trevor Harris, who's got time, back to pass. Looks near side and almost intercepted. Ryder Varga cut underneath the intended receiver, Jarrett Stearns, on the near side. And it's an incompletion. And here comes the Rider field goal team for a long one for Brett Lother.
Yeah, this will be a long one. It is about 52. Comfortably within his range since he had that one off game. He's been lights out.
He's going to put the tee down at the 53 for Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals, serving southern Saskatchewan for over 50 years with short-term flexible contracts. Call 522-5866.
Got to get downfield and cover here, Dave.
Good snap. Corsack on the hold. End over ender, and it's through. Brett Lawler knocks it through from 53. And the Riders extend their lead 13-1 with 36 seconds to go before the quarter time. Back with more in a moment from Mosaic. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. The Red Zone is a good place to be if you're playing on a Saskatchewan field. If your water's in the Red Zone, you need a good defense. At farmfreshwater.ca, we specialize in rural water. Our company lives and breathes in the Saskatchewan fields, and rural water is all we do. Our playbook is to design water treatment systems for wells or dugouts that require the least amount of maintenance possible. We live and breathe in the fields. Remember, we're not city people trying to solve a rural problem.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
It started from their own 26, ended up in 4 first downs and a 53-yard field goal from Brett Lother, and the Riders were in front 13-1 over BC. Luke, you mentioned that game against Montreal. Since he went 3 for 7 that night, Lother is connected on 16 straight and is 22 of 23.
Little blip on the radar screen then, huh?
Yeah.
Well, he's been kicking well, and you need him to continue, obviously. One of the concerns, though, here's the thing. You're up 13-1. Okay, now that's a good thing, but you got to get this offense moving, right? The Saskatchewan Roughriders, they did a good job getting into the end zone last week against Edmonton, but you want to continue that and see some consistency in that, right? So defense has to stand up here. Then let's see if that offense can go and punch one in.
BC's elected to take the football following the field goal at their own 40-yard line. They'll scrimmage on the left-hand hash. William Stanbeck stands to the right of Nathan Rourke, who's in the gun. He'll now sprint out, as will Rourke to the near side. Rourke loads it up near side. That's complete, pushed out of bounds at the 46 of Saskatchewan is Alexander Hollins. It'll be 2nd and 4.
It's a good job between DeMarcus Fields and Marcus Sales playing the two-man game to the right side of the defense here. You got 2 wide receivers for the BC Lions. What they're trying to do is they're trying to run one long and then get a guy underneath and hope that both Sales and Fields went with the guy running long, but Sales did not. That's what kept them at 2nd and 4.
5 receiver package now, 6 for the Lions. Rourke back to pass. Here comes the pressure, but he'll fire it far side. It's up, it's caught, and it's a first down into Saskatchewan territory right at the BC bench and the Saskatchewan 54.
Yeah, and this is a good job being patient by Nathan Rourke. He stands in the pocket. Miles Brown ends up getting some pressure, but just waits for his wide receiver to turn around. Good little timing route. Lining up against Deontay Williams, and they get to the first down. So here, if the Riders, I mean, you've seen 1 pressure so far this game, and maybe this is where they pick it up, right? You get another 2nd and maybe 7 situation. Let's throw some pressure at him, because even Coach Mace alluded to it a little bit. You got to get this guy off his spot. You got to get his schedule going a little bit faster in his head.
So that'll do it for the first quarter on the Quality Tire scoreboard. It's Saskatchewan 13, BC 1. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
This is Trevor Harris, quarterback for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. A team plays its best when everyone is working toward one common goal. That's why the folks at Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram make such a great team. Everyone at Crestview Chrysler has the same goal, to get you into your perfect new or pre-owned vehicle at the best price. Trucks, SUVs, cars, and more. They have a full starting lineup ready for you to drive home today.
Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Regina. We drive Rider Nation.
For decades, the Case IH Patriot Sprayer has put every drop of product exactly where you want it. Today, it takes more than timely, accurate spraying to drive profitability. You need complete vehicle control, comfortable cab with built-in luxuries, remote management capabilities, and even more precise spraying technology. The Case IH Patriot 50 Series sprayer delivers all that, plus a bold look that you expect from Case IH. Welcome to the future. To learn more about the Patriot 50 Series sprayer, contact Young's Equipment.
Considering your university options for the upcoming year? Consider First Nations University of Canada. Built on a meaningful foundation of Indigenous knowledge systems and tradition, they provide quality post-secondary education for Indigenous and non-Indigenous students within a culturally supportive environment you won't find anywhere else. First Nations University of Canada campuses are located in Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. To learn more, visit their website at fnuniv.ca.
Saskatchewan Roughrider Football, brought to you by the Cooperators, Western Ag Professional Agronomy, SaskTown, AgCo, Capital Auto Group, Saskatchewan Party Caucus, Sask Lotteries, Redhead Equipment, Quality Tire. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. And now, the second quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Nathan Rourke rolls out of the pocket of the first play of the second quarter. His pass, though, sails high, intended for Justin McInnes. Nelson Lacombo cut underneath it to bat it away. It's incomplete. Second down coming up.
I mean, there we go. We talked about it just before we went off to the commercial break. Get that guy outside. Get him off his spot. Get his mind going a little bit faster, and got a better chance. Nathan Rourke's a great quarterback when he can sit in the pocket and just sort of throw strikes.
Second and 10 for the BC Lions on their own, Saskatchewan's 54. 29 seconds into the second quarter. Back to pass. Lothar has a man complete down to the Saskatchewan 44-yard line. Alexander Hollins hauls it in. It'll be good for a first down.
Yeah, Hollins reinserts himself into the lineup, and they're happy about getting him back because that's a heck of a pass catcher right there. He's got 5 touchdowns on the year. Close to 1,000 yards. But again, Rourke able to just sort of sit there in the pocket, right? And
tempo offense now for BC as Rourke doesn't use a huddle. 4 receivers to the near side of the formation. Fakes a handoff. Here comes the heat. Rourke has time. Dumps it, but he's hit as he throws. And it's intended for William Stanbeck. Falls incomplete as Rourke has to pick himself up off the Mosaic logo.
Yeah, you've got Brian Cox Jr. and Micah Johnson doing a great job winning their pass rush moves in one-on-one situations. And Micah Johnson gets to him, and Brian Cox Jr., who runs the hoop, comes from behind and sort of finishes him off. A little high-low action against the quarterback. But, again, you can tell when he felt like he needed to be rushed and that clock got moving in his head a little bit quicker, it was a different pass. So that's how you got it. It's 2nd and 10 now. If I'm Mace, I like the blitz here. I've seen a lot of soft coverage so far. Hasn't really had success with it, so why not try it? Doesn't look like it's coming right now, but I would be thinking about it.
Nathan Rourke was slow getting to his feet into the huddle, and then the officials have a huddle at the line of scrimmage. That's dissipated. The Riders show 5 down linemen, and they'll bring it. Rourke to pass, throws over the middle. That ball is complete down to the Rider 30-yard line. Keon Hatcher, he'll haul it in for another BC first down.
Yeah, and again, strategically, I just don't think this is the answer here. And Nathan Rourke's allowed. It's 4-man pressure, but you see everybody playing about 1 yard behind the first down markers. And Rourke puts it 1 yard in front and lets the receiver just fall backwards. And that's where they pick up the first down. I just really think that if we were to tighten down on coverage, throw some pressure at them, you're looking at a turnover potentially. So now the BC Lions got it on our 29.
14-yard first down completion for the Lions, who are marching down to the Rider 29. Rourke fakes the hands off, comes near side, throws it underneath. That ball is complete up to the 20 of Saskatchewan, as hauling it in was Justin McInnes. And McInnes is going to be about a yard shy of a first down.
Yeah, unfortunately, we got Anthony Lanier over on the right side. He goes far too far down on the run fake to be able to have any sort of impact or make Nathan Rourke throw the ball early when he does keep it. And because he's not able to get upfield and affect Rourke's throw, he's able to put it on a dime, and you got 2nd and 1 now on our 20.
Ball left-hand hash. David Mackey is in on the quarterback spot. The fullback is going to run to his right. He's going to run into some green, but he'll have enough for the first down and more inside the 20 down near the 18-yard line.
Yeah, the BC Lions are one of the only teams that does this, right? They got David Mackey, a fullback in there as their short yardage guy. They hand it off. He runs off tackle to the right side, picks it up for him, rotate him out. AJ Allen comes back in for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, replacing CJ Avery.
So 1st and 10 for BC at the Saskatchewan 17. Just under 12 to go in the second quarter.
Nathan Rourke is 41% in the red zone.
And he stands with William Stanbeck beside him. Stanbeck shuffles pre-snap. Now Rourke going to flip it out to him on the near side. Has a lane, but CJ Rivas will go ahead and make the tackle, but not before he gets down inside the 15, near the 12-yard line perhaps. Going to be a gain of about 4.
Well, it's a great effort. Well, no, actually, it's not a very great effort. It's a great job by CJ Rivas blowing through a pathetic block attempt thrown by Aiden Eberhard. Just no effort on his part in trying to block CJ Rivas.
2nd and 6 for Rourke, who's frantically trying to change the play at the line of scrimmage. 5 on the play clock, Rourke in the gun. Riders going to rush 5. Rourke to pass, near side flat. That's complete. Stanbeck has it down to the 2-yard line before Roland Milligan Jr. and Deontay Williams combine to force him out of bounds.
Yeah, again, and schematically here, you've got gaps all over the field, and one of those gaps, Stanback comes from the left in the backfield, just runs a little bit of a flat, and because of the linebackers playing a little bit soft, there's nobody underneath when Stanback catches this into the flats, and now the BC Lions are threatening on our 2-yard line. Got to stay on side here, right, Dave?
Absolutely. 1st and goal from the 2. Mackey under center. Goes to his right. Gets into the end zone. Touchdown, Lions. David Mackey will complete the touchdown drive and pound into the end zone, and the BC Lions have found the end zone and have cut into the Riders' lead.
Really efficient drive from Nathan Rourke. We mentioned that he's only 41% when he gets in the red zone, and obviously I clearly jinxed that because they get into the end zone 2 plays later. Saskatchewan now with White probably being automatic and converting here. They'll be up 5. But again, I think you just got a little tighter on defense. You need to throw some pressure in at Rourke. Let's get these turnover chain moving here.
Well, the Lions haven't been great in the red zone this season.
No.
They're number 8 in the league at 48% conversions, while the Rider defense was number 3, but those numbers are both going to change after the 2-yard touchdown plunge by David Mackey. The point after attempt off the foot of Sean White goes through the uprights, and it's 13-8. The Riders lead with 10:38 to go here in the second quarter. Back with more from Mosaic in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
There is nothing quite like the friendly competition that football season can bring among family and friends. Lucky for you, SaskTel makes it easy to get in the game. Of savings, that is. Introducing our newest rate plan, VIP 70. Get 70 gigabytes of data and more for just $75 a month. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or sastel.com/VIP70. Conditions apply.
What's Gleaner's secret to harvesting? Actually harvesting. Because if you're in need of maintenance, you're not harvesting. And if you're not harvesting, you're losing time and money. That's why Gleaner makes the industry's most reliable combine. Year after year, it gets the job done no matter what. Be ready to actually harvest. See the Gleaner S9 combine at Parkland Farm Equipment in North Battleford.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
David Mackey with a 2-yard touchdown run caps off an 11-play, 65-yard touchdown drive for the BC Lions offense as the Riders lead now down to 13-8 with 10:38 to go here in the second quarter. Whether you're in stadium or anywhere in Saskatchewan, you can get in on the winning with the Saskatchewan Roughrider Foundation 50-50. Yes, all games this year, including when the Riders hit the road, are available for you. The current jackpot already over $238,000 in climbing. Buy now at riders5050.ca. That's riders5050.ca. So a quality tire kickoff coming up after the touchdown from Stefan Flintoft. Mario Alford is back to receive along with Jareth Stearns. They'll stand back at their 10-yard line.
It's only the second half, but, it's only the first half. But again, what started out as a energy, just sort of resilient game. I don't know if resilient's the word.
Momentum,
you know what I mean.
would say, maybe.
It started out really upbeat. We got a touchdown off an interception, and since then the offense hasn't really managed to do anything, right, Dave? You got a couple field goals out of the deal, but again, I think that this is a drive where you got to put some major points on the board, and I'm talking about getting across the goal line with the ball.
So Flintoft is going to kick the football far side to Mario Alford. He'll take it at his 9-yard line on those left numbers. He'll dance up into the pile around the 31-yard line, and Trevor Harris on the Rider offense will go to work. 10:32 to go. 13-8, Saskatchewan leading BC. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Roughriders Radio Network.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 18 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Well, the Riders are going to start their drive at their own 31-yard line, seemingly with the wind at their back, according to what my weather app says. But we got a better source. Derek Bidwell for Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers is on the sideline.
Hey, Dave, yeah, there is more of a wind down here at field level than you would think. Of course, it is about 4 stories below grade or below the concourse at ground level, but it is more wind than you would think. It is a chilly one. I know I'm being a bit of a wuss here. It is only about 6 degrees, but last game we were talking about how much warmer it is down here on the field than it is, at concourse level. But that air conditioner that used to be on the sidelines replaced with a big, huge heater, and a lot of the players are crowded around that. In fact, some of them even have water bottles around the heater because they want to keep the water a little warmer, because if the water is lukewarm, it can be ingested and hydrate you better. There you go.
Thanks, Bitsy. It was great of you to say that it's warmer down there right when you're standing beside the heater. I get it. 1st and 10 for the Riders. Ouellette the lone back in the backfield for Trevor Harris on 1st down. Harris going to sling it out near side for Samuel Emilus. He'll try to get to the corner, makes the first man miss, stiff arms a second, and then is going to get up near the 34-yard line for only a gain of 3.
That's all right. It's only a gain of 3, but at least you're getting your ball into your hand on one of your playmakers. Got to keep those guys juiced up, right? Get them the football, let them run around a little bit, especially the receivers. They work so hard as blockers in the tackle box on the run game side of things. You like rewarding those guys. And again, I think it's a good idea to just utilize the quick game on 1st down to take 4 or 5 yards. They didn't get 5 on that one, but it's a good to put in practice.
2nd and 7. Riders have the ball at their own 34-yard line. 5 receivers set. Ouellette the lone back in the backfield. BC going to show the Brits blinging from the far side. Looked like it was offside, no flag. Harris can't find anyone, now does. Up across the 50, it's a 1st down. Samuel Emilus hauls it in.
Wow, credit to Zach Fry, who gets the last block on this stunt and blitz. But the whole offensive front picks it up perfectly here. Trevor Harris, amazing patience under a lot of tension in that pocket. Just stays loyal to his reads, finds Emilus across the middle. 1st down, Riders. That was execution at its finest.
1,000-yard watch for Samuel Emilus on that catch for 16, combined with the previous 3, means that he's 21 yards away. 4 receivers now far side for Harris. He'll swing it out far side, complete up to the midfield stripe and in BC territory, down near the 49-yard line. It'll be good for another Bazandowski Agency's 1st down. Is bringing it in Del Duncan Busby.
Get it right into DDB's hands here. He does the little
that's
rest.
Emilus.
It's Emilus, actually. Good job by Jareth and Busby blocking. But again, quick game on first down. Now you loosen them up. You can get AJ Ouellette rolling if you want to.
So Samuel Emilus with the reception and the first down for Saskatchewan for Bazandowski Agencies. Cooperator Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance.
Trevor's changing up the play right off the bat.
5 receivers set for the Riders. Ball at the BC 48. Harris to pass, near side. That's complete to the 35. Finally tackled up as Jareth Stearns up at the 33 for another Rider first down.
Yeah, he's running a 12-yard out route here, and this is Trevor Harris at his finest. He recognizes that there's a pressure coming up. They're probably in a run. So Trevor Harris gets them out of the run play, audibles to a throw. Jareth Stearns, good job being aware, understanding that the play has changed because he needed to show hands early on due to the pressure. AJ Ouellette does a good job of picking up a blitzing linebacker, and we advance the sticks.
15 yards on the reception for Stearns. Riders first and 10 at the BC 33. Ball left-hand hash for Harris. He's back to pass near side. Keyshawn Johnson's got it. Down to the 25, to the 20. Takes a high hit, carries the pile down to the 15 for another Rider first down.
A really tough run. Keyshawn Johnson was our player of the week last week. And when we talked to him, he's just so excited being in the Canadian Football League, just playing football in general. And he's a tough runner, but more importantly, what I like about him is he's caught on to the CFL nuances. You got a guy with a lot of experience at the NFL level. It's a different game up here. He's caught on quickly, and he's such a tough kid, and he exemplifies it there with that run.
Leading receiver in the history of Fresno State. Gets a big 18-yard reception for a first down, and that's where the Riders have it. Fake the handoff to Ouellette. Near side for Stearns. The ball's complete from Harris, and Stearns will be stood up right at the BC 5-yard line as the Riders are well inside the Windsor Plywood red zone.
Yeah, there's only one BC line defender here. It's Gary Peters to Trevor Harris's right side. So they run a guy in front of him long, and it carries Peters into the end zone, and then they just find Jareth Stearns low, and he gets about a 5-yard head start. Tries to run over Peters, but this is a good job and a better drive. This is what we wanted. We wanted to see the Riders put together a drive here and get the ball across the goal line. They haven't done it yet, but this is a good start.
First and goal for the Riders at the 4-yard line of the BC Lions. Ouellette alone back in the backfield on first down. BC going to crowd the line. They'll pitch it out. Ouellette throws it, and it's intercepted. No, incomplete. A little razzle-dazzle as Ouellette had a wide-open Samuel Emilus in the end zone, and he just didn't get enough on it.
Well, listen, when you got a guy like AJ Ouellette, and more importantly, you got Albert Awachi in the game, and that tells the BC Lions, hey, this is most likely a run. So they're attacking downhill. It's a great play call. Unfortunately, Matthew Betts, who we talked a little bit about earlier on, gets a finger on it as he jumps for the ball. Otherwise, like you said, that's a wide-open touchdown. Great call by Mueller. Too bad it didn't work out.
Gary Peters has an interception of the season. He wishes he had 2. Instead, it's second and goal for the Riders on the BC 4. Right-hand hash. Harris in the gun. BC going to rush 4. Harris has time, feels the heat, throws it up, and it's incomplete. Looking to the near side of the end zone. And the fans want a flag, but none coming as Kean Schaefer-Baker just couldn't haul it in.
And again, a promising drive stalls here, and we're going to have to get Lowther to kick us 3 points. But the fact that you get down the field is great. Here you've got KSB open. In the Professional Football League, if you've got a window of about 6 inches, that's open. And he just doesn't haul it in. And now, again, what was promising ends up being a 3-point kick. And BC still hanging around.
Chip shot attempt for Brett Lawther. Lines it up from 12 yards out on the right-hand hash. His Reliance Heath water heater rental field goal sails through the uprights, and the Riders extend their lead 16-8 with 5:44 to go in the second quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Hey, this is Trevor Harris, quarterback of your Saskatchewan Roughriders. When I'm not on the field, I trust Capital Ford Lincoln for all my vehicle needs. Whether it's buying a new or pre-owned vehicle, getting service, or finding the right parts and accessories, Capital Ford Lincoln has it all. They're also great supporters of the Roughriders and Saskatchewan. That's why I'm proud to be part of their team. So if you're looking for an amazing experience, visit Capital Ford Lincoln. You'll be glad you did.
Capital Ford Lincoln in Regina. We drive Rider Nation.
For 65 years, we've sown the seeds of Saskatchewan's innovative nature. we have supported farmers here at home and around the world and helped feed the future together. Today, Nutrien is the province's largest private sector employer and the largest producer of potash in the world. Join us as we celebrate 65 years of potash production, as well as the hard work and dedication of the people of Saskatchewan. From Saskatchewan to the world for 65 years. Nutrien.com/celebrating65.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Well, a promising Saskatchewan Roughrider drive is going to stall at the BC 4-yard line with a 12-yard Brett Lothar field goal. 4:52 comes off the clock, 9 plays, and 30. There was drive, that started the Riders' own 31-yard line. 16-8. The Riders lead BC in a pivotal showdown game. Of course, earlier in the CFL today, a game in Alberta that you can't often say doesn't mean a whole bunch in the standings, but it definitely didn't down in Calgary. But the Edmonton Elks and Trey Ford score a 23-18 victory over the Calgary Stampeders.
Battle of the Bums. Congratulations. You won the toilet bowl.
So BC is going to take the football on their own 40-yard line on the left-hand hash. Nathan Rourke comes back out onto the field after engineering a touchdown drive the last time the BC Lions had the ball. He's 10 of 14 for 101 yards and an interception thus far. 5 receiver set for BC. They're going to swap it up and go 3 receivers far side. 2 backs in the backfield, fake a handoff, and then underneath it goes to Stanbeck. Up across his 40 to the 45, brought down near the 49-yard line, and that's going to be just shy of a first down for the back that comes out of the backfield.
This play is very apparent as it's developing. Stanback comes from left to right into the flats. We just don't get off blocks in time, and Stanback gets those big legs churning and gets 9 yards. That's a great first down call here.
5:08 to go before halftime. David Mackey, the fullback for the Lions, will go to his left, has some room, gets across the 50. Going to be brought down around the 52, 53-yard line, but it'll be enough for a first down for BC.
Well, the BC Lions have heard all of the talk, right?
Yep.
Weak offensive front, struggling at the quarterback, controversy all over the field. Nice part about it is when you get between those white lines, Dave, all of that just goes quiet, man, and you just play one-on-one football, beat the guy up in front of you.
1st and 10 for the Lions. Ball on their own 53-yard line. Leo send 4 receivers far side. Riders going to bring some pressure that way. Flag comes down as the Riders moved early, and now we got another flag up on the line of scrimmage as the ball was dumped off to William Stanbeck underneath. He'll get to the Rider 54.
Yeah. Haba Baldonado.
Offside, Saskatchewan, number 95. 5-yard penalty, repeat first down.
He's been battling some aches and pains. He just leaves far too early here, and it would have been a really good play from the Saskatchewan Roughriders, nullifying it. But now you've got a first and 5 situation, 4:20 left in this half.
Ball's on the Rider 52-yard line. BC trails by 8. 4:12 to go before halftime. Rourke's in the gun, 3 receivers far side, 2 to the near. Stanbeck, the lone back in the backfield. Riders load up the line. Handoff goes to Stanbeck, who gets to the 50, then jumps up across the 45, near the 41 of Saskatchewan for a big first down carry.
Yeah, good job by Stanbeck here. What he does, he navigates the pocket. Corey Woodruff is trying to block Micah Johnson, and Micah Johnson sheds his block, but Stanbeck just kind of waits till Micah Johnson commits to a certain gap. Once he commits to the inside gap, he bumps out and does the rest with his legs. Nice little run.
1st and 10 for BC. Backfield empties for Rourke. He'll fire near side. It's complete. Coming down with it is McInnes inside the 30 to the 27 for the CFL's leading receiver, and he'll move the sticks.
And again, the Saskatchewan Roughriders are leaving 4 defensive linemen to do the lion's share of the quarterback pressure, and Nathan Rourke has really settled down, and he's throwing incredibly well into it. Here he finds McInnes just off to his left, hanging out near the sideline, and BC has been marching.
1st and 10 at the Saskatchewan 27. Rourke's in the gun. Hands it off to Stanbeck. He'll get down inside the 25, trying to move the pile up around the 23, which would be a gain of about 4. So it'll be 2nd and 6 with 2:54 to go before halftime, and the 3-minute warning will be issued to the benches. Back with the conclusion of the second quarter in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The Saskatchewan Cancer Agency invites you to join Healthy Future Sask, Saskatchewan's largest health research project. If you're between 30 and 74, you can help us uncover the causes of cancer and chronic diseases. We're recruiting Saskatchewan residents to complete a health and lifestyle questionnaire with an optional visit to our study center. Your participation can have a lasting impact on tomorrow's health. For more information, sign up today at visithealthyfuturesask.ca. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
For the leanest, meanest prices in the crop input industry, call Johnston's Grain. Johnston's offer the best prices in Western Canada on a huge range of products, including seed treatments, inoculants, glyphosate, pre-burn tank mixes, in-crop herbicides and insecticides, fungicides, plant growth stimulants, water conditioners, desiccants, and more. Johnston's has low overhead and top-notch logistics, so they can deliver products at ultra-competitive prices. Call 844-324-7778 and ask to speak to an agronomist.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
The 3-minute warning brought to you by Brett Young. Get the seed selection you need from a brand you can trust. To explore our wide selection of canola hybrids, visit brettyoung.ca. And you know, Rider Nation, we love hearing from you. The text line is brought to you by Souris Valley Industries, 306-936-6262. Wherever you may be listening in, enjoying a turkey in the oven, or maybe just chilling back after freezing and taking the dock in earlier today, we get it. Souris Valley Industries in Weyburn, supplying Saskatchewan with precast concrete products for over 40 years. Call 306-842-5754. See sviprecast.com.
Hey, what type of meal are you guys cooking up here for Thanksgiving? What do you got going?
We did turkey yesterday.
Oh, you did the turkey yesterday, huh? We're going duck this year.
Duck?
Yeah. We're going duck.
Not
I'm excited
turducken.
about it.
Just
No. Duck.
All right, plays back underway, 2:54 to go before halftime. Nathan Rourke has got the ball. Right-hand hash, pardon me. 3 receivers go to that far side of the field. Rourke hands it off. Stanbeck gets up to the 20, down to the 18, and he'll be brought down there on 2nd and 5. A couple of yards short of a first down and a decision for Rick Campbell.
Yeah, Micah Johnson gets off a double team here and gets back to the line of scrimmage, makes a tackle.
So 3rd and a long 2 as the Lions are going to leave the offense out onto the field. Big play as David Mackey, the short yardage quarterback or fullback, is ready to go.
I love this call by the BC Lions. Going for it in this spot. Love it.
So Mackey is actually going to leave. And here comes Nathan Rourke. He's in the shotgun formation. He'll hand it off to Mackey, and he'll get stopped! Stopped up at the 20-yard line. The Riders, a huge play in the Moose Creek Red Angus 3rd down gamble. They'll get another Olympic RTM's turnover.
This is just fantastic work by Miles Brown and Caleb Saunders, our interior tackles. Riders got 5 men on the line of scrimmage. Saunders fights through. Miles Brown. Jameer Thurman notices it right away, attacks the gap. Great job. Again, I loved it from BC's standpoint. I thought they should go for it in that instance. They just picked the wrong play. But the Riders, what a great job up front. You said all day, remember in the pregame show, we said that was where the opportunity was going to be, up front against that offensive line.
Well, right now the opportunity is for the Riders to put points on the board before halftime. 2:23 to go here in the second quarter. They're back, though, at their 20-yard line. Harris to Emelis near side. He gets the ball at the 25, cuts back inside up near the 29-yard line for a gain of about 9. Samuel Emelis has now passed 1,000 yards receiving for the second time in the season. And again, he's only the 5th Canadian in Rough Rider history to reach 1,000 receiving yards in a season.
And here he does it. You're going to want to be cognizant of the clock here.
So 2nd down and 1. And look at this. AJ Ouellette moves in under center for the Riders. He'll tuck the ball, get to the 30-yard line. He'll be close to the first down. It was a little more than a yard he needed.
Well, first of all, the BC Lions should be called for offside here. They had a lineman jump early. Not sure who it was. But AJ Ouellette does the job, so it doesn't matter. But again, you got to be cognizant of the clock. There's 2:03, clock's running. Even if you're a receiver now, if you're catching the ball, you got to get out of bounds, right?
1st and 10 for the Riders. Ball on their own 30-yard line. Right-hand hash. 5 receivers. Ouellette's in the backfield. Receivers move in motion to the far side. Ouellette's going to get the carry. He'll go right up the middle across the 35 near the 36-yard line. It'll be 2nd and medium for the Riders.
So now you got a 2nd and medium, 2nd and 4, which is even better. You got the whole playbook at your disposal here. Don't necessarily have to push it down in the field either. 1:43 is a lot of time. It's going to start as soon as the ref blows the whistle.
Riders in tempo offense, no huddle, 2nd and 4. Harris back to pass, feels the heat, got to throw it out near side, and almost caught. Going out of bounds, though, to make the catch was Kean Schaefer-Baker as Harris was hit as he threw the ball.
That's too bad. It ends up being a wasted attempt. He gets a little bit of pressure on him coming from the interior on that defensive front for the Lions. So kudos to them for getting pressure on the situation. It's their big, massive defensive tackle, Jonah Tavai. Looks like a Brinks truck rolling around out there.
So on to punt the ball away for the first time today is Adam Korsak. Not bad with only 1:29 to go before halftime. His low kick is going to bounce to the returner. He'll be hit once, but then bounces off. Not going to get much more as AJ Allen gets down to tackle Terry Williams after a minimal gain. But here comes Nathan Rourke and the BC offense. They'll start 1st and 10 at about their 32.
Well, the Lions have been driving. You got 1:22 left here. The Lions have both their timeouts. Ideally, what they'd want to do is they'd want to use one of these this drive. Obviously, they want to score, right? So they're telling their receivers, hey, as soon as you catch the football, get out of bounds if you can, right? Let's not be too run-heavy early on in this drive. If you're going to run anything, I recommend a draw. The Riders are probably just going to sit there with 4 defensive linemen and let everybody else cover.
So 1st and 10. Ball on the Lions' 32-yard line for Nathan Rourke and the Leos offense. He'll drop back to pass on 1st down. 4-man pressure for the Riders. He'll dump it over the middle. McInnes has it, but he drops it. The Riders scoop it up. It's C.J. Rivas at his own 48-yard line, and the Riders come up with a 3rd turnover. Or do they? The Lions say that it wasn't a catch, but we'll wait and find out.
Well, that's what we got the replay system for here. It's a good throw from Nathan Rourke. He's got his big wide receiver, Justin McInnes.
The previous play is being reviewed by Command Center.
I mean, McInnes comes down with it and takes one step at least, and he ducks his head. I mean, he readies himself for contact. This is going to be a close call.
Well, it's the new Saskatchewan Roughriders game when it comes to the Command Center as to which way the wind will sway, and right now, it's being marked off as still BC ball back at their 32-yard line. Justin McInnes is today's referee.
You got McInnes and McInnes. McInnes drops it, then McInnes gets to judge him for it. Yeah.
Well, Justin McInnes, again, what a season he's had. 1,200 yards receiving coming into the ball game. Yeah. Last time, don't forget when he played the Riders, 14 receptions for 243.
Yeah, he went off.
Yeah.
Everybody who had him on their fantasy team that week won. Got paid too, probably.
So awaiting this decision from
by the way,
Command Center.
You know, remember we took that parlay. We took the Riders by 1, and we took the under 50.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. 1st down, Saskatchewan.
Yeah, I like that call because McInnes clearly caught the ball. He came down with it, and when he starts ducking his head, it's because he's trying to make a football move, right? So, fortunate for the Riders, they get another crack at finishing this half with a score.
Ball on their own 49-yard line as they'll take over following the fumble recovery by C.J. Rivas. BC loads up the line. There's early movement. And finally, flags come down as dancing into that zone was Tavea.
That's big Jonah Tavea. I'll tell you what, here's the problem with Jonah. He's
offside, BC, number 99. 5-yard penalty, remains 1st down.
You know, if you're like a 250-pound D end, you take that stop and stop yourself. When you're massive like Tavai, you get a little bit of that momentum going. You're not stopping yourself.
5'10", 283 for the rookie of the San Diego team.
283.
Yeah, he's a big dude, man.
He's a big dude. 5'10".
1st and 5 for Harris. He'll drop back to pass. Looks to load it up. Has got a man. It's caught. The Riders bring it in down to the the 20. It's Samuel Emilus, but we've got slow to get up. There's another O-lineman, but looks like we'll be all right as we limp down towards the 15 of BC.
BC Lions are playing man defense here, and it works because Sam Emilus runs a corner route from between the hash and the numbers. And why it works is because the Lions have a safety, but because it's a corner route to the sideline, the safety can't get over in time. Trevor Harris throws an absolute dot, and Emilus continues dominating the BC Lions.
35 yards. Yeah, a couple of them the yak yards for YAC Auctions, and the Riders set up 1st and 10 in the Windsor Plywood red zone. On the 19 of BC, Harris back to pass near side. That ball complete. Keyshawn Johnson's got it. And he'll dive ahead near the 11-yard line. Nice job to elude a first tackle and then lunge ahead near the 10.
Yeah, and the nice part now, Dave, is that the Saskatchewan Roughriders can take their time.
Yep.
Right? You can mosey on up to the line of scrimmage, figure out what you want to run. You're not in a rush. You let this clock go if you want.
1:01 to go here in the second quarter. Riders leading BC 16-8. It's 2nd and 2 for the Riders on BC's 11-yard line.
I'd be shocked if I didn't see the BC Lions throw some sort of blitz here. I mean, you've got to get Trevor Harris throwing the ball a little bit quicker. He's had time, and when both these quarterbacks really have had time, they've been on the money.
So Harris going to stay in the shotgun formation, 5-receiver set. Emilus and Del Duncan Busby going to approach the line. Handoff goes to Ouellette. Keeps those legs churning down to the 5-yard line for a Rider. First down with 39 seconds left.
Well, we were expecting blitz, and we got it. We got 2 linebackers blitz in the middle, and the reason why that works for the Lions is because it's a run play, right? But, again, you've got AJ Ouellette, who does a really good job in traffic whenever he has the football. Just keeps driving those legs, and now the Riders are on 1st and goal on the 6.
33 seconds and counting to go before halftime. 5-receiver set for the Riders. Ouellette the lone back in the backfield. Harris, as the receivers approach, is back to pass. Going to load it up near side. Touchdown! Riders! Hauling it in the end zone. Jareth Stearns for his first touchdown reception of the season.
You know, we mentioned how hard these guys work as blockers at the line of scrimmage in the run game. It's really nice to get them freed up. Again, BC Lions, we talked about it. They're coming. Bringing pressure. We block it up well, and Jareth Stearns runs a little bit of an out and up. And Trevor Harris, when he's had time, he's been on the money. That's a great finish to the first half for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, 22-8.
Point after attempt to come from Brett Lother as they'll load it up after the Riders cash in on a turnover. The fumble recovery from C.J. Rebus turns into a 6-yard touchdown reception from Jareth Stearns going into halftime. 21 seconds on the clock with Brett Lother to line up the point after. His kick is an end-over-ender, sails through the uprights, and the Riders extend their lead to 23-8. Again, with 21 seconds to go, a big touchdown drive for Nelson GM.
We got some visitors in the booth. What's your name, man? What? Sawyer, and what's your name? Sawyer and Jake.
Yeah, they were at the Humboldt Broncos golf tournament. Of course, the Memorial Golf Tournament that's hosted by our good friend Brian Munz. And they do such great work down in the community of Humboldt. So these guys made their way in for the football game and got a pretty good view of that touchdown right beside you, Luke. You might have to do some autographs.
What? No, I think I'm out of a job after this. Sawyer, can you talk football? Jake, you ever done this before? You want the mic? No, he's like, nah. No. Nice try. He's like, don't put that on me.
Well, again, you're not going to miss out on treats, guys. We love treats up here.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, halftime, they got some cookies over in the media room. You got to get over there. Those guys in the media, they love their cookies, man. They disappear quickly.
Eyes just lit up right beside you, man. Attaboy. So a quality tire kickoff coming up from Brett Lother. As he'll put his hand in the air, the little bit of a breeze that there is in Mosaic is behind his foot, and he gets it away. Going to be taken there by Terry Williams. He'll start out at his 14, comes to the near side. Stutter step across the 34, out of bounds at the 34-yard line. That Nelson GM touchdown drive. Nelson GM and Assiniboia and Avonlea. They'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle, proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. Started on their own 49-yard line to the Riders. 5 plays, 61 yards, and a 6-yard touchdown pass to Jareth Stearns from Trevor Harris, who was 3 for 3 for 49 yards on the drive.
If you're Nathan Rourke and the BCI Lions offense, you're starting this at the 35. I mean, you're a couple throws away from getting White in field goal range, right? So that's the sense of urgency I'd have, especially with the Riders, the way they're playing off.
16 seconds to go before halftime. Riders rush 4 for Rourke, who drops back to pass, looking to go deep, gets hit as he throws, and he's intercepted. Riders have it again. Coming up the near sideline, looking for some blocks. It's CJ Avery along the near side, down to the 10 of BC with 3 seconds to go before halftime. Rourke picked off again.
So the Riders, they're dropping back into coverage. I think Rourke feels a little bit of pressure from Habakkuk Baldonado to his left. And as we're dropping back here, CJ Avery, who's had a great season for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, intercepts the football. We're going to get Brett Lowther on to kick this.
Third interception of the season for CJ Avery.
Hey, Sawyer and Jake are good luck.
Don't go anywhere, boys.
Dude, since they've been here, the Riders have scored a touchdown, if they've got an interception, and now they're going to have a field goal. So we got some Humboldt juice up in the broadcast booth, floating the Riders.
Ball's going to be an 18-yard field goal attempt for Lowther with 3 seconds left to go. Corsack on the hold. Lowther, no doubt about it, extends the lead after another BC miscue, and zeros go up on the clock at halftime on the Quality Tire scoreboard with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football. It is Saskatchewan 26, BC 8. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
The professionals at Thrive Wealth Management are dedicated experts in financial and wealth planning.
But we're also proud members of Rider Nation.
We offer our members exceptional service, specialized attention, and access to advanced investment products.
And on game day, we bleed green and white, baby.
So for expert advice,
for big fans like you,
visit thrivewealth.ca today.
And go Riders!
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
From right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world, we're helping feed the future. That's something we're celebrating. Over the last 65 years, Nutrien has become the largest producer of potash in the world and the largest private sector employer in the province. Join us for this milestone, one that's only possible thanks to the people of Saskatchewan. Nutrien, from Saskatchewan to the world for 65 years. Nutrien.com/celebrating65.
This is the Rider Nation Halftime Show, brought to you by Flamin Sales, McDougall Auctioneers, Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, Johnston's Grain, Bayer Crop Science, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, Connexus Credit Union. Back to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Justin Donk on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders lead the BC Lions 26-8 at halftime in what I think we can call a dominant opening 30 minutes from the green and white in this one. Your halftime is brought to you by Flamin Sales, a family business with family values and a small town feel in Swift Current, Moosomin, Yorkton, Southie, Prince Albert, and Saskatoon. You look at this opening half, the Roughriders have 13 points in both of those quarters. They've played clean football on offense. Trevor Harris, 15 of 19 passing for 183 yards, and that touchdown late in the half to Jarrah Stearns in the back of the end zone. AJ Ouellette, Thor, has returned to the lineup after missing 6 games with a hip injury. He's got 8 carries for 39 yards in this one, averaging 4.9 yards per carry. Also has 2 catches for 7 yards as well. And Samuel Emelis has been getting fed the football. 6 targets in the opening half, 5 catches for 77 yards. He looks to be the Riders' go-to guy here throughout the season. very consistent, and in that first half, he went over 1,000 yards for the second straight season. Jarrett Stearns, the aforementioned touchdown catcher, has 4 receptions for 42 yards in that first half, and it's time for your Halftime Rewind. Brought to you by Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca.
Foot to ball. We're underway. Receivers in motion, far side for Rourke. That's where he looks. Going to swing it out. That is in and out of the arms of the intended receiver. And it's picked up by the Riders. They're bringing it back the other way to the 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Riders! Welcome to the starting lineup, AJ Ouellette. First and 10 now for BC at the Saskatchewan 52. Rourke's back to pass. Lots of time. Here comes the pressure, and he's wrapped up. Who's sitting at lots of time? Not Haba Baldonado or Caleb Sanders. They get home. Big sack. Ball's on the far hash. Lothar, head down, gets lots of leg and sends it through the uprights. Good snap. Corsack on the hold. End over ender, and it's through! Brett Lothar knocks it through from 53. Chip shot attempt for Brett Lothar. Lines it up from 12 yards out on the right-hand hash. Sails through the uprights, and the Riders extend their lead 16-8. And here comes Nathan Rourke. He's in the shotgun formation. He'll hand it off to Mackey, and he'll get stopped! Stopped up at the 20-yard line. The Riders, a huge play in the third down. Gamble. They'll get another turnover.
This is just fantastic work.
He'll drop back to pass on first down. 4-man pressure for the Riders. He'll dump it over the middle. McGinnis has it, but he drops it. The Riders scoop it up. It's C.J. Rivas at his own 48-yard line, and the Riders come up with a third turnover. Harris, as the receivers approach, is back to pass. Going to load it up near side. Touchdown, Riders! Hauling it in the end zone, Jarrett Stearns for his first touchdown reception of the season. Riders rush 4 for Rourke, who drops back to pass, looking to go deep, gets hit as he throws, and he's intercepted. Riders have it again, coming up the near sideline, looking for some blocks. It's C.J. Avery along the near side, down to the 10 of BC with 3 seconds to go before halftime. With 3 seconds left to go, Corsack on the hold. Lothar, no doubt about it.
That was your halftime rewind, brought to you by Quality Tire. The Riders lead 26-8 at the break. On the other side, Derek Bidwell, our CKRM sideline reporter, checks in. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
I'm Carla Beck, leader of the Saskatchewan NDP. Right now, life is just too damn expensive. That's why, as Premier, I won't raise your taxes. In fact, I'll cut taxes, making it cheaper to gas up your vehicle and buy winter clothes for the kids. And I'm the only leader in this campaign who can say that. It's time for a change in Saskatchewan. I'm Carla Beck, and I approve this message.
Authorized by the Chief Official Agent for the Sask NDP.
Your Cooperator's Advisor can help find home insurance you feel at home in. Like the, our house is far from cookie cutter, so why should our insurance be? Plan. Talk to a local advisor today about home insurance that fits you as comfortably as your own home.
Looking for a local Cooperators Advisor? Give Tom Bamford in Regina a call at 306-949-6633 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Hey Rider Nation, this is AJ Ouellette, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. I am so pumped to be here in Regina. I am pumped to be with the Riders, and I am pumped to be dealing with Crestview, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram in Regina. These are awesome dudes to talk to if you want a truck, car, or Jeep. Anything to get you down the road. When you want a new ride, deal with the team Thor deals with.
Crestview, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, a proud part of the Capital Automotive Group. They drive Rider Nation.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Communications has long been trusted to bring technology to rural Saskatchewan. Access offers you a complete rural home solution with internet upload and download speeds up to 350 megs. Plus, you can watch TV at home or on the go with Access Next TV Stream. And keep an eye on things in real time with Access Rural Security. It's a complete rural home solution at a completely affordable price. Visit myaccess.ca today.
Saskatchewan has been shaped by pioneers, entrepreneurs, and dreamers. Today, we are failing them. With a healthcare system in crisis, a land filled with lawlessness, and a province losing its identity. You deserve better. United, we can build a province where every child can dream big, every family can thrive, and where the spirit of our pioneers lives on. I'm John Rummock, leader of the Saskatchewan United Party, and we will do better.
Authorized by Chief Financial Agent for the Sask United Party.
Did you know it's the best time of year to buy your Claws 2025 equipment? Get incredible savings with early order offers like $20,000 off Lexion combines, $15,000 off Xerion tractors, $10,000 off Axion tractors, $15,000 off Jaguar harvesters, and $6,000 off Arion tractors. Make the best of every harvest with Claws, made for more. For full products and availability, visit claws.com.
Wondering what your equipment is really worth? Hi, I'm Riley McChesney from McDougall Auctioneers, your go-to appraisal experts. With our finger on the pulse in today's market, we offer the most accurate, up-to-date valuations for your machinery. Planning to expand or thinking of selling? Get the real value of your equipment with McDougall Auctioneers. Over 42 years of expertise at your service. Call us at 1-800-263-4193 or visit us at mcdougallauction.com.
Considering your university options for the upcoming year? Consider First Nations University of Canada. Built on a meaningful foundation of Indigenous knowledge systems and tradition, they provide quality, post-secondary education for Indigenous and non-Indigenous students within a culturally supportive environment you won't find anywhere else. First Nations University of Canada campuses are located in Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. To learn more, visit their website at fnuniv.ca.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
It's packed inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge as Rider Nation tries to warm up after that entertaining first half. Saskatchewan leads 26-8 after the opening 30 minutes, in control, dominant first half for the Riders. Derek, though, you got some interesting intel on that AJ Ouellette tipped potential touchdown pass. For those that don't know, he has one touchdown pass in his CFL career. That came with the Toronto Argonauts on Labor Day against their rival Hamilton Tiger Cats. So close to a second one.
He felt he was super close. He was on the sidelines and he was standing right beside me talking to a guy in the practice roster about that play. And right away he said, "Great call. We felt great about it. I felt great about it. I was rolling out to my right. Receiver's open. I go to throw it." He said, then all of a sudden Matthew Betts comes up and it's like, whoa, this big wall in front of him. So instead of stepping into it to throw it, he had to, he's describing it on the sidelines. He said it was like a basketball player. I tried to do like a fadeaway three, and that wasn't going to work. He said, I'm too short. So I just did the best I could, and Betts obviously went off his finger, and it fell incomplete. But it was the right play, was close. And then Ouellette says to him after that, he goes, yeah, man, that's too bad that didn't work. He goes, I'm going to ask him to call it again. I think we should call it again. I don't think they're going to call it again, but it would have been there.
In the playoffs.
Maybe in the playoffs, yeah.
All right, my man, that's all the time we got. I know you want to talk about Micah Johnson and the Heater stealing it from the defensive backs, but maybe we can get that story later on SportsCage. Coming up next, it's the second half. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder with the call, the final 30 minutes. The Riders trying to secure a home playoff game and stay in contention for first place in the West Division. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
For all your grain brokerage needs, call Johnston's Grain. They're hyper-focused on finding growers the best price in the market. Johnston's will deliver the best bids in Western Canada on special crops, milling oats, malt barley, feed grains, damaged grains, and much more. When you think about marketing, think Johnston's. Their expertise helps farmers secure the highest prices while avoiding risky buyers. They'll help you structure your contracts in a way that is good for your farm. Call 844-324-7778.
Since 1972, Rightway has combined innovative design with quality and workmanship. From rock pickers to harrows to the greatest selection of land roller sizes to fit every field, Rightway engineers incorporate advanced technology, strength, and versatility into the equipment you need to get your field ready. A proud Saskatchewan company, Rightway helps you get the job done. See the full list of products at rightwaymfg.com and farm the right way with Rightway.
It's fall, so there's going to be a lot of driving the kids around. But when you load up the family car with your kids' friends, dogs, and electronics for everyone, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the rigors of your constant errands with a quick trip to Quality Tire. They have tires from the brands you trust, and their experts know which tires are right for your vehicle. Get quality selection, prices, and service at Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
Saskatchewan has been shaped by pioneers, entrepreneurs, and dreamers. Today, we are failing them. With a healthcare system in crisis, a land filled with lawlessness, and a province losing its identity. You deserve better. United, we can build a province where every child can dream big, every family can thrive, and where the spirit of our pioneers lives on. I'm John Rummick, leader of the Saskatchewan United Party, and we will do better.
Authorized by Chief Financial Agent for the Sask United Party.
Attention farmers, get ready to meet your number one canola seed. DeKalb is hitting the field with their strongest canola lineup ever. Their high-yielding, straight-cut plus hybrids come standard with club root resistance and are designed to deliver a faster, smoother harvest. Looks like Saskatchewan isn't the only team you should be keeping an eye on this season. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to get DeKalb in your winning lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Your Cooperator's Advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators Advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
What's Gleaner's secret to harvesting? Actually harvesting. Because if you're in need of maintenance, you're not harvesting. And if you're not harvesting, you're losing time and money. That's why Gleaner makes the industry's most reliable combine. Year after year, it gets the job done no matter what. Be ready to actually harvest. See the Gleaner S9 combine at Parkland Farm Equipment in North Battleford.
Wondering what your equipment is really worth? Hi, I'm Riley McChesney from McDougall Auctioneers, your go-to appraisal experts. With our finger on the pulse in today's market, we offer the most accurate, up-to-date valuations for your machinery. Planning to expand or thinking of selling? Get the real value of your equipment with McDougall Auctioneers. Over 42 years of expertise at your service. Call us at 1-800-263-4193 or visit us at mcdougallauction.com.
Saskatchewan Roughrider Football, brought to you by SaskTel, Claws of America, AgCo, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, Saskatchewan Party Caucus, SegaPlayNow.com, Salford Equipment, Sask Lotteries. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Time now for the third quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
26-8, the Saskatchewan Roughriders lead the BC Lions. Heading towards the third quarter, the Riders won the opening coin toss for Quality Tire, and they deferred and now have selected that they are going to go ahead, and they're going to receive the opening kickoff to start the second half for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca, as the Riders will defend the end zone to the north. That is to our broadcast left, wearing their green uniforms, of course, with the white numbers, green pants, green socks, and the S emblazoned on the other side of the helmet. BC wearing their road whites, with the gray pants and the black socks along with the black helmet with orange on either side is Darian Durant, honored at halftime, inducted into the Plaza of Honor, and now is throwing footballs out to the crowd here in Mosaic Stadium. He and Roy Shivers, as it looks like Flintoff and the BC Lions going to try an onside kick to start, but it's not going to work. It'll sail well out of bounds, and Flintoff and BC on the Quality Tire kickoff tried to catch the Riders napping, but didn't work.
It caught me napping. I was over there watching doubles throw balls into the stands.
Wow. Now it's going to be Rough Rider football inside BC territory as the ball went out of bounds untouched. Referee Justin McInnes confirms.
Illegal kickoff out of bounds. BC, number 11. Be first down, Saskatchewan.
So the Riders, who in the last 21 seconds of the opening half put up 10 points on the board, have an opportunity to go back to work on offense, operating at the BC 41-yard line.
If you're Saskatchewan, this is a perfect place to just start running the football. Not sure what the personnel grouping is in there. Give you a pretty good indication if Albert Awachi starts out. No, he's on the sideline, so maybe a quick pass here to start the game with.
Now we've got a delay on the field as I think the command center wants to take a look at this, and to me, it seemed like it was a pretty cut and dry scenario, but maybe there was a point where somebody infringed on the point of...
They can take as long as they want, Dave. It'll give me a chance to buy our 50-50 tickets here, buddy.
Good job.
Yep.
Well, they've now gone ahead and broken huddle, have the officials. The Riders will do likewise. It'll be 1st and 10. Ball right-hand hash for the green and white inside BC Lions territory after the failed onside kick attempt. Ouellette, the lone back in the backfield. He'll get it. Goes towards the left. He'll get across the 35 down to the 34-yard line of BC for a gain of about 7.
Such a good job by Trevor Reed and Zach Fry on this left side. Just knocking guys back. Sione Toema can't hold up on this double team, and AJ Ouellette just does a good job. Nice and patient. Sits right in behind his left guard and left tackle and lets his big hoggies do the grunt work, and 2nd and 3 right off the bat here.
Well, to quote his quarterback, Trevor Harris, not a lot of guys like tackling AJ Ouellette in the 3rd and the 4th quarter. They don't do it there until 7 yards were gained. It's 2nd and 3 now. Low snap for Harris. Looks to the far side. Still able to complete that timing route to Jareth Stearns down up to the 25 of BC. Yep. And that'll be well enough for a first down.
Stearns sits just outside the weak linebacker, Ben Hladick, right? And the separation that he's able to create once he sits down at about 6 yards gives him the ability to turn and get upfield for another couple of yards and get that first down in.
Bazandowski Agencies bring you Rider first downs this season, and it's 1st and 10 for the green and white on the 26-yard line of BC. The Lions load up the line, anticipating a run. They'll hand the ball off to Ouellette, but he's got a hole to the right-hand side, to the 20, 15, down to the 10, takes a hit inside the 10-yard line, but another first down for AJ Ouellette and the Rider offense.
Yeah, and listen, he's been a guy that's been sitting on the sidelines watching a whole lot of film and a whole lot of football. And today, twice now, we've seen him turn big yardage after cutting to the outside. When he was playing at the beginning of the year, he almost never broke it to the outside. Here he's done it twice and gets the Saskatchewan Roughriders in a good situation here. It's 1st and goal on the BC Lions 8-yard line.
Inside
Great run.
The Windsor Plywood red zone, an 18-yard carry for AJ Ouellette. 12:44 and counting to go in the 3rd quarter. Harris back to pass, looks near side. Now he's going to get wrapped up and dropped in the backfield. He ran out of time and able to step up and make the play. Looked like it was 46 indeed. Ben Hladick again.
Well, Jacob Brammer gets into a tough position here. He's the right guard, and they blitz 2 guys on either side of him. So after he picks up the initial guy, he notices that Hladick is now about to go and get in. So he comes off, or he stays on his guy, and Hladick just manages to work his way upfield. Get Harris on the ground. It's 2nd and 14 now.
Yeah, 2nd and goal from the 14 for the Riders. Ball right-hand hash, 5 receiver look for Saskatchewan. Harris is in the gun. He's got time this time. Slow rush from BC. Throws it into the end zone, but it's incomplete. Low throw right below the goalposts, and Stearns couldn't catch it, and he's tapping his shoulder pads, his Stearns, as he comes off.
Well, you know what? I mean, this is a good throw from Trevor Harris because you got to get it low. You got 2 linebackers within the vicinity of being able to make a play on this ball. But I agree. I mean, I think he should have caught it. But Harris has just got to do a good job trying to get it out of the range of number 41 who was in coverage, Alinde Ile. I hope I said that right, and I apologize to his family if I didn't.
5 of 5 is Lothar. This 22-yard attempt for Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals goes through the uprights to make it 6 of 6. And the Riders add to their lead. It's now 29-8 with 11:39 to go in the third quarter. We take a break and come back with more in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hey Rider fans, AJ Ouellette here, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. To be the best, you have to put in the hard work. And at Capital GMC Buick Cadillac in Regina, they work hard every day. They're the #1 GMC dealer in Saskatchewan, always offering the best selection of GMC trucks and SUVs for prices other dealers wish they could match. Whether I'm up early for Breakfast Club workouts or staying up late watching film, I know the team at Capital GMC is always ready to help. They drive Rider Nation.
It's time to revolutionize the way you harvest. The new Fendt Ideal Combine has been precision engineered to give you better real-time monitoring. A 485-bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second. Plus the industry's best warranty, service, and loaner program. The new Ideal Combine. It's Fendt. It's time. Learn more at idealharvesting.com and schedule a demo. See the Fendt Ideal Combine at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
News is the Saskatchewan Roughriders have a 29-8 lead. The bad news is that they've had to do it really on the back of their kicker, Brett Lothar, who's 6 of 6 in the Reliance Heath Water Heater Rental field goal department. Of course, Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals serving southern Saskatchewan for over 50 years with short-term flexible contracts. Call 522-5866. BC is elected to scrimmage the ball following the field goal at their own 40-yard line on the left-hand hash. There's 11:39 to go here in the third quarter. The winner of this football game, be it the Saskatchewan Roughriders, can secure home field advantage and at very least a Western semifinal, as a Winnipeg loss last night to Toronto means that first place in the West is still up for grabs. So Justin McInnes about to blow play in, and away we go with the ball in the left-hand hash for Nathan Rourke and the BC offense. The Opus Luvlaki look at Nathan's work in that first half, 13 of 18 for 154 yards, but 2 interceptions.
I'd like to see the Saskatchewan Roughriders change up the defensive approach a little bit here in this second half.
1st and 10, lots of pre-snap movement, but handoff goes to William Stambeck. He'll get across the 40 up to the 44-yard line and not much more. 2nd and 6 upcoming.
You got the over front, which is essentially a 3 technique, 2 defensive ends, and a 1 technique to the weak side of the field. I don't want to say that to be technical, but I do say it because it is a little bit of a change up on the first down approach at least. But here in the second down and 5, you see a 3-man front, potentially with blitzing linebackers.
Stambeck gets a good spot on that. It's 2nd and 5 for BC. Rourke back to pass. Looks far side, incomplete. Intended for Justin McInnes. He was hit, though, as he came out of his break by Marcus Sales. Yeah. And it'll be a kicking situation after a 2-and-out.
I know this is radio, but this is really clinic film here by Marcus Sales. You've got a blitz. Marcus Sales knows it's a blitz. And so because he knows it's a blitz, he knows that if Rourke doesn't throw this right away, he's going to get smacked. So what he does is he knows that he can jump any throw or any receiver that's stopping on a dime. Because if they do want to do a pump and go, they'll never get it off.
So Flintoff comes on to punt the football away. A driving kick that Mario Alford misread in the lights. He'll take it to the 30, and then he'll just dive up across the 32-yard line. And Trevor Harris and the Rider offense can come back out, leading by 21 points. There's 10:44 to go in the third quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
When the growing season is limited, you need the right equipment at the right price. Redhead Equipment is your go-to for premium used equipment, including certified pre-owned Case IH ag units. With 10 locations in Saskatchewan, we can find you the right unit to get the job done. Plus, you'll get peace of mind with a 12-month powertrain protection plan. You can also count on our Case IH factory-trained technicians to keep you up and running. Visit redheadequipment.ca, making tracks since 1948.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with playnow.com/green200. Playnow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit playnow.com/green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Let's go right down to the sideline of Derek Bidwell for Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers.
Hey, a funny little story here on the sidelines, and Luke will love this because it's a veteran move, but it's a veteran D lineman move. So the DBs kind of moved the heater down here. There's one heater on the sidelines, and they kind of tilted it away from the bench so that it could be directed to a whole bunch of them standing around. Micah Johnson was down at the other end of the bench talking with the coach, came back to his spot, realized that the boys, the smaller boys, the DBs, had moved the heater to direct it to them. He picks it up, moves it back, sits right in front of it, laughs. The boys got nothing to say about it. Of course, what are you going to say to Micah Johnson?
When you're an 11-year pro at a Kentucky, I think you can do that, right?
Yeah, you do whatever you want if you're Micah Johnson.
And doing it at a high level this season for the Saskatchewan
he's
Roughriders.
played so well, and it's again, I sometimes don't think that people understand the physicality that he plays with, and to be doing it consistently for as long as he has, it's special.
So 1st and 10 for the Riders. They take over on their own 37 after that 7-yard return for Ibarasa and Sons from Mario Alford. BC shows blitz on 1st down. Handoff goes to Ouellette. He'll crash across the line to the 40, spins his way up to the 43-yard line for a gain of 6.
It's another instance of the Riders, this time Jacob Brammer, getting to the second level and getting blocks on linebackers. It's what's clearing space up front for AJ Ouellette, and he does a good job just sifting through the traffic here. Spins at the last moment to get another couple yards, ends up with 6, so it's 2nd and 4.
Mitchell Picton brings in the play from the sideline from the Rider bench.
It's good to see Picton back on the field as well.
Absolutely it is. Had that ankle-ish issue that he battled through 6 games on the injured list for. 2nd and 4. BC going to rush 4. Harris back to pass. Looks to load it up. Kean Schaefer-Baker was tied up in coverage, and the flags come out all over the place as Schaefer-Baker beat his man, and that's a touchdown-saving pass interference call.
Well, it's Schaefer-Baker versus Ronald Kent Jr., and again, it's the same route that Sam Emmelis almost scored on. It's the corner, it's the post corner on the left side up between the numbers and the hash. Almost identical route this time.
Pass interference, BC, number 21. Spot on the foul, automatic 1st down.
It's KSB winning the route, and the defensive back obviously feels victimized. He's got to grab on, otherwise it's a touchdown. So you don't want to get beat, but if you do get beat the way he got beat, at least you saved the touchdown doing it.
So they'll place the ball at the BC 49 following penalty. It's 1st and 10 for the Riders, 9:52 and counting in the 3rd quarter to go. They lead the Lions 29-8. Harris is in the gun on 1st down, sends 4 receivers to this near side of the field after the 23-yard penalty. Harris in the gun. Hands it off to Ouellette. He's got a bit of a hole on that right-hand side across the 45, and the pile is just going to keep shifting before finally the officials determine forward progress has stopped and a gain of about 6.
You got Kean Schaefer-Baker blocking really well. The Saskatchewan Roughriders have identified a definite weak point for the BC Lions front. What they're doing is they're collapsing the right side of their offensive line, so it ends up being the left side of the BC Lion front. They've done it a couple times now, and they've gotten big gains off it. Obviously something that they wanted to continue from the first half here, and quicker than a hiccup, the Riders are threatening to score again.
2nd and 4 now. Ball on the 43 of BC, right in the middle of the field for Harris with 5 receivers at his disposal. BC going to load up the line, and they'll bring 5. Harris back to pass. Far side, that's complete. Kean Schaefer-Baker battling to get near the 1st down marker. He'll be awful close on the far side. We'll wait the spot and the official word.
Man on man, and the reason this works is because Schaefer-Baker has got a 5-yard out route, and the defensive back that he's playing against,
Manny
Rugamba, who's one of their leaders here in BC, is about 10 yards off him. So Rugamba does a good job to get down and try to make a tackle, but it's far too late because there's too much space being given up by the BC Lions scheme.
1st down for Schaefer-Baker and the Rider offense up to the BC 39 now. 8:15 and counting to go in the 3rd quarter. Saskatchewan 29, BC 8. Receivers going to crowd the line on 1st down. Hand the ball off to Ouellette. Not a lot of room there. He'll be tracked down from behind by Pete Robertson. And now a flag comes down at the end of the play well after the fact.
They're going to get Robertson for a cowboy collar tackle.
And Ouellette only had maybe a yard on the carry. As BC's not again, they are the least penalized team in the Canadian Football League in terms of yards. The second fewest flags thrown on them this season.
Unnecessary roughness, horse collar tackle, BC, number 40. 15-yard penalty and an automatic first down.
I called it a cowboy collar, didn't I?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I called it a cowboy collar.
But yeah, that's a bang-on call, and that is the third penalty assessed against the Lions here tonight.
Yeah, in Saskatchewan, if you're the Riders, you just want to get this into the end zone. And I know, sounds pretty basic, right? But so far today, it hasn't been. They've gotten one touchdown. I mean, they're blowing out the Lions right now. But again, it's not about your opponent. Yeah. It's about working on the things that you know are going to take you to the next level when you get into the Grey Cup playoffs.
Well, it is 1st and 10 for the Riders following the penalty. Ball advanced to the BC 24. Movement behind Harris pre-snap. Now he'll sling it far side, complete to Stearns, down inside the 15-yard line. That should be very close to another first down.
Yeah, they've done this 3 or 4 times. It was one of our keys to the game, right? Quick game on first down. But again, they've run one receiver in front of Stearns, and then they've run Stearns behind him, and he just stops. They make a 5-yard throw, and he does the rest for a first down. So it's been effective today.
Riders back in the Windsor Plywood red zone. Windsor Plywood, Saskatchewan locations. It's 1st and 10, ball on the 14. Ouellette stands to the left, now moves to the right of Harris on first down. Receivers crowd the line. Hand it off to Ouellette, has a seam, stays on his feet inside the 10 up near the 8-yard line. Good carry for AJ Ouellette for about 6. But AJ's a little slow getting up off the football.
Well, again, it's the same play. You got 2 wide receivers, KSB and Emelis, coming from the right, and they're collapsing down on the left side of the Lions' front. So what you build off of this now, because Trevor Harris has rolled every time. They've ran it every time, but he's rolled. So in a crunch, what you can do is you can bring those receivers down, give them the same exact look, and then break them out into the flat. And with Trevor Harris rolling, you're going to get an open receiver because the BC Lions have seen it now 4 or 5 times as a run. They haven't seen it as a throw.
2nd and 4 on the BC 8. Harris to pass, end zone, touchdown! Touchdown Riders! It's Kian, Schaefer, Baker, and here comes the Saskatchewan Samba!
This is such a good route by KSB, and you get rewarded for throwing tough blocks as a wide receiver. He's to the left of Harris, just comes over the top at about 6 yards, and Harris puts it, sorry, not 6 yards, about 10 yards, and Harris puts it in a beautiful spot. There's 4 BC Lions jerseys around KSB when he catches it, but Harris has just been so money with these timing throws that it's been really hard to defend for any opponent. And the Saskatchewan Roughriders are now just walking away with this one. And if I'm the BC Lions, I'll tell you what, I start warming up VA. I think that he's probably an option that might offer a little bit more as your quarterback if you're down by this much.
Point after attempt from Lother goes through, and the 4th touchdown receiving on the season for Kian Schaefer Baker. And the 19th touchdown toss from Trevor Harris has the Riders in front 36-8. We'll take a break and come back with more in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The Saskatchewan Cancer Agency invites you to join Healthy Future Sask, Saskatchewan's largest health research project. If you're between 30 and 74, you can help us uncover the causes of cancer and chronic diseases. We're recruiting Saskatchewan residents to complete a health and lifestyle questionnaire with an optional visit to our study center. Your participation can have a lasting impact on tomorrow's health. For more information, sign up today at visitHealthyFutureSask.ca. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency.
Johnston's Logistics. That's the name for your truck freight forwarding needs. They offer you the best quotes in the industry on bulk hopper, deck, van, and reefer shipping within Canada and into the United States. Next time you're looking for a freight rate to haul grain or fertilizer, think Johnston's. Next time you're looking for a rate to move a piece of machinery, think Johnston's. Next time you're looking to move van or reefer cargo, you know the name, Johnston's. For a highly competitive quote, call 844-324-7778.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The Nelson GM and Assiniboine Avonlea touchdown drive, where they'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. 73-yard drive started back at the Riders' 37-yard line. 8 plays, 5 first downs, 8-yard touchdown pass to Kean Schaefer-Baker, taking 3:34 off the clock. Kean Schaefer-Baker in the Saskatchewan Samba, folks that didn't get a chance to see it. It's a salsa dance where apparently it's all about the hips.
Oh, yeah.
All about the hips. Coach Nace wasn't sure about the hips, but he believes in it.
If anybody's going to do a samba on this team, it's got to be the receivers. Yeah. You know, that's the requirement. And the receivers and DBs, the problem is the DBs don't get in the end zone enough. And when they do, there's usually just a huge, large celebration. Guys are tackling each other. You know, on defense, we don't know how to celebrate touchdowns, right? It's just sort of a big mosh pit. Offense, these guys practice their touchdown dances in practice. Like, you know, they're real bougie. They're the bougie folks.
So Brett Lawther for a quality tire kickoff lines it up from his 30-yard line. Riders in front 36-8. 6:10 to go here in the third quarter. End-over-end kick will be taken by Terry Williams at his 12-yard line for the Lions. He'll come to the near side, get away from one tackler, and then get wrapped up close to his 35-yard line. And that's where BC will start, with Nathan Rourke coming back out onto the field for the Lions. A kickoff of 68 yards, returned for 23 by Terry Williams.
Good job by Benoit Marion. He just got here 5 minutes ago wearing number 93, gets down there. He's the initial guy in on the tackle attempt, slows the ball carrier down. I'll tell you what, 36-8.
6:02 to go in the third quarter, 1st and 10 BC. They need to do something and do something quickly.
Yeah, I'm telling you, they should put VA in the game.
Left-hand hash for Nathan Rourke on his own 37-yard line. Extra body along the offensive line. William Stanbeck will now run out into a pass pattern. Rourke feels the heat, pulls it down. Now going to get to the 40. He'll just slide ahead to the 42. Two-hand touch there by the Riders. And after a gain of about 5, it'll be 2nd and medium.
Well, it's a heads-up play by Rourke. The Riders are rushing 4. Everybody else is dedicated into coverage. Linebackers do a good job once he does try to break the pocket. Do a good job just sort of collapsing down onto him. He slides down here, and it's 2nd and 5.
Lions will go tempo. 5:20 to go in the third quarter. That's the 24th run of the season for Rourke, and he's back to pass here on 2nd and medium. Loading up, looking deep, has Eberhardt, and he's got it down to the Riders' 30-yard line. Finally tackled by Nelson Lacombo, who stumbled coming out of his break. But a big catch on that far side for Mr. Aiden Eberhardt out of Wyoming.
Well, the BC Lions get a good matchup here. What they do is they spread this coverage out, and they get a mismatch. Lacombo on Eberhardt, and Eberhardt just runs a bit of a deep corner, but loses Lacombo. And Lacombo does a good job to make up for it, but not before. It's a huge gain.
38-yard gain for BC. That's a big play with the 30-plus variety for Nathan Rourke, who's in first down territory. Swings it underneath, has a man coming across his Berryhill, and he'll finally be forced out of bounds by Deontay Williams up at the 22-yard line of Saskatchewan, a gain of about 8.
Yeah, as we're dropping back into coverage here, CJ Rivas on the strong side. As he's dropping back, he realizes that Berryhill's coming down low, and because his momentum's going backwards, he can't adjust his body, and Berryhill ends up leveraging him to the sideline, and now you're 2nd and 2. Obviously, we talk about this down for the Riders. It's same with the BC Lions. They got their whole playbook in front of them right now.
4:25 to go in the third quarter. Riders in front, 36-8. Ball is on the Saskatchewan 22. Rourke in the gun. Lots of pre-snap motion. Now he's back to pass. Gonna gun it down, and he misses his man. Incomplete. Alexander Hollins was open, but Rourke couldn't step into it the way he wanted, and it skips off the turf in front of his receiver.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of pressure here. BC Lions got to go for it. Obviously, they're down almost 30. So they're going to get back into the huddle here. It's only 2 yards they got to go. It's just, unfortunately, the Riders blitz. He feels a little bit of pressure at the top and tries to gun it in there and just doesn't work out for him.
Moose Creek Red Angus, third down gamble for BC. They've missed once. This is 3rd and 2 from the Rider 22. Stanbeck alone back in the backfield for Rourke, who's in the gun. Ball's on the left-hand hash. Here comes the house from the Riders. Rourke skips it incomplete. Far side. He knew he had to get rid of it early, and he tried to get it to Eberhardt and couldn't. It's another turnover for Olympic RTMs and the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
And it's the right call, right? You got a short play. Mace blitzes the house again. And again, the defensive backs know they're allowed to just drive anything in front of them because it's a blitz.
Riders get the ball. When we come back, 3:48 to go in the third quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
The new Case IH Steiger 715 offers power with purpose. Tackle rough terrain and any field challenges with the new Case IH Steiger 715 tractor. With an impressive 778 horsepower, new hood design, enhanced lighting, improved visibility, and hands-free steering you've come to rely on. See your local Redhead Equipment dealer for details. RedheadEquipment.ca, making tracks since 1948.
When you think about it, Connexus is exactly like the Roughriders. We both have a fearsome lineup, a solid game plan, and deep pride in Saskatchewan. Okay, maybe we're not exactly alike, but with Connexus, you've got a team behind you committed to your success and the success of everyone in Rider Nation. So whether you're saving for season tickets on the 50-yard line or saving for your retirement, visit Connexus.ca to get a real home field advantage today. Now, can somebody help me up? I think I sprained my ACL.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
So happy you got our 50-50s, Luke. The jackpot now over $341,000. And the all-new Rider Foundation 50-50. And you don't even have to be here to get it. You can go online to riders5050.ca.
I'll tell you what, I'm frustrated, man. I've been doing this 50-50 thing for years and years and years, and I'm worried that if I finally win it like this week, I'm just going to be breaking even, you know? It's not going to be a...
You're not going to celebrate. That's what you're telling me?
Wow. No, I'm just going to be put the money back in my account that I've lost. But you know what? It's such a great cause. They do so many good things in the community to the 50-50 or the Rough Rider Foundation. It was a really good call to develop it by Kent and Craig, the CFO and the CEO of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. A brilliant idea.
So the Riders, after the turnover on downs, are 1st and 10 at their own 22. Play just whistled in. Riders out front big, 36-8. BC going to load up the line. They'll rush 6. Riders swing it out near side. Kean Schaefer-Baker, though, loses his footing as he crosses the 20-yard line. He'll roll forward near the 24 for a gain of a couple.
Well, the problem with this is he's wide open as he comes from left to right into the flat. But Harris throws it a bit behind him, and he's got to turn around. So when he turns around, he catches the football. But by then, he's all discombobulated. We're at 2nd and 9. Would have been probably a 6-yard gain, too. So 6-7 yards. Might have ended up 2nd and 2 there, maybe a first down. BC Lions have got to do something here, though.
Riders break their huddle. It's 2nd and a long 9 from Saskatchewan's own 23. They've got 6 now, 7 in the box. One will drop out as Harris is back to pass. Looks, has Emelis, first down up to the 40-yard line of BC. Nice, great play between receiver and quarterback to find an open spot.
Well, it's a heads-up play by Emelis because he sits down at 10 yards. And the reason why is he recognizes there's a blitz. He knows Trevor Harris is going to be looking for a receiver quickly. So he sits down, Harris finds him, and Harris has been playing just lights out today.
21 of 26 for 228 yards and 2 touchdowns after that 22-yard reception by Samuel Emelis. That stat look brought to you by Opa Sublaki, and it's a first down for the Riders and Bazandowski agencies, now up at their 40-yard line. Ball right-hand hash. Harris has 5 receivers in this formation. BC once again crowds the line. Handoff goes to Thomas Bertrand Udom. Thomas the train going to move the pile for a couple of yards. It'll be 2nd and 7.
Yeah, giving AJ Ouellette a little bit of a break. Good job just running a simple dive. Don't get much off the line of scrimmage as far as blocking goes, but so I think the priority becomes once you see a ton of traffic is just ball security at that point. 2nd and 7. BC Lions, again, I just think they got to blitz every time it's a throwing down on 2nd down. You got to blitz if you're the Lions just because you got to make something happen. Trevor Harris is picking you apart otherwise. I mean, he's having success against the blitz too, so.
5, now 6 down linemen for BC. They'll rush 5. Harris to pass, near side. Keyshawn Johnson's got it as a first down up near midfield. What a job to deke out Ben Gladdick and then get enough for the first down with some nice yak yards.
Yeah, schematically, nothing makes sense here for the BC Lions. And the reason why I say that is they got a deep route that the cornerback goes with, and then the guy who's responsible for the flats ends up being Ben Gladdick, their weak side linebacker, but he's so far inside that when Keyshawn Johnson finally does get the ball, he's got a ton of distance to travel, manages to get a tackle, but still Not before the Riders move the sticks again.
12-yard reception for Keyshawn Johnson. Had a great conversation with him this week after that big catch that he made in Edmonton last week. He's got a 31-inch vertical. BC loads up the line. Bertrand Houdon gets the carry. He'll be spun ahead for a gain of about 4 up to the BC 51-yard line with 1:05 to go before three-quarter time.
31-inch vertical.
31-inch vertical. And I said, like...
I think I had a 32-inch vertical coming out of college. Oh, yeah.
I'm not doubting you.
Oh, no, I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I don't talk about myself a lot, but when I got a chance to throw in that vertical.
32.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Keyshawn Johnson, I mean, 31-inch vertical for a guy his age too. He's not a spring chicken. He's not. There's a reason he didn't qualify as Rookie of the Year.
6'1", 201, first-year CFLer out of Fresno State. 2nd and 6, Saskatchewan. Harris to pass. He finds the aforementioned Johnson, who just spins ahead up to the first down stick at the 41.
You know, I'll tell you what, too. You mentioned that he's the #1 receiver in Fresno State history.
In yardage.
They've had a ton of good receivers, including Devontae Adams,
who's number 3.
Who was with Derek Carr. Yeah, who's number 3. Like, that is a school that is used to productive wide receivers, and he's one of them. So that's impressive when you really think about the guys who have gone in and out of Fresno State, that program.
Well, and unfortunately,
now he's down on his knee.
Down on a knee up at the Rider 51-yard line following the first down.
He must have heard me bragging about my 32-inch vertical and just is dumbfounded, and it's taking him out of the game. He's so flustered.
Well, we cannot talk about anybody nicely anymore because it comes back to bite us, right?
Every time we mention somebody doing something good.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, let's just be like, man, Rourke has played a great game today. He is really playing. I'm telling you, I don't know why. If Vernon Adams doesn't come in this fourth quarter for BC, they've screwed everything up.
But if they do, don't they screw it up more as Keyshawn Johnson jogs off to the Riders sideline with a nice round of applause from the faithful here at Mosaic? But aren't you opening up a can of worms, putting them in? If you've got anywhere
opened a
near
can of worms by throwing Rourke in the game. You know what I mean? Like bringing him in and paying him all that money.
If you've potentially got any division in the locker room, and he comes in and has any form of success, haven't you just gone a step backwards?
Nah. No, you haven't. You know what you've done? You've saved your season. And you get to...
1st and 10 for the Riders on the BC 42. Flip it underneath to Kean Schaefer-Baker to the 40. 35 dives ahead to the 34-yard line. Nice gain of 8 on what should be and is the final play of the third quarter. So on the Quality Tire scoreboard, Quality Tire with 9 locations around Saskatchewan. See them at qualitytire.ca. It's Saskatchewan 36, BC 8. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hey, Rider Nation, this is AJ Ouellette, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. I am so pumped to be here in Regina. I am pumped to be with the Riders, and I am pumped to be dealing with Crestview, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram in Regina. These are awesome dudes to talk to if you want a truck, car, or Jeep. Anything to get you down the road. When you want a new ride, deal with the team Thor deals with.
Crestview, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, a proud part of the Capital Automotive Group. They drive Rider Nation.
Attention farmers, get a great deal on the highest performing DeKalb lineup ever. Book your seed by December 13th to save big instantly. No minimum required, no waiting for your check. Get $20 off per bag of canola, $25 off per bag of corn, and $1 off per unit of soybeans. With deals like these, DeKalb is ready to be your #1 seed. Visit your retailer to book now or dekalb.ca/SK. Always read and follow label directions.
Hi folks, Tim from Young's Equipment, your genuine Case IH parts and service dealer. Harvest is moving fast, so let's plan for next year. There has never been a more critical time to have your equipment ready. Book winter inspections on Case IH combines, tractors, and sprayers. Take advantage of our reduced inspection pricing, 10% off all genuine Case IH parts installed with the inspection. Special trucking rates and Young's loyalty program. Slots are filling fast. Contact Young's Equipment to avoid disappointment. Check youngs.ca today. Conditions apply.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football, brought to you by the Cooperators, McDougall Auctioneers, Capital Auto Group, Connexus Credit Union, Bayer Crop Science, SegaPlayNow.com, Saskatchewan Party Caucus, Quality Tire, Redhead Equipment, Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. And now, the fourth quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Well, as we start the fourth quarter, huge controversy here at Mosaic Stadium. It's going to be a 2nd down and 2 for the Saskatchewan Roughriders on the BC 34. However, Luc feels that the BC Lions should make a change at quarterback. The other side of that, though, is, well, the WorkSafe Bob was replaced by our colleague, Mark Johnston of Play 92, and Mark did a terrific job.
Mark did a way better job than WorkSafe Bob ever does.
Yeah, so the fourth quarter stretch, it may have just changed. 2nd and 2 for the Riders. Hand the ball off to AJ Ouellette. Absorbs first contact, but only able to fall back towards the line of scrimmage, which is the BC 34. He might even lose a yard.
Yeah, Sione Tuema, something's got to shake here for the Lions, right? And he does a great job of just jumping into the gap, and it forces AJ Ouellette to cut far too early. And the Riders will come out of here with a field goal attempt here to get to 39.
Lawther going to line it up from 43 yards. 6 for 6 so far. Ball right-hand hash. Corsack to hold it for Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Good snap. Hold is okay. The kick is up. And there you go. Brett Lawther. The streak continues for Brett, and he'll add another 3 to the tally. It's 39-8. The Riders lead with 13:57 to go in the fourth quarter.
You know, we put a lot of money on that parlay early on in the pregame. We took the under 51. We took the Riders. We're going to get that right. But, Dave, I'm starting to worry about our mortgage payment.
Correction, your mortgage payment.
Yeah, my bad.
Not like I don't want to be a team player here, but just saying. So BC will take the ball at their 40-yard line. 1st and 10. Ball on the left-hand hash. Hand the ball off to Stanbeck. As into the game at quarterback is a new quarterback in Chase Bryce. It's not Vernon Adams Jr.
Wow. This is really early on to be folding the tent here.
And not giving Vernon Adams Jr. the ball?
And why you wouldn't play VA is just beyond me. I don't know. I think that the BC Lions have bungled this from the start.
Well, Chase Bryce is 12 of 14 on the season with an 85% completion rate for 132 yards. It's now 2nd and 12 after a loss of 2, and he's back to pass here. Going to throw it up. It's deflected in the air, hangs up, and it'll be brought down by the Lions at the 45-yard line. That could have been and was dangerous, but able to climb the ladder was Aiden Aberhart, but he's still going to be 5 yards shy of a first down.
I'll tell you what you don't want to see as a CFL quarterback. You don't want to see Agent Zero Roland Milligan and CJ Rivas coming downhill at the ball you just threw. And those two guys get it knocked up in the air, and how that's not intercepted by one of those guys, two of our best defenders, is beyond me, but the Riders get out of there forcing a punt.
So Flintoff to kick it, going to try to get it away from Mario Alford, but it's right in the middle of the field. Alford has got his choice, and he's going to try the right side. Gets to the corner, high steps a man, and then forced out of bounds at the BC sideline, up around the 32 after the E. Barassa and Sons punt return. So with 12:21 to go, we take a timeout. Saskatchewan leading the Lions 39-8. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Your Cooperators advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
The professionals at Thrive Wealth Management are dedicated experts in financial and wealth planning.
But we're also proud members of Rider Nation.
We offer our members exceptional service, specialized attention, and access to advanced investment products.
And on game day, we bleed green and white, baby.
So for expert advice,
for big fans like you,
visit thrivewealth.ca today.
And
Go Riders! Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
39-8, the Riders lead with 12:21 to go in the fourth quarter. Interesting, Luke, because Chase Bryce has come into the game for the BC Lions. The Riders have got Trevor Harris back out on the field. And this is a potential playoff matchup, right?
Yeah.
And do you worry about showing too much here?
No. Listen, these guys have seen each other twice now. There's not going to be too much that you devise scheme-wise that's going to surprise a team at this point in the year.
Okay.
Right? It's more about the physicality in which and this was a butt kick in here by the Saskatchewan Roughriders when the game mattered, and that's what you put on film. That's what the Riders are going to show their players. Like, look, man, this is the brand of football that you're expected to play, and it's probably really sort of disconcerting for the Lions to come out here and put this on, because now you got to come back here.
1st and 10. For the Riders from their own 32. 4 receivers far side. They'll hand the ball off to AJ Ouellette. He'll get first contact, and he just laughs it off. Gets across the 30. I'm near the 33, maybe 34-yard line. It's a gain of a couple of tough yards for 45 in green.
Well, and you alluded to it earlier on, right? This is where the number 45 really starts to hurt you. This is only going to be a 2-yard gain, but, I mean, it's a hard 2 yards, and when you grind down your opponent, you're up by 31 points, and you got a guy that's moving as fast as he was in the first quarter in the fourth, and you're getting mud stomped. It's not a good feeling having to go up against that.
2nd and 9, 11:27 to go in the fourth quarter. Riders leading 39-8. Ball right-hand hash. Harris back to pass. Feels the pocket collapse. Throws it as he's hit, but it'll be up for a first down. Nice completion on the far sideline as Harris got belted, but he was able to get it away and complete to Keyshawn Johnson.
Belted was an understatement. Harris got decleated. It was a massive hit under a ton of pressure. BC Lions approach this down with 3 linemen, but they bring 3 other additional players, and 2 of them get in on Trevor Harris's chest. And again, you got to make the tough throws. You got to be a tough quarterback, right? And he did a good job.
Saskatchewan is challenging the previous play for roughing the passer. The play will be reviewed.
He did a good job taking a massive hit and delivering a football for a first down.
So this is an interesting one, as Shea Patterson is coming into the game with Trevor Harris coming off. It was a 12-yard reception for a first down for Keyshawn Johnson. But as you heard referee Justin McKinnis say, the Riders are challenging for roughing the passer.
Well, like I said, they picked him up. I mean, he was off his cleats.
Head coach Corey Mace of the Riders is 3 for 8 in his challenges, and we'll find out the result when we come back. 39-8, the Riders lead BC with 11:07 to go here in the fourth quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Trevor Harris, quarterback of your Saskatchewan Roughriders. When I'm on the field, I need a strong team to back me up. When I'm off the field, I need a reliable vehicle to get me around. That's why I trust the experts at Mercedes-Benz Regina. They have the best selection and the best service anywhere. For a luxury vehicle that any MVP would be proud to drive, make your way to Mercedes-Benz Regina and score a touchdown deal. Proud vehicle suppliers of the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Mercedes-Benz Regina. We drive Rider Nation. Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 18 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
11:07 to go in the football game. Riders comfortably in front, 39-8, looking to secure a home field playoff game should this result hold tight. Right now we're holding tight, waiting for Justin McKinnis and the result of the coach's review from Corey Mace. I haven't seen a replay of the hit on quarterback Trevor Harris, aside from the fact that live it was one heck of a shot that he took, and we'll wait to see what the command center and Justin McInnis say is Mace is holding Trevor Harris out of the football game.
Yeah. Mace is telling Trevor Harris, look, man, you got a bye week. Let's just let Shea here navigate this offense. Trevor's a competitor. He wants to keep playing.
After review, we have roughing the passer, BC number 0. 15-yard penalty, first down.
So we're going to get a look at it now on the Maxtron here, as it was a headshot that Harris absorbed from Tehume. And so the Riders will advance the ball up to the 51-yard line, and head coach Corey Harris has seen enough, so he's going to put Shea Patterson, into the ball game. Patterson completing 62% of his passes for nearly 1,600 yards this season, and he gets a chance to work the offense here as BC loads up the line. Handoff goes to Ouellette, who skips through near the line of scrimmage and maybe up a yard. It'll be 2nd and 9.
Yeah, I mean, right now for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, it's time to just take this clock all the way out, right? So you got 10:33. You'll probably start every first down with a run here with AJ Ouellette. You're 2nd and 8 now. BC Lions, again, I think you just got to keep blitzing. Just hope something happens. Hope one of your defensive backs can get in on a tip or an overthrow. And Shea Patterson's probably pretty excited, though. He hasn't played a number of snaps in a while.
So 2nd down and 8 as Ouellette has given 2 on the first down carry. Ball is on the BC 49-yard line. Ouellette stands to the right of Patterson in the backfield. BC once again load up the line, and they're going to bring the house. Patterson back to pass. Here comes flags everywhere in the backfield, in the secondary. Patterson just going to throw it down the sidelines. Johnson went up, but they're going to rule he was well out of bounds when he made the catch. So we'll wait to see what these flags are. The one in the BC secondary is the intriguing one.
That's just the flag that came from the sideline. So it's going to be offside Saskatchewan and then hold on Saskatchewan.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, the flag you're seeing, it was a really impressive throw by the official. Yeah, he hooked it about 20 yards, Dave.
Had some strength, did he?
Yeah, well, I mean, those flags don't wait.
There are 2 fouls on the previous play. Offside, Saskatchewan, number 89. That penalty is declined. Holding, Saskatchewan, number 45. That penalty is also declined. It'll be 3rd down.
So 3rd and 8 for Saskatchewan on the BC 49-yard line. The offense will come off and Adam Korsak, and the punt team will come on for Saskatchewan following those penalties that were both, again, as you heard, declined. As Korsak will kick this one away to Terry Williams. 5'9", 170, fourth-year receiver. Standing back right at his 10-yard line to receive this from Korsak into whatever wind there is here tonight at Mosaic Stadium. Korsak going to spiral this one with a bit of backspin that'll chase Williams back to his 2. He'll elude the first rush, but then he gets hit at the 7-yard line. A return of 5 and no more for the BC Lion returner, and here comes the Lions offense.
Thomas, the tank engine, Bertrand Audon. Hey, you know who's moving around pretty well out there too, by the way? Yoshi Hardrick.
Yeah, he was at practice.
He's out there right now. He looks pretty limber.
46-yard punt by Korsak, by the way, 4 on the return for Williams. BC backed up deep in their territory.
Well, if you're the Riders, you get to pin your ears back. Those defensive linemen now start thinking about some sacks.
Chase Bryce at quarterback for BC. Fakes the handoff, slings it far side. That's complete up across the 15-yard line. That's going to be very close to a first down reception for Justin McInnis on the far side.
A really good throw here by Bryce. He's got to get this right on time on this quick slant, because if he doesn't, our linebacker who's edging out there, AJ Allen, potentially picks this off. It was a really accurate throw. Tough coverage by Deontay Williams.
Get to an update on Trevor Harris in a moment. First, though, it is 1st and 10 for BC at their 18. 5 receivers for Bryce. He's back to pass. Looks near side. Has it complete. In front of DeMarcus Fields is McInnis, and he'll tack on some more yardage up near the 35-yard line and a first down for BC.
That's another good throw you got.
But McInnis is slow to get up. He's on a knee. And here come the training staff for the Lions.
Got DeMarcus Fields in coverage again, but can't be mad at this throw here at all. You get it just over the linebacker, Jameer Thurman, and you just get it in front of DeMarcus Fields in coverage, tight coverage too. The Riders, they're not just sort of letting guys just run through unabated either.
As McInnes is slow to get up, and he's going to hobble off towards the far sideline after that first down reception. Just an update on Trevor Harris from what we can see up here is Harris took that hit that was flagged unnecessary roughness in the middle of the last drive, has come off to the sideline. He's been in conversation with Jack Cohn sharing a helmet, so it doesn't look like it is an injury or he's being observed in any way.
His day's done.
Just precautionary, I would suggest. Take him out. So 8:35 to go, 1st and 10. Clock is moving on Chase Bryce and the BC Lions. It's a 5 receivers package. Ryder's going to bring a blitz from the far side. Bryce gets rid of it, but it's dropped by the receiver, Stanback, as he was 5 yards downfield and had some room to run, but he drops it.
Yeah, Stanback bubbles out, and Bryce makes the right throw because he's getting pressured from the strong side blitz that's coming. Jameer Thurman's one-on-one here with Stanback, but he's about 5 yards off, so Stanback potentially gets about 8, and if he breaks Jameer Thurman's tackle, he gets a ton more, but that's the second one that he's had trouble with today. Obviously, the first one being the one that was bobbled and then intercepted for a score.
2nd and 10. Ball on the BC 35, right in the middle of the field for Bryce. He's got Stanback to his right in the backfield. 3 targets far side. He's back to pass. Fires it. That's complete up across the 45 near the 46-yard line. Looked like that was Eberhardt who hauls it in and should be enough for a first down.
Eberhardt came in here with 33 catches and he's got a few today. I think he's been playing a pretty good game. Had a nice big long one there in the first half. Saskatchewan, again, they're staying with the blitz. They brought 5 that time. One thing that you got to understand as a defensive front, though, is you got to make sure that you know where the linebackers are blitzing. You don't want to make a pass rush move into the gap that the linebackers are coming in. You just get bumped into each other.
Eberhardt, 3 receptions for 30 yards. As it's back to pass for Bryce on first down. Throws it far side. That's complete inside Saskatchewan territory down to the 53. He looked like he'd thrown it into the danger zone as the Rider defensive back Williams, I think it was, jumped it. But it's a completed pass and a first down for the Lions.
Yeah, and CJ Avery, who's playing on the weak side now, he just can't get into his drop quick enough. Bryce puts it on his receiver before he gets there, and it forces Deontay Williams to come down and make a really good tackle.
Yeah, Keon Hatcher made it with CJ Avery flashing in front of him. 1st and 10 for the Lions on the Saskatchewan 52. 6:46 to go in the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan leads 39-8. Bryce to pass near side. That's complete. Eberhardt again up to the 40 of Saskatchewan. Going to twist his way down near the 38-yard line. And BC's got something going here with 6:30 and counting to go in the fourth quarter.
I'll tell you what, this young man's coming out and he's throwing the ball really well. A few timing throws. This time again, he gets it right in front of the linebacker. We're starting to get sloppy with our tackles, though. That's the one thing that you want to see as Coach Mace. The game's out of reach, but are you continually playing your brand of football? And right now it's getting a little bit sloppy, and I think that's one of the things that Mace is going to have to talk about when they watch this on film. Like, hey, guys, we got to work on finishing the game.
15 yards on the catch, first down BC. Bryce to pass. Pumps once, pulls it down. Now he runs into trouble. It's Benoit Marion who makes the tackle. The newcomer inserted into the lineup. It'll be a gain of maybe 1 for Bryce.
From La Belle Province. Benoit Marion, he's running a stunt. His defensive tackle is replacing him. He's going to loop underneath the guard, and he's meant to get upfield, but there's a big space Bryce is running into, so he just fills that gap and ends up with a nice tackle.
They give Bryce the line of scrimmage, negating the sack for Marion. It's 2nd and 10 BC at the 38 of Saskatchewan. Left-hand hash. 3 receivers in motion for Bryce. Back to pass, looks near side, loads it, and it's deflected away. Broken up by the Riders as he threw it into coverage, and breaking it up and stepping in front of it was CJ Avery. And it'll be a 3rd down for the Lions offense.
Go for it. I think Sean White gets the day off now. You're down by 1 billion points. And even if you don't get it, it's okay, right? The Riders are going to start this, and if you're Rick Campbell, you just hope the Riders run the ball. Just get them out of here. The WestJet plane's probably loaded up. Got a ton of snacks waiting on the boys. Let's just get on the plane and figure out if we got to come back here.
3rd and 10 for the BC offense from the Rider 38. Bryce back to pass. 4-man rush. Here comes the pressure, but he gets away. Still has it at his 50. Loads it up. Throws up a duck. It's in the air, and it's knocked away. A couple of Rider receivers had a play on it. Neither of them could come away with it, and it falls incomplete, and it's another turnover for BC with 4:46 to go.
Abacak Baldonado hates his life right now. He makes a beautiful pass rush move off the right edge. Bryce ducks under his, and then he gets up and also makes the tackle again, but Bryce gets it off.
6th turnover of the night for BC. Saskatchewan ball when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Did you know it's the best time of year to buy your Claws 2025 equipment? Get incredible savings with early order offers like $20,000 off Lexion combines, $15,000 off Xerion tractors, $10,000 off Axion tractors, $15,000 off Jaguar harvesters, and $6,000 off Arian tractors. Make the best of every harvest with Claws, made for more. For full products and availability, visit claws.com.
Your Cooperators Advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators Advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Let's go down to the sideline for Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers and Derek Bidwell.
Hey, Dave, yeah, just an update. You guys were talking a little bit about Trevor Harris, and he was talking with another one of the staff on the sidelines. He was asking him how bad that hit was. He kind of waved it off as if it was no big deal, and it didn't seem like, because right after that, he just asked, what do we got for candy? I don't know what your what the snacks were like when you played, Luke, but they got gummy worms and Skittles and whatever, and just to confirm, Trevor Harris went with the gummy worms. A couple handfuls of gummy worms, he seems to be okay.
Well, you got to regulate your blood sugar levels, and here's what I can promise you. Whatever candy they did have, they kept away from the offensive linemen. Those guys already, their levels of blood sugar are just too high already. You can't get that candy close to them.
You better be careful, or you're going to end up in the cold tub. That's a thing, man.
Yeah, I'm not in the locker room, though, Dave.
Riders 1st and 10. Shea Patterson's in the gun.
Just don't tell him I said that, though. I don't want.
True that. Plus 25, the Riders' turnover ratio on the season after their 6th of the night. Hand the ball off. Getting the carry is Thomas the Train, and he'll jump ahead across the 40 up near the 42-yard line for a gain of about 4.
Hey, you've got the 3-minute warning creeping up, right? Mm-hmm. You're 2nd and 7 here after a textbook run from Udon. You'd like to throw a couple first downs together, right? Really get it to a nice hey, we're out of here now, right? So you'd love a first down here. Just keep this clock moving.
2nd and 7 for the Riders. Shea Patterson has 3 receivers. Go to the far side. BC rushes 4. Patterson throws it up, looking for Keyshawn Johnson, but that falls incomplete, just floating over his head, and it'll be a kicking situation for the Riders.
He had to get through his progressions, because I think that what he wanted to do is he wanted to hit a combo route on the back side, on his right side, but the Rider receivers on that side ran into each other. So he quickly had to just ad-lib, and I think that the only guy he knew he would have a hope in hell in finding was Keyshawn Johnson running a little button.
So Adam Korsak, who had the first essentially 3 quarters off, has been busy in the 4th as he'll kick this one away. Back again, ready to receive is Terry Williams. Williams stands at his 25 with 3:28 and counting. Is Korsak using as much of the clock as he can?
Well, I'm not sure why the clock's running. It was an incomplete pass. Right?
Good point. End over ender taken by Williams at his 17-yard line. Slips the first tackle, then he's caught from behind, wrapped up at the 30, and that's where the BC Lions offense will go to work with 3:12 to go here in the 4th quarter. But maybe before the 3-minute warning.
The clock just runs randomly? I
don't know.
I thought that the clock would be, I'm not complaining.
No.
Right?
I don't think anyone is.
No. Gets us out of here a little bit earlier.
52 yards on the punt, 13 on the return. And, hey, on your way home, 620 CKRM and the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network are pleased to bring you the first Happy Honker Award. I'll tell you about that coming up in our fifth quarter postgame show. Plus, Rider Nation, we want to hear from you with the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable. There's lots of confusion right now for the Rough Riders in getting set for this play. Bryce will swing it over to the far side. Hatcher out of the backfield makes the first man miss. Then he'll be spun to the ground after a gain of about 2 for the Lions receiver with 2:52 to go in the football game. Saskatchewan comfortably in front, 39-8. We'll take a break and come back with the conclusion in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Saskatchewan, we're built for seeing the sun rise and for days lasting past sunset. We're built for trials, tasks, and tough times. Redhead Power Sports in North Battleford offers you your next ultimate off-road experience. From Can-Am off-road vehicles, Sea-Doo personal watercrafts, or Ski-Doo snowmobiles, let us take you on your next ultimate off-road experience. Choose your next adventure with Redhead Power Sports. redheadpowersports.ca.
I'm Carla Beck, leader of the Saskatchewan NDP. Right now, life is just too damn expensive. That's why, as Premier, I won't raise your taxes. In fact, I'll cut taxes, making it cheaper to gas up your vehicle and buy winter clothes for the kids. And I'm the only leader in this campaign who can say that. It's time for a change in Saskatchewan. I'm Carla Beck, and I approve this message.
Authorized by the Chief Official Agent for the Sask NDP.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
3-minute warning is brought to you by Brett Young. More bushels per acre. We can get behind that. Visit brettyoung.ca for canola hybrids that are the best fit for your farm. What a night it was. The Legends Night here at Mosaic Stadium. Roy Shivers, Darian Durant, of course, both honored at halftime. Doubles will be joining us, of course, for more double talk on 620 CKRM and on the all-new SportsCage at sportscage.com. You can find all of his conversations there on our podcast. It's a great opportunity to catch up with one of the true legends of Rider Nation in Darian Durant and the all-new SportsCage. And, of course, the cage will return on Tuesday.
Sorry about that. Heard you did a good job emceeing the Plaza, buddy.
Truly was an honor.
Yeah.
Truly was an honor. And I'm so proud and privileged to have been able to help the Saskatchewan Rough Rider Foundation earn $170,000 for their reading programs, their mental wellness programs. A heck of a night all around. 2nd and 7 for BC. They've got the ball on their 33-yard line with 2:52 to go in the fourth quarter. Riders leading 39-8. 3 receivers far side for Chase Bryce, who's come into the game to quarterback the Lions after an ineffective Nathan Rourke left in the last quarter. His pass is up near the first down stick, right around the 40-yard line. It's going to be close as to whether or not it will be a first down.
Yeah, I think they're going to give it to him.
Hauling it in was Kieran Poisson with just his 6th reception of the season. And you're right, it is a first down.
Yeah, I think Bryce has came in and thrown well today. Again, he's no VA, but...
Oh, Luke. I can't wait for your fifth quarter thoughts, man.
No, man, I'm done after that, you know. We won't spend time kicking the dog while it's down.
1st and 10 as they do give a first down, and Bryce throws it far side. That's incomplete, just behind the intended receiver as he was looking on the far side. But it, again, incomplete, and it'll be 2nd and 10.
That's a missed opportunity for Bryce. He's got a slant come in between AJ Allen and AJ Allen and Deontay Williams. And he times it right. He just puts it too low to the ground, and the receiver wasn't able to get it.
So 2nd and 10. Again, ball on the BC 40. 2:21 to go. Riders in front 39-8. Bryce in the gun is back to pass. Looking, throwing deep. It's up, and it's incomplete. Kean Hatcher went up, and he took a blow at the end of the play as the Riders lit up, but that ball sailed and falls incomplete, and it's a 3rd down as now we've got a little bit of a conversation as players head towards their respective sidelines.
Well, Caleb Saunders, again, is going to come in here and have a massive hit on the quarterback. Beautiful inside swim move again from Sanders, number 92, who's played well today. That's why the throw was a little bit low and out of range of the intended receiver, Mario Williams, or...
So Stephen Flintoff in to punt the ball away. And Ibarasa and Sons punt return upcoming for Mario Alford. He'll just skip away and then look to get to the outside. Looking for a lane, gets the corner to the 30, 35, 40. Still on his feet to the 45 and steps out of bounds at the 50. It was like he had air brakes. Just hit him right when he got to that 45-yard line, slowed down, and that was that.
Well, you know, my attention's totally shifted to the parlay that we made pregame where we took the under on the 51 points. So as Mario Alford is running that football, I'm just seeing our money go out the window, you know?
Ibarasa and Sons, your local trusted New Holland Ag dealer, bringing that punt return. Of course, proudly serving you and your family for over 100 years. See ebarasa.com today. Riders, Shea Patterson in at the helm once again. It's 1st and 10 after that 27-yard punt return from Alford. Puts the ball at the 48-yard line of BC. Lions going to load the line. Handoff goes to Bertrand Udon. He'll get across the 50, still moving the pile up around the midfield stripe.
Nice little run by Thomas. He's played well when he's gotten the chance. And, again, these guys do such a good job on special teams. It really goes unnoticed because it's not a glorified part of the game. But it's how you, A, it's how you stay on rosters, and B, it's how you continue to work towards your opportunity to actually get in the game, whether you're on offense or defense. AJ Allen's taking advantage of today. Thomas Bertrand over the last couple of weeks has been getting the football a lot more on O.
2nd and 2. Ball is at the BC 54 after that 8-yard carry for Bertrand Udon. He'll get the ball again. Be met immediately in the hole, though, is coming up to make this stick was Pete Robertson, and maybe back to the line of scrimmage. It'll be a 3rd and long with 1:35 to go in the ball game.
Yeah, listen, if you're Shea Patterson, you would have loved to dial up a throw there. At the moment, you're just the Saskatchewan Roughriders. You're just trying to get as much clock off as you possibly can, right?
Yep.
So it's understandable why you go with 2 runs. I'm just glad that BC's not using any of their timeouts. That'd be a real BS move on behalf of Rick Campbell if he were to call a timeout here. The Riders are going to be able to kick this in about 1:15.
So 3rd and 2, just inside the BC side of center. Brett Lother is back. It's 39-8. The Saskatchewan Roughriders out in front of BC. 6 turnovers by the BC Lions on the night. As Corsak's kick, sidewinder. But Terry Williams takes it as 5, eludes the first rave, and then gets up across the 10. Good downfield coverage, though, again by the Riders. And they'll get up near the 13-yard line while the BC Lions 1st and 10 with 1:05 to go. Stay tuned. Coming up, the 5th quarter postgame show. We'll have the offensive and defensive game stars of the game. Then we'll have the Happy Honker Award for the first time. We'll tell you about that.
Happy Honker?
Yep, the Happy Honker.
Sounds like a lawsuit to me.
Nope, it's not. It is going to fill the sounds of Saskatchewan.
Oh, all right.
Trust me. I think. 1st and 10. BC on their 13. Chase Bryce, who's been in on cleanup, is 8 of 13 for 82 yards after Nathan Rourke left after a couple of picks and 200 yards through the air. Bryce near side. That's complete to the tight end. Once again, it's Poisson who brings it up near the 22, maybe 23-yard line. It'll be close to a 1st down.
And that's a lot better from the Saskatchewan Roughriders. You get Poisson getting the ball on the right side, and now you're seeing guys to the football, right? Again, it's about finishing. In these type of games, when the score's like this, it's working on your craft. It's putting things on tape that you want your opponent to see when they come back in this building if they have to come back here for the playoffs, right? So those are sort of the things that you've got to see at a high level. It's not necessarily about the game right now. It's about what you're doing to work on the things that are going to make you great in the playoffs.
Gain of 9 on the play. 2nd down and 1 for BC at their 23. Right-hand handoff. Going to be very close to back to the line of scrimmage, maybe a yard, which is all you needed, and indeed it will be given on the carry for BC. Is coming in as Jeshron Antwi in his 3rd game with the Lions.
Well, listen, anybody who listened to our pregame show is pretty happy with us, Dave. We're about to hit this massive parlay. We put the mortgage on it, man.
Yes, yeah. Well, see, now it's we. Now it's secured. Now it's we. Yeah.
If we would have lost the parlay, it would have been up. Because we took the Riders and we took the under on the spread.
1st and 10, BC, 26 seconds to go. Bryce hands it to Antwi. What a play Habakkuk Baldonado gets into the backfield. The Riders have only had one Quilt Plains Chevrolet Buick GMC and Wadena sack tonight, but that might as well have been one.
Well, Haba's been working so hard to get in the backfield all game, and it's nice to see him back there. It's a beautiful little, it's almost a Euro step in the NBA, and just manages to get the draw play on the ground. The BC Lions are just going to end this here. Get back on WestJet.
Chase Bryce is in the gun, just looking at the clock for the time to expire. It now does. He'll hand it off to Antwi once again. He'll get up to the 25-yard line. Whistles sound. Baldonado blows kisses to the crowd. And your final score on the Quality Tire scoreboard, Saskatchewan 39, BC 8. The Grey Cup game will be played in Vancouver, but the road to the Grey Cup goes through Regina as they clinch a home playoff game tonight at Mosaic Stadium. Quality Tire has 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. Hang tight, Saskatchewan. The 5th quarter postgame show is coming up next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Considering your university options for the upcoming year? Consider First Nations University of Canada. Built on a meaningful foundation of Indigenous knowledge systems and tradition, they provide quality post-secondary education for Indigenous and non-Indigenous students within a culturally supportive environment you won't find anywhere else. First Nations University of Canada campuses are located in Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. To learn more, visit their website at fnuniv.ca.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Rooted in tradition, leading in innovation, McDougall Auctioneers is your first choice for farm auctions. Hi, this is Riley McChesney. At McDougall Auctioneers, we understand that selling your farm equipment is more than just business. It's about peace of mind. That's why we offer a unique guarantee, a minimum value for your auction, ensuring you sell with confidence and comfort. Our promise is your security. Choose McDougall Auctioneers, where your satisfaction is not just expected, it's guaranteed. McDougallAuction.com.
The game is over. Time to break it down. This is the 5th quarter postgame show brought to you by KFC, Western Ag, Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, SaskTel, Johnston's Grain, Sask Lotteries, Ag Co, Quality Tire, Capital Auto Group, Salford Equipment, SegaPlayNow.com. Back to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
An emphatic 39-8 win for your Saskatchewan Roughriders over the BC Lions to clinch a home playoff game and stay in contention for first place in the West Division. It's time for your post-game rewind, brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca.
Foot to ball. We're underway. Receivers in motion, far side for Rourke. That's where he looks. Going to swing it out. That is in and out of the arms of the intended receiver. And it's picked up by the Riders. They're bringing it back the other way to the 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Riders! Welcome to the starting lineup, AJ Ouellette. 1st and 10 now for BC at the Saskatchewan 52. Rourke's back to pass. Lots of time. Here comes the pressure, and he's wrapped up. Who's sitting in lots of time? Not Haba Baldonado or Caleb Sanders. They get home. Big sack. Ball's on the far hash. Lothar, head down, gets lots of leg and sends it through the uprights. Good snap. Corsack on the hold. End over ender, and it's through. Brett Lothar knocks it through from 53. 1st and goal from the 2. Mackey under center. Goes to his right. Gets into the end zone. Touchdown, Lions. Chip shot attempt for Brett Lothar. Lines it up from 12 yards out on the right-hand hash. Sails through the uprights, and the Riders extend their lead 16-8. And here comes Nathan Rourke. He's in the shotgun formation. He'll hand it off to Mackey, and he'll get stopped! Stopped up at the 20-yard line. The Riders, a huge play in the third down. Gamble, they'll get another turnover.
This is just fantastic work.
He'll drop back to pass on first down. Four-man pressure for the Riders. He'll dump it over the middle. McGinnis has it, but he drops it. The Riders scoop it up. It's C.J. Rivas at his own 48-yard line, and the Riders come up with a third turnover. Harris, as the receivers approach, is back to pass. Going to load it up near side. Touchdown, Riders! Hauling it in the end zone, Jareth Stearns for his first touchdown reception of the season. Riders rush four for Rourke, who drops back to pass, looking to go deep, gets hit as he throws, and he's intercepted. Riders have it again, coming up the near sideline, looking for some blocks. It's C.J. Avery along the near side, down to the 10 of BC with 3 seconds to go before halftime. With 3 seconds left to go, Corsack on the hold. Lothar, no doubt about it. This 22-yard attempt goes through the uprights to make it 6 of 6. 2nd and 4 on the BC 8. Harris to pass, end zone, touchdown! Riders, it's Kean, Schaefer, Baker, and here comes the Saskatchewan Samba. This is 3rd and 2 from the Rider 22. Stanbeck alone back in the backfield for Rourke, who's in the gun. Ball's on the left-hand hash. Here comes the house from the Riders. Rourke skips it incomplete. Far side, he knew he had to get rid of it early. It's another turnover for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Good snap. Hold is okay. The kick is up. There you go. Brett Lothar, the streak continues. 3rd and 10 for the BC offense from the Rider 38. Bryce back to pass. Four-man rush. Here comes the pressure, but he gets away. Still has it at his 50. Loads it up. Throws up a duck. It's in the air, and it's knocked away. A couple of Rider receivers had a play on it. 6th turnover of the night for BC, Saskatchewan ball. And your final score, Saskatchewan 39, BC 8.
Your Game Star selections, Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder, up next. Stick with us. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming live on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Plan to stop in at Young's Equipment Incorporated and learn about Highline's user-friendly, high-quality equipment, like bale processors, TMR feed mixers, and bale handling equipment. If you're in livestock production, Highline's quality products focus on cost savings and efficiency for your farm. Check them out at Young's Equipment Incorporated, your authorized Case IH and Highline dealer, or find them online at youngs.ca today. Highline Manufacturing, designed with purpose.
There is nothing quite like the friendly competition that football season can bring among family and friends. Lucky for you, SaskTel makes it easy to get in the game. Of savings, that is. Introducing our newest rate plan, VIP 70. Get 70 gigabytes of data and more for just $75 a month. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or sasktel.com/VIP70. Conditions apply.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Discounts apply for new acres.
Hey Rider fans, AJ Ouellette here, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. To be the best, you have to put in the hard work. And at Capital GMC Buick Cadillac in Regina, they work hard every day. They're the #1 GMC dealer in Saskatchewan, always offering the best selection of GMC trucks and SUVs for prices other dealers wish they could match. Whether I'm up early for Breakfast Club workouts or staying up late watching film, I know the team at Capital GMC is always ready to help. They drive Rider Nation.
Power meets precision with a T9 series with PLM intelligence from New Holland. The 6 Model T9 lineup delivers up to 699 peak horsepower, a redesigned cab, and new levels of precision technology, including optional dual IntelliView 12 display. Get more of everything in a T9 with PLM intelligence from New Holland. Check out our new lineup at Redhead Equipment, your new Holland dealer. RedheadEquipment.ca, making tracks since 1948.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
The fellas, Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder, have made it safely downstairs inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. Lots of green and white in here. Rider Nation excited, and they should be, as the Riders clinch a home playoff game with an emphatic 39-8 win over the BC Lions and stay alive for first place in the West Division. Luke, would you be okay if the Riders got first place?
Oh, absolutely. I'd be totally fine if the Riders got first place. I think that my comments in the pregame show were that you want to finish strong. If you don't end up being in first place, though, it's actually a really good position just in that you don't get that because they have a bye now. Right? So you don't want to spend too much time. The Riders have battled so much just to get back to playing this level of football, right? Like, they slogged it out. They went through some really tough times to get back to this level of football and execution today. That was a dominant win, right? To get back here, you want to be able to continue that, right? So you got to be practicing. You got to be repping it out. So, again, the huge sort of bonus, if it is I get it. People are being like, well, they got to play an extra game. Yeah, I get that. But realistically, you're just not taking a ton of time off. So I just think that they need to keep building because this was a really positive performance today.
I said it at the end of the broadcast, and it's true. The Grey Cup game will be in Vancouver, but the road to the Grey Cup goes through Regina, right? So there you go.
That's always a good situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, this crowd, like the crowd was great today. Look, you guys, and I don't know if you can hear me, but you guys work so hard for your money. Don't ever let somebody who gets free tickets to the game tell you that Rider Nation is dead. Don't ever let that happen. I get it, man. Like, it's not cheap these days in this environment to come and enjoy. Rider Nation is nowhere near dead. It was great to see everybody today. It's great to see this much green. We just got to keep getting behind this team and supporting, right? It's not about, packing. Of course, everybody wants a sellout, right? But in this economic situation, don't ever get down by hearing people say just because you're not at the stadium, you're not supporting Rider Nation. That couldn't be farther from the truth. There are people all over the world that are supporting the Saskatchewan Roughriders. We get listeners on the broadcast from Japan, from Argentina,
Australia,
Big Georgie in Greece, Australia, right? Rider Nation is alive and well. We just got to keep this train rolling.
Should mention, speaking of Rider Nation, of course, everybody wants a Grey Cup ring. But someone lost a ring in the women's washroom, and if you can describe it, we've got it. So
yeah, it's a gold ring.
Well, I know you can describe it, but we want the owner to describe it.
Why? Oh, to prove it's theirs.
Yes.
Oh, my bad. Okay, it's a silver ring. I was lying the whole time. It's a silver ring. It's as big as my Grey Cup ring.
You're just giddy. Your parlay paid
My
off.
bad.
I was going to say, stick to betting. You're good at that.
Hey, we hit it on the jackpot today, Doug. Yeah, we made some money. Let's go.
Doubling up that
like I was telling Dave, man, 60% of the time it works every time, right?
Hey, if you're 60% as a bettor, you're a pro, man.
Right.
I think you probably are 60% or
You know what? It's me and Sanchez should be on TSN doing this gambling.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I don't even know if David Sanchez is 60%.
I don't think he is. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just going to say.
I'll tell you who's better than 60% today. Trevor Harris.
Indeed. What a line. 25 of 30, 271 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions.
He's
All right,
playing.
we talked a lot about Roland Milligan Jr. in the MOP. Should we be talking about Trevor Harris?
No, he missed too much time.
Is Trevor Harris the West All-Star quarterback, though?
Ooh.
Or CFL All-Star quarterback?
He's not the West because Zach Caleros is probably the West. I mean, they to start the way they did and then to end up winning the division potentially, I think Zach's played really well. But I'll tell you what, man, there's nobody playing better football than Trevor Harris right now. Some of the timing routes that he was hitting on today were spectacular, and we talked about it. it's not about your opponent in some cases. We were up in the booth saying today that when we started off, we would like to see this team get across the goal line with the football. We wanted to see scores. We didn't want to see field goals. And as soon as we said that, Trevor Harris leads a drive. And just the timing in which he's throwing this football and the relationships and cohesiveness that he's got with his wide receiver core right now, I'd be pretty concerned if I was an opponent, especially heading into the playoffs. They're playing at a high level.
I think it's a debate now, though. You look at Trevor Harris after this game, 20 touchdowns to 9 interceptions. Zach Collaros, 16 touchdowns, 15 interceptions.
Right.
Collaros is probably going to finish the season about 1,000 more passing yards ahead. But if you look at the quarterback rating, Trevor Harris is definitely ahead in that department. He's been stellar. He's, at least coming into the games this week, was 10 to 12 points higher in terms of quarterback rating.
Yeah. Well, I think personally, I get it. I mean, Trevor Harris, it's just he missed a ton of time, right? For me, the MOP comes down to a guy like Roland Milligan. I think that you've got to consider Logan Ferland's performance this year. I know he's an offensive lineman. It's not a glorified position on any of those fronts. But for Logan Ferland to play football at the level he did this year and the number of spots that they had to put him in, that should be something that's accounted for. I know it's not one of those glorified things, but they've had a lot of great performances that have gone under the radar. I was glad to see that AJ Ouellette got a little bit of an opportunity today playing some defense because he's played well on special teams. So, again, that's what I like about this team. They've just grinded it out. And Trevor Harris, when he's been out there, lights out. That's exactly what you want. They protected him well, too. Dave, when we were up in the booth today, we were saying, look, BC's got to start blitzing. And when BC did start blitzing, Trevor Harris stayed in there, stayed in the pocket, kept making throws. The line blocked really well for him. AJ Ouellette was sticking his nose in there on the approaching linebackers, so it was a good game. It was good to see that execution level.
What does Coach Mace say? The standard is the standard. I know I said this on the pregame show, and it probably sounds like a broken record, but AJ Ouellette has to come in and play, right? The standard is the standard. He goes ahead, jumps a route, 48-yard touchdown. The Riders have all kinds of momentum, and they really never looked back, despite, the punt single they gave up after that. But really, the standard is the standard, and it's not just lip service. It truly is the next guy that's there has got to play his game and has to play to the standard of the guy above him or in front of him.
We're waiting to hear from our game stars and head coach Corey Mace, so stick with us, why don't you? This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Thanks to feedback from farmers like you, Massey Ferguson raised the bar with the 8S series. To protect you, design reduces cab noise and vibration while improving engine air quality and combustion. The industry-exclusive Dyna VT transmission delivers fuel efficiency with easy travel speed and RPM adjustment. When you have a straightforward and dependable Massey Ferguson 8S series on your farm, the work just gets done. See the MF8S series at Full Line Ag in Saskatoon, Swift Current, and Purdue.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
The professionals at Thrive Wealth Management are dedicated experts in financial and wealth planning.
But we're also proud members of Rider Nation.
We offer our members exceptional service, specialized attention, and access to advanced investment products.
And on game day, we bleed green and white, baby.
So for expert advice,
for big fans like you,
visit thrivewealth.ca today.
And go Riders!
It's time to field your best. Here comes Salford's Spinner Spreaders, gridiron gladiators charging onto the field with a lineup of various sizes and models. Salford Spreaders are constructed with stainless steel and complete the pass with pinpoint accuracy. Select models go long with application widths up to 120 feet. Field your best with Salford.
See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and E. Barassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn.
Oh, our man is down after that hard tackle. Here comes the stretcher. Looks like the medic's saying he needs to put something cool on his knee. Here they come with the York air conditioner and a generator to plug it in. Okay, folks, a York air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating is the best on the market, but it's not meant for... Well, our man is back up, helmet on, and he's back in. Look at that.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs. ReginaPlumbing.net.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders with a big-time win, 39-8 over the BC Lions. And we have Corey Mace just outside the Riders locker room. Coach's postgame comments brought to you by KFC's new spicy and original recipe snacker wraps. They're here, and right now you can get 2 for just $5. Coach Mace, your defense forces 6 turnovers now on the season, plus 25 turnover ratio. How do you get these guys to get after the football like that?
Yeah, I think it's just, muscle memory. We getting it done in indie periods and throughout the week of practice, and we just talk about it all the time. Obsession for possession, man. And really, it's not just the defense; it's everybody. Offense. We talk about the turnover ratio. That means the offense is doing a pretty good job taking care of it as well. So, obsession for possession.
Coach, I know that you want to play connected football. Would you say that this was the most complete connected football game that you've played this season?
Yeah, absolutely. That's we just talked about that in the locker room here. That was the first time I thought that we played 3 phases of complementary football. And even I'd have to look. I don't know off the top of my head what the penalties look like, but just all the little things, the detailed stuff of what we talked about. I was really pleased. And as a staff, we preach it all week. So, really happy with the fellas out there, and hopefully we can accomplish that each week. Games should look more and more like that.
Coach, you've got yourself to the point where you're playing a high level of football over these last few weeks. You've got a bye now, right? How do you continue the momentum that you're playing with a bye, and I'm not sure how that game in Calgary plays out, like what it means in the standings, whatever. But just talk about how you plan on keeping your team at this level.
Yeah, get their ass here a little bit earlier than I normally would. We're gonna have some extra days. Allow them to be, out of the building, take their mind off it. But I told them not really. So, we'll get back a couple days earlier than we normally would. And just, doing things together, even if it's, not even a facility. We want to keep the team pretty close together. So, we'll have some extra days to really put our mind, towards Calgary, which is the next game, and, the implications of that game. We'll see, but, we can only control what we can, and that's going 1-0.
AJ Ouellette had a big night for you, Coach. 16 carries, 84 yards in the run game. From your perspective, can you assess his performance in his first game back after 6 games on the sideline?
Yeah, I was pleased. Anything going downhill, excuse me, a little Pilsner right there. Everything going downhill, he gets an aggressive finish, that, and then, you see him bounce out to the sideline a couple times as well. I was just really keeping an eye on how he looked physically. I thought he looked great, man. And that's more accustomed to what I've seen in the past in his career. So, really pleased to have him out there, and I know he's happy as ever.
With the victory, Coach, you secure the road to the Grey Cup. Will go through Regina. What does the ability to host a home playoff game mean?
Just so much for our fan base. We know competitively what it means for us to have that fan base going crazy, specifically when the defense is on the field. The competitive advantage for us is just it's next level. Not too many places in this league, and I would argue, and I'm a homer obviously, that this is the best fan base in the league. So just incredibly happy for us to be able to do what we do on a daily, and be able to defend our turf, and really our fans can be there firsthand. So really pleased with that.
Rider Nation's wondering, how is Trevor Harris doing after taking that big shot late in the game?
Yeah, he's fine. It's crazy. I was talking with Mueller before, or as that drive was going, say, this is the last one for Trev, and then that hit, I just said, I've seen enough, right? So he's fine. His helmet lost communication with Mules in the box. So he got it fixed. He said, Coach, it's fixed. I'm ready to go. I said, no, Trev, thank you, though. But that's Trevor, man. He's always eager to keep going. He said, I've said enough this season, So I said, no, I appreciate you, buddy, but Shay's gonna give her a go here. So he's completely fine, man. He's awesome.
Good to hear, Coach. I'll get you out on this. How do you approach the possibility that this team is still in contention for first place in the West, and it's literally going to come down to the final day of the regular season? The Bombers play in Montreal before the Riders kick off against Calgary here on October 26th.
Yeah, there's everybody's got to be prepared to play. Starters and or guys that would be on the active roster. We'll attack it how we see, but to be honest with you, Dunker, it doesn't matter who's going to be out there doing it. We expect the standard to go 1-0, period, and that's literally all we can control. How things roll out, we'll see, but everybody should be ready to play, period.
Thanks for the time, Coach. Enjoy the win.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
On the other side, our game stars just outside the Riders' locker room. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at SportsCage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
There is nothing quite like the friendly competition that football season can bring among family and friends. Lucky for you, SaskTel makes it easy to get in the game. Of savings, that is. Introducing our newest rate plan, VIP 70. Get 70 gigabytes of data and more for just $75 a month. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or sastel.com/VIP70. Conditions apply.
You need a versatile utility tractor that won't let you down. The Massey Ferguson Global Series tractors are built to withstand your toughest demands on just about every operation. With up to 125 horsepower, whether you need it for hay production, dairy operations, loader work, or out in the field. See the Massey Ferguson Global Series tractors at AgriLink Equipment in Moose Jaw and Brownlee.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code Green200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 18 plus. Use your game sense.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch spaced blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at Eberassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn, and Mazer Group.
Your Cooperators Advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators Advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Your Riders victorious 39-8 over the BC Lions. We have one of our game stars on the line, our defensive game star, brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. It is indeed AJ Allen who started this game with a bang. got that pick six return for a touchdown, also had 3 tackles and a special teams tackle in this one. AJ, can you take us through that opening pick six? Because the ball was bouncing around off William Stanback's foot. Roland Milligan Jr. had a shot at it. I think, who was it? Deontay Williams maybe had a shot at it, and then you get your hands on it and take it back to the end zone.
Yeah, man, that was incredible. That's just the benefits of running to the football. That's how that one of those situations was. And you know, sometimes you gotta get lucky, you make plays. And in that case, I was in the right spot at the right time. Trying my best to stay on my feet, make a move on a quarterback, and make sure I get in that box, man. So, yeah, that's all it was, man. I was just running to the football.
I know there's a lot of talk about next man up, AJ, and having to maintain the standard. Obviously, with Adam Auclair being a game-time decision, you probably had a pretty good idea that you would have a more active role in the defense today. But did you prepare any differently, knowing that you get more reps on defense after Auclair was rolled out earlier this morning?
No. Honestly, during this week, I prepared the exact same. Always try to be ready. And honestly, we're always trying to get better every day. It doesn't matter whether, you know, you're not playing or not. Still trying to be, you know, an elite player, whether that's on special teams or whether that's on defense. So I prepare the exact same. And at the end of the day, you know, I've been playing football for so long. So try to treat it like every other game. Try to be ready every other game, you know. So it's just trying to keep that mentality. Keep trying to get better every day, and put yourself in a position to prove yourself right. That's all I was trying to do.
AJ, how did playing at the University of Guelph prepare you for
that
like
took
this?
all of
wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow, he couldn't wait to throw that.
Hey, did you hear Corey Mace? He's a Griffins fan, okay?
That is an elite question. The University of Guelph is a absolutely incredible university, and if I didn't go there, I don't know where I'd be today. So because of University of Guelph and their preparation, also shout out to my Griffins for their win versus Rourke this weekend. Yeah, I give it a lot of praise over there. Shout out to my guys over there, Mark Soria, doing a great job coaching, 6-2. My young dogs making plays. My coaches over there too, like DC. It had everything to do with it. It had everything to do with it. Griffin pride, baby.
My man, I could echo those sentiments as well. The Riders clinched a home playoff game, but also the Griffins did today as well. But, AJ, what's it like in the locker room knowing that the Riders will play a home postseason game at Mosaic Stadium? We don't know if it's the Western semifinal or the Western final yet. That's still to be decided. But how excited are you and the guys?
We are ecstatic. We can't stop dancing, even if you can't. I saw Caleb Sanders in there dancing. If you don't know, he can't dance at all. But he tried his best. We love it. We love to see it. We are ecstatic, but we also know the job's not done. You know, we still have some work left to do, and that's our focus right now. This game's done. This game is done. But right now we're ecstatic. The music's blaring. People are dancing. Smiles across the room. We even got kids running around with a basketball hooping right now. So no, the mood is definitely up for sure.
Luke's celebrating over here with Wes Cates. That's what you heard quickly there.
Yeah, my bad.
Gotcha.
My bad, AJ. We didn't
you all
take your
good,
shine.
man.
We didn't want to take your attention away from the Guelph Griffins, brother.
The one question I do want to know, AJ, before we let you go is, what is it about this run defense that works so well? William Stanback has ran for 1,100 yards for BC coming into the ball game, and tonight 8 carries for 35 yards. What is it about this defense that's able to stop the run?
We got a great scheme that Coach Mace has put together. We got great coaches that are echoing, you know, the specific coaching points and things like that to get us in the spots we need to be. And we got dogs everywhere, man. Goes from D-tackle, Miles, Caleb, Micah, to D-end, Haba. Marion came up today and made some huge plays. Cox, Thurm, CJ. We got guys that are willing to make plays, willing to throw the ball online and stop the run. That's just one of the prideful things we do here, man. We have to stop it. If there's one thing that this defense is going to do, it's going to stop the run. And it's top down, man. It's from coaches to players buying in to making plays when they come to you.
One of the other things you can count on this defense for, AJ, is turnovers. +6 tonight, +25 on the season. How does Corey Mace go about making this not an anomaly, but a trend throughout the season for the defense?
I mean, he talks about it every day. He challenges us every day. And most of it's just attention to detail, man. We are not only Coach Mace, but Coach JC, Coach Bell. Oh, my goodness. We are... Hey, that's the other AJ right there, by the way. I'm AJ Ouellette. That's the other AJ. Yeah, it's attention to detail. It's challenging us every day, and just guys wanting to make plays, man. Get their hands on the ball, make plays when they have it. Yeah, just trying to stay focused, stay locked in.
Appreciate you, AJ. We'll let you go enjoy this one with your teammates.
Appreciate you, man.
That's AJ Ouellette, your defensive game star. On the other side, we'll hear from our offensive game star. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming live on our YouTube channel with highlights. So I would suggest checking it out at SportsCage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Morris knows the pressure farmers face when up against a narrow planting window. We built the 10 Series air cart to relieve this pressure with the seeding experience you need. Maximize your acres per fill and seed with confidence with scales under each tank. The high-quality 10 Series air carts looks the part with powder coat paint and stainless steel in all the right places, with overbuilt, maintenance-free, electric-driven metering. The 10 Series air cart is designed to run for years. For more information, see morrisequipment.ca.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Communications has long been trusted to bring technology to rural Saskatchewan. Access offers you a complete rural home solution with internet upload and download speeds up to 350 megs. Plus, you can watch TV at home or on the go with Access Next TV Stream. And keep an eye on things in real time with Access Rural Security. It's a complete rural home solution at a completely affordable price. Visit myaccess.ca today.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at KMK Sales in Humboldt.
Are you in transition? We understand that hard work pays off, so let McDougall Auctioneers make it rewarding. Hi, this is Riley McChesney. Our retirement auctions are designed to honor your legacy and maximize returns. With our tailored approach, selling your asset becomes a seamless, profitable journey. Trust us to turn your hard work into a golden retirement opportunity. You earned it. McDougall Auctioneers, 1-800-263-4193, or visit us at mcdougallauction.com.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders win 39-8 over the BC Lions and lock down a home playoff game. What round it'll be in, that's still to be determined. Western semifinal or West final hopes still alive. It's time to go down outside the Roughriders locker room and talk to our offensive game star, brought to you by Quality Tire. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan, QualityTire.ca. It is Samuel Emelis, who had 6 catches for 94 yards and goes over 1,000 yards in a season for the second straight year. Samuel, what does it take to have back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons?
Yeah. Man, it just take a lot of work, man. Like, in all season, I knew I had to put some work in and prove myself again, and exactly what happened. I'm thankful for the guys in the locker room, thankful for the O-line, quarterback, receiver group. They all know, like, they all contribute to this. So hats off to them also.
Samuel, I know at the end of the year you want to be playing your best football. Is this team playing their best football right now?
Yeah, I think so. I still think we haven't like reached our full potential, but we heading the right way. You know, I think those was it 6 or 7 losing streak or with the tie included. I think it built the team character, and we're just coming back stronger. And excuse me, we just want to prove to the league that put the league on notice that we hit on stride, and we still got work to do, and trying to get to the bigger goal.
Hey, man, talk about what happens during the practice week to get you and Trevor on the page that you're on. It's exceptional, man. It's really nice to watch. The timing between you two has been sick. Talk about what you guys go through during the week, how you guys chat through certain scenarios, because something's got to be happening that's above board here.
Yeah, I mean, Trev is, he pays so much attention to detail that, what up, Coach? Come on now. Yeah, I mean, Trevor's just great, man. He pay attention to details, and it's just only right for us to pay attention to details also, because he knows what he's talking about. And whenever we're in practice, we just connect and have that chemistry. And when it come game day, we just gotta show up.
Samuel, what's it like to go through 2 straight seasons? Yes, 1,000 yards, but in terms of how does your body feel? Because it looks like you're as close as you could be to 100% at this point in the season.
Yeah, I mean, that's our job, you know. As an athlete, you gotta be top shape even at the end of the season. That's when you see some other guys get hurt, or the team running out of gas, you know. And I just think this team just kept on working and kept working on their shape, and it's paying off.
Samuel, you got a pretty good quarterback in Trevor Harris that's throwing you the football, but one of the best to ever do it in a Rough Rider uniform was honored tonight in Darian Durant. I know that he was with the team a little bit this week. What did he mean to coming in and seeing the group as you guys got set for this a huge opportunity to clinch a home playoff game?
Yeah, I mean, Darian Durant is a legend here. I remember in my younger days, he was balling with the during this time against the Ouellette. So it's always good to see that he's still appreciated around here, and he still come and show us some love and share some words to make sure that we get what we want to get. So I mean, he's been great. He gave us a good speech yesterday, and we just execute today.
Samuel, what did it mean to the offense to have AJ Ouellette back in the lineup? I
mean, AJ really everything for this team. Like, he's the heart and soul, and we hate the fact that he missed a lot of games, and we knew that when he was coming back, he would bring a juice back, and that's what happened. Like, we all had that juice today. We went on the block for him, and he deserved it, you know. So that's what happened.
How does this team approach the next game, Samuel, in terms of first place in the West Division is still possible, and it's going to come down to the final day, Saturday, October 26th. The Bombers play before the Riders. So what's the talk amongst you and your teammates?
Yeah, I mean, Coach Mace always talk about control what you can control, and wherever it goes, wherever if Blue Bombers win or lose or whatnot, we just got to come out here next week and execute and win really against Calgary. So and we're gonna let the chip follow us where they need to be.
Do you have any bye week plans?
Oh, just rest. We got way much more to accomplish, and we all know that we're trying to get to the Grey Cup. Not actually get to the Grey Cup, but win it. So I'm gonna rest my body, rest my soul, rest my mind, and come back stronger for the last push.
Enjoy the rest and enjoy the victory, Samuel. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. You have a nice one.
This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Plan to stop in at Young's Equipment Incorporated and learn about Highline's user-friendly, high-quality equipment, like bale processors, TMR feed mixers, and bale handling equipment. If you're in livestock production, Highline's quality products focus on cost savings and efficiency for your farm. Check them out at Young's Equipment Incorporated, your authorized Case IH and Highline dealer, or find them online at youngs.ca today. Highline Manufacturing, designed with purpose.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Massey Ferguson GC 1723E and 1725M compact tractors are available at Nick's Service. These are the perfect tractors for your acreage, doing chores around the farm, or just plain old yard work. Ranging from 23 to 25 horsepower, these tractors can be outfitted with a rototiller, mid-mount mower, front-end loader, and more. With unbeatable power, smart fuel economy, and the ability to multitask almost any job, these compact tractors provide outstanding value for years to come. Learn more at nicksservice.com or see the Massey Ferguson compact tractors at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Discounts apply for new acres.
I'm Carla Beck, leader of the Saskatchewan NDP. Right now, life is just too damn expensive. That's why, as Premier, I won't raise your taxes. In fact, I'll cut taxes, making it cheaper to gas up your vehicle and buy winter clothes for the kids. And I'm the only leader in this campaign who can say that. It's time for a change in Saskatchewan. I'm Carla Beck, and I approve this message.
Authorized by the Chief Official Agent for the Sask NDP.
Rider Nation, it's time to have your say. Be part of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable Postgame Show. Brought to you by Western Ag Professional Agronomy, Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, Johnston's Grain, McDougall Auctioneers, Salford Equipment, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, Connexus Credit Union, Redhead Equipment. Text 306-936-6262 or call the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. The Roundtable is brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Justin Dog and Wes Cates on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
All right, the Radio Roundtable is coming up in a moment. We'll get to your Opus Souvlaki stats in a second. First, ladies and gentlemen, still with us live here in Studio 620 at Mosaic Stadium, and fans across the province, it's your opportunity now to weigh in with our Happy Honker Award. The first time we've ever done this on the Cooperator Rough Rider Radio Network. Here's how it works. If you're in the studio, you go ahead, you put your hands together, you make noise, you do whatever you want when you vote. Yes, we're voting here. So if you're in your car in the parking lot, if you're in a drive-thru, if you're on the highway back home, wherever you may be, this is the Happy Honker Award. We ask you a question in Rider Nation, you determine the outcome. We asked it earlier in the post-game show. Now, no premature honking or cheering. Wait for the question and then wait for the instructions. Ready? The question is going to be, despite having missed 6 games and being 1,000 yards away from Zach Caleros, should Trevor Harris be the CFL West quarterback all-star? So the all-star team, when it comes out, should Trevor Harris be the West all-star? All right? So now, again, no premature honking. On the count of 3, you vote with your horns, Saskatchewan, or your voices and applause in studio. So on the count of 3, do you think Trevor Harris should be the Western all-star quarterback? Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
We even got a BC horn on that.
So you got a BC horn on that one. There's a happy honker.
Hey, shout out to the BC Lions fans, by the way,
yeah.
man. You guys are representing, man. That's I'm really excited for the Grey Cup celebration in BC this year.
I thought I heard some horns from the parking lot. I may have been mistaken.
Well, you're just
that
what
was
you're
the
going to do
BC
is
horn.
you're going to cause a traffic jam, Dave. I mean, you're asking
hey,
people to start
we take
honking
no
at each
responsibility
other.
for our actions.
Someone's going to have road rage. You know, we got a little bit too much Pilsner in us.
Nah, we're
and,
good.
And you're asking, you're going to cause a fight in the parking lot.
Do you want the Opla Souvlaki stats before we turn this over to you and Rider Nation? Okay, for the team stats tonight, we'll throw it up at sportscage.com. The Saskatchewan Roughriders, 25 first downs to BC's 19. Net offense, 369 to 334 in favor of your Roughriders. Rushing the ball, the Riders 104 yards, 50 for BC. Passing the ball, 271 yards to 292. The big one was turnovers. 6 turnovers by the BC Lions, none for the Riders. Penalty yardage. The Riders had 2 penalties tonight for 10 yards. I throw that out there. Remember we were in week 1, 4 for 53 for BC. Individually, Nathan Rourke today goes 15 of 23 for 200 yards, throws 2 interceptions. Trevor Harris, 25 of 30 for 271 yards and 2 touchdowns. Running the ball, AJ Ouellette, 16 carries in his return to the lineup for 84 yards. William Stanbeck, 8 for 35. Receiving, we already heard from Samuel Emelis, 6 receptions for 94. Jarrah Stern, 6 for 60. 5 for 58 for Keyshawn Johnson, while Justin McInnes, 6 receptions for 119 yards. Like, again, it was a quiet 119, but what a season he is having this year. Defensively, Marcus Sales, Deontay Williams, and C.J. Rivas led the way with 5 defensive tackles apiece, just 1 sack in the football game, and that, of course, was Caleb Sanders. And then, of course, the knockdowns, the interceptions, all in favor of your Rough Riders. Ben Laddick had the top defensive points for the BC Lions with 7 defensive tackles and 2 knockdowns. So your stats brought to you by Opla Souvlaki tonight.
That does it for you guys. We'll let you go party and honk and do whatever else you want to do.
Thanks, it's a honking good time with us wherever we are.
I'm going to go and observe the traffic jam that Dave just started. It's going to be awesome.
All right, boys. We want to hear from Rider Nation. We've already got a couple callers on the line. 306-936-6262. On the other side, we hear from you, Rider Nation. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Complete your application field goals with the new AB640 90-foot air boom applicator from Salford. The AB640 is 28% more coverage per pass, getting you to the goal faster. Spend more time on the drive and less time on the sidelines with double the capacity of most floaters. Check out the new AB640 at your local Salford dealer or online at salfordgroup.com. See them at Eberassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn, and Mazer Group.
You know something? It's like selling a 6-pack with only 5 beers in it. Wood Country Woody here, reminding you that unlike some other places, Wood Country Garage Packages contains everything you need, right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. Built in a garage, it's one and done with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
The Red Zone is a good place to be if you're playing on a Saskatchewan field. If your water's in the Red Zone, you need a good defense. At farmfreshwater.ca, we specialize in rural water. Our company lives and breathes in the Saskatchewan fields, and rural water is all we do. Our playbook is to design water treatment systems for wells or dugouts that require the least amount of maintenance possible. We live and breathe in the fields. Remember, we're not city people trying to solve a rural problem.
With fall on the way, your vehicle should have a fall inspection. Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections with certified mechanics on site. They handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry's service, your car is in the right hands. And right now, quality Napa batteries are on sale, always the best price. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
Hey, Rider Nation, got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable Postgame Show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
Let's get it going, Rider Nation. Smokey in Sherwood Park. What did you think of that dominant Riders win over the BC Lions, 39-8? Come again, Smokey?
Yeah. I thought that was the best defensive game we played all year.
Might be the best overall football game that the Riders have played all year, but fortunately you're coming in much more clear now. Did you have any other thoughts on the game?
Well, I hope we finish first and take it all.
There's definitely a chance if the Bombers lose on that final regular season day, Saturday, October 26th, in Montreal to the Alouettes, and the Riders beat the hapless Stampeders, then it's possible.
Yeah, well, that's great. Well, all we can do is pray.
We'll have to see what happens. Do you want to get one more take in, or are you good to go, Smokey?
I'm good to go. Thank you.
All right, man. Thanks for being the first caller in.
Okay, bye now.
Let's go out to Ryan in Regina. What did you think of the Riders locking up a home playoff game, Ryan?
Oh, boys, last week, I was just like, man, maybe this isn't the game. Yes, we had the playoffs, but, now we, legit came in, played the game. It was awesome. So just a few things. If I can say, I'm just going to give a couple shout-outs if it's okay, and I'm just going to say one opinion. Right now, I just finished making stuffing. I made some frizzled onions for the green bean casserole. My wife's like, why are you going outside? I'm like, oh, I got things to do. She's like, you're trying to make stuffing. So, the best thing that I think people who watch games on TV, and you need to go out and you need to start listening to them on the radio. There's so much.
My man.
Yeah, boys.
Sync it up for Dave
girls.
Thomas. His calls are great.
Oh, my. Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder. First of all, I heard Luc Mullinder burp early on. So that made me laugh. But he's one of my shutouts. So,
That's probably after he's chugged a beer.
Okay, so I don't want to take up too much time. I literally have to go and finish some stuff. I've chopped onions. I've chopped some celery. I've made some croutons. I got things to do. So first of all, this is some points, okay? I love the defense. I love the run defense. I think the run defense is just such an incredible part of our game. Game after game, those dogs are in the way. That's one of my big points. My shout-outs real quick. Shout-outs to Grey Cup Vancouver. I've been to 2 games in Vancouver. Super solid times. Once in 2007. I feel like I went to a Grey Cup out there with my dad one time. Super awesome. I need to give a shout-out to Luc Mullinder. Okay, fantastic to listen to the radio. So many funny moments. And if you listen to a game, give up the TV, learn to listen. You just catch so many funny things. Shout out to my man, Mark from the other country. If he hasn't called in yet, he's about to call in. Good luck on your team. Yeah, he's coming. He's coming, right, boys? He's on his way. That's so good.
I'm thinking Ryan and Mark got a warm line or something. They're always early in there. What up, Ryan?
Hey, yeah, because we got things to do. So let's get out of the way and listen for the next few hours to great callers. Come on, people, call. Give your opinions. It's so fun. I really think you guys should have a podcast. You should record everything that you've done, and you should push it on to another day because you're going to have thousands of callers to listen and replay. Anyways,
it is podcasted, man. You can go back on youtube.com/@sportscage and the podcast in audio form.
Beautiful. I love that. Okay, Brent, he's my guy. Hey, 6 for 6 tonight. He's gone 15 for 15. How is he not going to be the man? He's going to get the points. He's going to be the guy. Yes, let's go, Brent. And then shout out to my boys. Last thing, shout out to my boys today. Man, we were laid some stone. You know, we just did what we had to do. We got home. Everyone's got things to do. And just, like, we had a great day. We crushed everything. So shout out to the boys who are working. Shout out to the laborers today. Shout out to everyone who worked hard today and then moved on off and went to the game. So cheers, Saskatchewan. Have a great Thanksgiving. And last thing, remember, try to be more giving people, you know, and give thanks when you can. All the best, guys. Run defense. Tell me what you think about it. That's it.
Well said, Ryan. That was Ryan in Regina on the Echo Sound hotline, which is brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. Man, if we just live life like him, we'd all be great.
Yeah. AJ, Ryan, Alex, and Trifon. We're all laying stones at my crib today.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they were hustling.
Getting it done at the Wes Cates residence.
There you go. Yeah.
All right, Rider Nation, we want to hear from you. Dial us up, 936. No, I keep messing this up. What am I doing? 306-936-6262 or toll free, 1-866-767-0620. More from you, that being Rider Nation. Next, this is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. Streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
Throughout the years, family will always be there for you. Two-Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie, has been a proud family-owned dealership for over 50 years. The secret to their success? It's simple. Treat everyone like their family. That means no pressure, fair prices, and a fantastic selection of new and used vehicles. That's the Two-Way Service difference. Whether you're shopping for your first car or your 51st, get treated like family at Two-Way Service in Southie. Online at twowayservice.com.
This football season, Positively Perfect will be introducing their MVP, Most Valuable Pups. They understand that your furry friends are all your most valuable players, and that's why they carry the best pet food in town. They offer a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Go long with their full line of grooming services that they also have available. Score all the pet touchdowns and get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect, 4637 Ray Street, and visit their Facebook page.
Johnston's Logistics. That's the name for your truck freight forwarding needs. They offer you the best quotes in the industry on bulk hopper, deck, van, and reefer shipping within Canada and into the United States. Next time you're looking for a freight rate to haul grain or fertilizer, think Johnston's. Next time you're looking for a rate to move a piece of machinery, think Johnston's. Next time you're looking to move van or reefer cargo, you know the name, Johnston's. For a highly competitive quote, call 844-324-7778.
Visit your local Integra Tire dealer for all of your car's mechanical service needs. One of the most important safety aspects for your vehicle are tires. Get new tires for your vehicle to keep you and your family safe on the road. Their team is also there for all of your mechanical services and will keep your vehicle running in top condition. They can even tow you and get you fixed up if your vehicle is stopped somewhere. Your locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersections of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable Postgame Show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
Rider Nation has the phone lines jammed up after Saskatchewan registers an emphatic win 39-8 over the BC Lions. Before we get to Rider Nation, it's time for our keg-sized moment of the game, brought to you by The Keg, locations in Regina and Saskatoon. Book your reservation today at thekeg.com.
Receivers in motion, far side for Rourke. That's where he looks. Going to swing it out. That is in and out of the arms of the intended receiver, and it's picked up by the Riders. They're bringing it back the other way to the 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Riders! Welcome to the starting lineup, AJ Ouellette.
AJ Allen scores his first career touchdown by way of the University of Guelph. Yes, that had to be mentioned. And if you didn't know, Corey Mace's brother, Javon Jacobson, plays for the University of Guelph Griffins, just like AJ Allen did. He was a linebacker there. Exceptional focus on this play. It went off William Stanbeck's foot. And if you're not, you should be tuning in live to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@sportscage.com, because you can see it live and in color. The moving pictures are there. It went off Stanbeck's foot. Roland Milligan Jr. had a shot at it. Deontay Williams had a shot at it. They bobbled it around, and finally A.J. Allen corralled that football, took it back to the end zone. But let's get to Rider Nation. And, you know, Ryan called this. Mark from Sydney, Australia, the land down under. Mark, what did you think of the Riders' performance against the BC Lions?
Well, first of all, g'day, Justin. G'day, Wes. And I thought this was just the perfect game, full stop. This is how I've seen the team being able to play all season, when everything's clicking for them. And they proved it today with an absolute whitewash of BC, and I couldn't be a happier Rough Riders fan.
I think Rider Nation would agree with it, man. Lots of happy people in Rider Nation. What else did you like about the performance or the fact that the Riders have locked up a home playoff game?
Well, I will say that it's great that they locked up the playoff game, and if they keep this level of play and consistency up, I think, honestly, like I've said all season, the Riders can take the Grey Cup, and I think weather-wise the Riders had a bonus here because it was down to like 6 degrees, and it rarely gets that cold here in Sydney, I must say, but people in Saskatchewan, I'm sure, would be used to 6 degrees, and I think maybe the BC Lions didn't measure up to the kind of standards of the weather. It must have got to them a bit with a blowout the way this game was.
6 degrees is tank top weather in Saskatchewan. What you talking about, Mark?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, man.
What do you think, Mark? Can the Riders get first place in the West Division?
I reckon they can get first place in the West Division. I reckon they can go all the way to get the Grey Cup. And you know it's going to happen because we've got great Australian players in the team like Adam Corsack. And I reckon if you want to keep this going, this gameplay going so well into a dynasty, get more Australians in the team because there's plenty of big Australians down here who would make good offensive linemen and defensive linemen for sure.
I think that's what Randy Ambrosi was trying to do with his global program. Go ahead, Wes.
Yeah, Mark always keeping the faith. Mark's called in with positivity every game. If there's one Rider fan that is believed, it's Mark. So we got to give it to Mark.
Thanks, boys.
We appreciate you, man.
Anything else you want to get in, Mark, before we let you go?
Well, I just want to say I appreciate you, Justin. I appreciate you, Wes. I appreciate the professor. I appreciate Daniela for welcoming me into Rider Nation. And there's nowhere in the CFL that I'd really want to be besides Rider Nation because it's a great bunch of fans, and I'm glad to be here. And I just want to put a big shout-out to my good mate Chris Henderson, who's a country singer there from Saskatchewan, because he's the guy who got me supporting the Riders. So it all started with Chris. So thanks, mate. Thanks for keeping the great country music going. And if you guys ever get a chance to go see Chris Henderson live in concert, I thoroughly recommend it. He always puts on a good show, and he's a great artist and a great guy.
Mark, did you hear our previous caller, Ryan? Because he predicted that you were going to call in, and it seems like there's some mutual love between you two and Rider Nation.
Could very well be, yeah.
Yeah, Mark needs to be a hype man.
Yep.
We need to bring him along. He always hyping people up. All right, Mark. Take it easy, man.
Enjoy the win, Mark.
No
Thanks for
Thanks,
calling.
Mark.
You're always welcome.
Thanks a lot.
Mark from Sydney, Australia on the Echo Sound hotline. Let's go to Antoine in Regina, a little bit closer to Mosaic Stadium. What did you think of the Riders' performance in a dominant win over the Lions?
I thought it was a great game. It was great to see AJ get back in there. I think one of the underrated parts of his game is his ability to block. And the way that the underrated thing that I saw during the game was his ability to pick up that one block on the blitz there, saved Trevor from taking a hit and kept the drive going. So I thought that was great. But overall, great performance from all three facets. And I mean, starting off with a pick six, you can't script it any better.
Live on our YouTube channel right now, you can see highlights from AJ Ouellette's return performance. He had been out with a hip injury for 6 games. Tonight he goes for 16 carries, 84 yards on the ground, 2 catches for 7 yards as well in this one. And you mentioned the pass protection. Trevor Harris said that AJ Ouellette is the best running back he's ever played with in 12 years in the CFL in terms of pass protection. So, my man Antoine, you are bang on there. How do you feel about the Riders locking up a home playoff game and being in contention for first place in the West Division?
Oh, I think it's great. I mean, what Mace said about, you can only control what you can control, but I know that everybody in Saskatchewan is going to be locked in to watch that Bomber game, and hopefully Cody can help us out a little bit if he's playing. That'd be great. But I think that regardless of where we're playing and when it is, as long as this team can get healthy and stay healthy, I think that we got a shot to make it all.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Montreal, we need to be talking about that Montreal D helping us out. I think I'm going to put my faith in them, not necessarily Cody as much.
It could be Davis Alexander in that game, who has played really well for Montreal, too. So we'll have to see. Antoine, anything else that you want to get in before we let you go?
No, I don't think so. I was just wondering, though, how long Hardrick might still be out and if he might be able to come back to the playoffs. So that'd be a huge boost.
Man, I don't want to say that this season's over, but it seems doubtful. We'll see. He's going to give everything he can to try to get back on that field. He's been around the team, giving them energy and being supportive, but he hasn't been close, I think, yet to putting the pads on and stuff, still recovering from surgery. But we'll see how long the season goes. You never know.
Yeah, it'd be a big boost, but I think our O-line's done an unreal job this year of next guy up and all that kind of stuff. So, just regardless, thought it was a great game, and can't wait for the next one.
Thanks for calling, Antoine. Enjoy the victory.
Thank you. You too.
Let's keep it rolling on the Echo Sound hotline. Matt and Jackson, who are traveling together, I believe, going to Saskatoon. What did you guys think of the Riders' performance?
Hey, guys. Yeah, thanks for having us. Jackson, my 9-year-old's with me, and he's been trying to convince me to call in every single game. So here we are finally. He's with me here. So.
What up, Jackson?
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, the game was great. Shout out to Mace and the coaching staff. That was definitely the most prepared they had, the team, for any game this year. And shout out to the crowd, too. The fans were amazing. I think that was the most excitement I've seen in the crowd for a few years here. And then the one player shout out I had specifically was Brett Lauder, because, it wasn't that long ago that fans were talking about wanting to bring in somebody to compete with for his job. So, great confidence for Mace to put him in for, I think it was a 52-yarder against the wind that he nailed. So, good on him.
Yeah, Lowther's definitely stepped up. We were giving him the business, myself included. I was not
I mean, he did miss
happy.
4 field goals in one game, but pretty much ever since then, I think he's only missed 1, and he's got 15 in a row. And that kick was actually 53 yards into the wind. It was a boot.
That's awesome. And Jackson wants to say something about the defense, if you guys...
Let's hear it.
Yeah, so the Riders defense played absolute lockdown defense, only giving up 8 or 9 points. It's crazy for them to, the Lions team used to be really strong, and then when their good QB got injured, they just, it's weirdly they just got worse, weirdly.
You're right about the defense, Jackson. They only gave up 8 points, and they had 6 turnovers. They almost had as many turnovers as the Lions did points in the game.
Very surprising that.
Do you go to a lot of Rider games, Jackson?
Yeah.
What was your favorite play tonight?
Every game, yeah.
Every game? That's awesome. Yeah, what was your favorite play tonight that the Riders made?
Probably the interception of the the Lions receiver, Willie.
AJ Allen's pick six?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like from where we were. It looks like it bounced on the ground, and then AJ Allen picked it up, and they called it a pick. So I was like, and the bounce went absolutely wild.
You're right. It kind of did look like it hit the ground depending where you were, but it actually bounced off William Stanback's foot, off his heel to be exact. Roland Milligan Jr. had a shot at it. Deontay Williams knocked it around, and then A.J. Allen finally corralled that ball for the pick six. What do you think about the Riders securing a home playoff game, Jackson? Do you think they can use that to springboard themselves to a Grey Cup?
Maybe. I think so. I think they can do it.
Just like you convinced your dad he could do it and call into the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable. Do you guys want to get anything else in before we let you go?
Probably not.
I think that's good. Thanks, guys. I appreciate your time. Keep up the great work.
Thank you. Safe travels back to Saskatoon, both of you.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Rider Nation, we want to hear from you. Dial us up. 306-936-6262 or toll free 1-866-767-0620. More from Rider Nation on the other side. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. Streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. I gotta tell you, when I first learned TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that pretty much sealed the deal right there. I'd rather sit on my deck than sand it, tell you what. But TimberTech composite decking material also comes with tons of pretty colors and features a sweet little hidden fastener system. When you need pretty and pretty easy to build with, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Communications has long been trusted to bring technology to rural Saskatchewan. Access offers you a complete rural home solution with internet upload and download speeds up to 350 megs. Plus, you can watch TV at home or on the go with Access Next TV Stream. And keep an eye on things in real time with Access Rural Security. It's a complete rural home solution at a completely affordable price. Visit myaccess.ca today.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
TNT Gunworks in Regina, your trusted source in Saskatchewan for guns, ammunition, hunting supplies, plus an on-site gunsmith that can handle any issue that you have. Long-standing and knowledgeable staff that live and breathe hunting and the great outdoors. If you want the biggest selection of new and used rifles and shotguns with staff that know their stuff and at the best prices around, stop in at TNT Gunworks, just off Albert on 4th Avenue, North Regina.
Attention farmers, DeKalb is ready to hit the field with our standout rookie, the all-new DK 401 TL, our highest yielding canola seed ever. It's sure to become a new fan favorite. Looks like Saskatchewan isn't the only team you should be keeping an eye on this season. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to book this star in your lineup today. Always read and follow label directions.
Hey, Rider Nation, got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable postgame show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders get an emphatic win 39-8 over the BC Lions and lock up a home playoff game. Tickets for that home playoff game already on sale at riderville.com. And it's time to hear more from Rider Nation in the segment brought to you by Arcola Co-op. You're at home here on Highway 13 in Arcola. Let's go to Chris in Edmonton. What did you think of the Riders' win against BC? Chris, are you there?
Yep, here.
What did you think of the Riders' win over the Lions?
Oh, my God, it was amazing. Absolutely amazing. It was a great, I can't say enough about the offensive line. Unbelievable effort by them, keeping Harris clean all game. And, it was great to see Ouellette, too, running the ball really strong. And it's... I didn't have a whole lot of faith a couple of weeks ago, or not a couple of weeks ago, but like about a month ago. And great to see them turning it around and playing like we all knew they could play.
Should Trevor Harris be the West All-Star quarterback, in your opinion?
I'm sorry, what?
Should Trevor Harris be the West Division All-Star quarterback, in your opinion?
Absolutely. I was hesitant on Trevor at the beginning of the season, being, his age and everything else going on with the team and whatnot. But, man, he's so much faith into the team and everything else, and he's playing lights out. Like he's making it look so easy right now. It's unbelievable.
So have the Riders restored your faith with this 4-game winning streak?
Absolutely. How could you not? The defense playing well, special teams decent, and Lawler's off the he's lights out right now. People wanted to run him out of town, that really bad game a few weeks ago, but he's playing lights out. I can't see anybody else playing any better. Maybe Montreal. I could really see a Montreal-Saskatchewan final right now, which would be epic.
Ooh, that would be. He's out here calling it. I think the number on Brett Lawler is that he's hit his last 15 kicks. And you mentioned that one game. He missed 4 in a game against Montreal that came down to the wire, literally the inch line with Davis Alexander. He might have been out of bounds, might have not. But you're right. Brett Lawler is on fire. Yeah, it looked like he was out.
Amazing. And that was a real wake-up call for the whole team, I think, and not just Lawler, but the whole team was just like, okay, enough is enough. After the bye week, we really came around, and I'm so proud of these boys. They're nailing it. Like, tonight was just unreal. BC had nothing against these guys. So, and the offensive line, like I said, kudos to them. Wow, unreal.
Well said, Chris. Thanks for the call. Enjoy the win.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go to Wayne in Victoria. How do you feel about the Riders locking up a home playoff game, Wayne?
Absolutely happy about it, obviously. I haven't seen the Riders play this good in a number of years. I mean, they had so many close games there in the losing streak. And I just want to say kudos to the coaching staff and all the players, really. But I was really impressed with AJ Ouellette. I mean, he looked so strong compared to, like, the last few games he played. That hip was really bad, and a lot of people were down on him, and I just thought that isn't fair. It's sort of like if you go back a couple of years ago, Cody Fajardo was playing hurt. Guys play hurt. It's not doing themselves any favors. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I just am very happy about the way they're playing. It's I'm out here in BC, and it's nice to see. And I'm watching you guys on my TV, so I enjoy that.
Hey, you got the YouTube up. You can see these highlights of AJ Ouellette. As you referenced, I think Corey Mace wanted to make sure that he was healthy because he knows once you let AJ Ouellette out of the gates, he's going full throttle.
Yeah, he's a problem. He's a tough dude. He runs hard, and I was looking for the limp. I was looking for it. I didn't see it, so I'm thinking he's healthy. He's healthy.
I was very upset with some of the fans I heard on some of the things about that AJ just isn't that good. And, they were all excited about Armstead. Nothing against Armstead. He had a great game against Calgary. But, I mean, just to anoint the guy as the greatest player ever on one game is a little ridiculous. But and they were saying, they paid him too much and all this. I'm sorry, I don't want to even talk. I shouldn't have even talked about it being negative on a night when they win 39-8. It's just, but I'm really, unfortunately, I'm not going to be around for the Grey Cup. I'm not upset about it, because I'm going on a cruise to Australia and New Zealand. So, but I've got my TV set to record the Riders right through. So if they make it to the Grey Cup, I'll record the Grey Cup game. So it works out pretty good. But we're leaving on the 23rd
in Sydney and watch the game with Mark.
There you go.
Yeah, that's right. If I only knew where he lived. No, I'm
Mark,
kidding.
I'm sure he'd tell you. He's in Sydney somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, he's quite the character. I was thinking about that. I was thinking, I'm going to Australia. Yeah, we're doing a circumnavigate Australia.
You'll come back a rugby fan. That's for sure.
Yeah. Actually, it's Australia and New Zealand, actually. Yeah. But anyway, we're leaving October 23rd, and we come back on January 6th next year.
It sounds like quite a trip.
He's partying.
But so I'm of course, the Riders going on a big winning streak when I'm going to be away, but that's okay. I'm happy. I've been a long-time fan, so, yeah. We just moved out here about 12 years ago, so.
Right on, Wayne. Thanks for the call and enjoy the win.
Absolutely. Bye-bye.
Let's keep it going on the Echo Sound hotline. Jim in Winnipeg, who is from Whitewood, Saskatchewan. Did I get that right, Jim?
Yeah, you guys got it right. Yeah, I've talked to you a couple times.
Beauty. Thanks for calling again.
I live in Winnipeg, but can you hear me?
We got you loud and clear.
Excellent. Yeah, I live in Winnipeg, but I'm actually from Whitewood, Saskatchewan. Today I'm in Whitewood visiting my family for Thanksgiving. So it was a great game to watch with the family, and it was an awesome victory. It's tough sometimes when you watch the Riders play, and sometimes games like these are ones where they disappoint us, but today they did not disappoint us in any aspect of the game. I'm very proud of these guys. They played 100%, and that's what we need. And now, because of this, we are putting pressure on Winnipeg, because now with our victory, Winnipeg can't rest anybody, because if BC had won, Winnipeg had the season series on BC, they could have taken it easy. Now they have to play hard to get first place for sure next week against Montreal. So it pressures on them, and hopefully if they don't do their job, we can do our job.
Great point. It's not next week, by the way. Both the Riders and Bombers are on bye weeks. It's the following week, Saturday, October 26th, where the Bombers play in Montreal, and then the Riders host the Calgary Stampeders.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I'm just, I get a little too excited about this sometimes.
That's okay, man. Getting excited's all right.
Yeah, and I just want to say one of my favorite players this year, and actually for a little bit, is number 83, Mr. Stearns. He's a fantastic young receiver, 5'9", just like another receiver we used to have by the name of Don Narcisse. And there's another young on the defensive side, DeMarcus Fields. He's a great young DB. We haven't heard much about him, but I really like how he plays. He's a very intelligent DB. And hey, we just got, as I said before, we take it one play at a time, one game at a time, and let's go, guys.
Yeah, I like Fields too. He's moved inside, played a little Sam. You know what I mean? He's like you said, he's smart.
Right.
Tough.
Versatile.
Exactly.
And usually when you don't hear defensive back's name, that's a good thing.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, and exactly. Sorry to interrupt you there. It's one thing I liked about him was early in the season, because sometimes you see players, when a player has the ball, you see guys tend to rush too hard at a guy, and then the player can move out of the way. Early in the season, DeMarcus made a brilliant play where he geared down And then all of a sudden, the ball carrier had to make a decision, and he forced him inside into the wash, so to speak, and was able to make a play or let the other guys make a play on him. So that was brilliant on his part, and that's one thing I really like about him.
Well said. You know your stuff, man. Anything else you want to get in, Jim, before we let you go?
One last thing. I really like how you let the kids talk. That's fantastic. I've heard good things about that, where you're letting the kids talk, and we need that. We need to build the fan base. We can't just rely on old guys like me. So thank you guys for doing that, and you guys have a great weekend. Enjoy Thanksgiving, and all the best to you.
You too, Jim.
Yeah,
happy Thanksgiving. And everybody from Rider Nation is welcome. Young, middle-aged, older. I don't want to get into that too much, but anybody, we don't care how young you are. If you want to call in and talk about the Riders, we'll definitely put you on the air. And Wes Cates will ask you about who your favorite player is and how many Rider games you come to. He's great with the kids. I've seen it right in front of me here inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. Let's go on the Echo Sound hotline. Trevor from Sherwood Park, Alberta. What did you think of the Riders' dominating win over the BC Lions?
Boys, I got to say, first of all, shout out to you, Dunker. It is such a refreshing change to have a fresh voice who knows football, and 3 Down Nation rocks. So good on you, man.
Appreciate the 3 Down Nation shout out, my man.
How much you paying?
It's been a great change, man. Your enthusiasm has been awesome. I love listening to you guys. But I will say tonight is the first game since probably the Grey Cup, I'll be honest, in 2013, where I had the feeling that we were going to win after that first play. After the AJ Ouellette touchdown, I didn't ever get the sense they were going to blow it. Bad things were going to happen. It was just pure domination. Man, I wish we had that feeling more often. So I'm really proud to be a Rider fan today. I'm a diehard. I go to all the games at Edmonton. I go to Calgary. I come back to Regina, where I'm from, 3-4 times a game. My daughter's rocking her Durant jersey tonight. We're loving life. And the only issue I have is my son plays tackle football. Shout out to the Sherwood Park Wolverines. We have our Bantam semifinal. If we win, it's November 2nd at 1:30, which conflicts with the Rider home playoff game. So that's killing me right now as dad and as a Rider fan. But otherwise,
it'll be a quick game. You can see both.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. That 8-hour drive at the same time is killer. But you know what?
Well, I guess you can't be at both.
Dude, I am at every playoff team in Regina. It is so close to my heart, this team. Next to family, it's the most important thing in my life. And I love the vibe that we have. Whether we, even when you lost 7 in a row, it felt different. It felt like there was still hope. And that's a really cool thing to feel, because in the last many years, when we would go on a losing streak, you could talk to anybody you know. You didn't really have a lot of hope, And I appreciate the fact that the culture's changing. Whether they win the Grey Cup or not is really not the end of the story on this one. It's they give fans hope. They give people the opportunity to cheer the right way. I was really proud. I'm in Edmonton last week, and you see thousands of Rider fans back, showing their real pride. So I'm just a very thankful fan tonight. I appreciate the boys' effort, and rock that place out, sell that place out for every playoff game. I will be in Vancouver some way, somehow, if they make the Grey Cup. So cheers to you guys. Wes, shout out to you. You rock it all every time. So have a great night, boys.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Trevor. Happy Thanksgiving, man. Appreciate the enthusiastic call from a hardcore member of Rider Nation. Yeah. If you want to call in, make sure you get at us, 306-936-6262. More from you, Rider Nation. Next, this is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. Streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
How many water companies can say they've been at the new innovations and new farm inventions at 2 of Canada's large farm shows? Farm Fresh Water has achieved that. How do we do it? Well, we live on a farm. Kelly is a journeyman electrician, and Brian has training as a plumber and a refrigeration mechanic. Our goal was to create perfect water from your dugouts or well with the least amount of maintenance and ongoing costs. That's the way we want it on our farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
With fall on the way, your vehicle should have a fall inspection. Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections with certified mechanics on site. They handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry's service, your car is in the right hands. And right now, quality Napa batteries are on sale. Always the best price. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Are you in transition? We understand that hard work pays off, so let McDougall Auctioneers make it rewarding. Hi, this is Riley McChesney. Our retirement auctions are designed to honor your legacy and maximize returns. With our tailored approach, selling your asset becomes a seamless, profitable journey. Trust us to turn your hard work into a golden retirement opportunity. You earned it. McDougall Auctioneers, 1-800-263-4193, or visit us at mcdougallauction.com.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Communications has long been trusted to bring technology to rural Saskatchewan. Access offers you a complete rural home solution with internet upload and download speeds up to 350 megs. Plus, you can watch TV at home or on the go with Access Next TV Stream. And keep an eye on things in real time with Access Rural Security. It's a complete rural home solution at a completely affordable price. Visit myaccess.ca today.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
Hey, Rider Nation, got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable Postgame Show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
Vibes are high in Rider Nation after a dominating 39-8 win over the BC Lions. And if you want to get in for a chance to potentially win tickets to the final regular season home game at Mosaic Stadium, you can do that with the Pick the Score contest as done by CKRM and SaskTel. Tune in for your chance to win tickets to the next Rider home game. SaskTel, stay connected. There's a winner every Friday, and it's sponsored by SaskTel. So make sure you keep it tuned to 620 CKRM for your chance to win tickets to that Saturday, October 26th game against the Calgary Stampeders, which could be a huge game for the Riders in terms of potentially getting first place in the West Division if the Bombers lose earlier in the day. But right here, right now, the Riders have clinched a home playoff game. Let's keep it going on the Echo Sound hotline. I believe we are going to Trevor. No, we already had Trevor. Andrew in Saskatoon. Andrew, what did you think of the Riders' performance?
I was very pleased. I didn't catch the caller's name earlier that talked about Fields, but I wanted to touch on that as well. And Fields has been great, obviously, like you said. Haven't heard his name. It's been great to hear his name. The only guy I think you want to hear his name right now is Milligan. But another guy who had a great game is Lacumbo in the secondary. Forced fumble on the hit on McInnes, a guy who plays great football, quiet football in a way, but just kind of flies around, makes the plays that need to be done. And just also Marcus Sales. That guy got written off by BC. We picked him up. His first game, little shaky, obviously, traveling to a new area, learning a new scheme. And since then, he's been lights out. And today he had a huge hit. Almost had, I think it was an interception later in the game. But just the whole secondary is balling out. And everyone's paying attention to Milligan with, obvious intent to do so. But the rest of the secondary has played so well this year.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. I mean, Milligan's out there taking all the attention, but these other guys are like, hey, I can ball too. So they're out there, trying to keep up with him. And I think it's just leading to, a bunch of guys flying around and trying their best to make plays and not letting any opportunities slip through their fingers. So, yeah, the secondary's been playing great. I mean, you got to give some credit to up front. Obviously, some of those guys up front are definitely helping the back end get those turnovers by putting pressure on the QBs.
I know for sure. And then I did have a question. I didn't hear after the game. Thurman looked like late in the game before he'd come out, he kind of slipped. I don't know if he tweaked his knee or anything. Was there an update on him after the game?
We didn't ask Corey Mace about him, but keep it tuned to 620 CKRM and SportsCage.com for any possible updates. But knowing Jameer Thurman, especially with the bye week, I would think he'll probably be good.
Okay, yeah, no, I just wanted to check because he went down. It looked fine, but it looked like he almost kind of caught his ankle or something like that. And then, I mean, what a great day. I'm an Oregon Ducks fan. I don't know if you guys just saw it. They just beat Ohio State. Final 6 seconds, Will Howard couldn't get down. They win it. It's a great day for football.
Terrible.
Indeed, a great day for the Riders to clinch a home playoff game, and your Ducks get a win. The green team's winning.
That was a great call until you said that. I'm Ohio State all day, man. No.
Well, that's your fault, Wes.
All good. We'll still be there.
But have a great Thanksgiving, guys.
Yeah,
you too, Andrew. Thanks for the call. All right, on our live stream at youtube.com/@sportscage.com, we are going to say good night. But on 620 CKRM and the live radio stream there, we're going to keep it going with Rider Nation. So good night, live and in color, and make sure you flip over to 620 CKRM, the live radio, to continue along with us and the rest of Rider Nation. We go out to Steve from Saskatoon. What did you think of the